It's the most wonderful time of the year. Welcome, folks around the world, to the most beautiful and intimidating 7 miles on Earth, the North Shore of Oahu, Hawaii, for the most historic and prestigious contest in surfing, the Pipeline Masters, brought to you by VANS. You're having a live look this morning at a newly arriving North Swell that's been filling in all night long. We've been oohing and on and screaming as just before daylight came in. We saw some incredible waves, especially backdoor waves, and we are excited for this first day of competition. Salama Masakele here with the legend, Kayla Kennelly. Dr. Clifford Kapono, welcome. Doing your best Troy Pomalo today. We're loving it. And Makua Kai Rothman. Just before we came on the air, we had this moment where we're like, hey, this is what we get to do. We're at the Pipeline Masters. What are your thoughts today, Cal, as you see this exciting new swell?
I'm just excited to see some amazing rides. Like it's looking a little morning sick at the moment, but that's pretty par for the course for Pipeline. I feel like as soon as the sun just kind of pops over that cliff, all of a sudden it starts to clean up, and then you start to see some guys getting spit out of some nuts ones.
Yeah, it looked pretty sick, all right. There's a couple of mental backdoor ones that came through. I mean, one was unrated, one, I mean, if you wrote that in the contest, that'd be a perfect 10. So it's going to get good. It's going to get better. And like you said, as soon as that sun pops up over the hill, it turns into a whole other beauty.
Let the grooming begin. The last few weeks, I mean, this early season here on the North Shore has been incredible. We've seen some great rides. How much, when it's already been this active, do you think it gets the competitors even more fired up when we see some of the rides that we've seen in the last few weeks?
Yeah, I mean, I've been away for the last week, so I've been watching it on Surfline. But I've seen some great rides from some of the greatest backdoor rides we've seen in recent times, right, Cliff? And just really goes to show what talent is on tap for today, and the conditions are going to be perfect.
Yeah, I think it's going to really be exciting to see the stories that are going to come out. I think this new crew of surfers are a bit more in tune of what's happened before. Hopefully they're seeing a little bit more history. Some of the lineups are changing, so it's going to be interesting. It's a new shift in the lineups up here on the North Shore, so it's going to be interesting to see how people navigate those changes.
Yeah, and also an incredible lineup of experienced Pipeline riders and really great surfers who are also getting these opportunities for the first time. We are joined by another member, the legend of last year's broadcast, Mahina Florence. Good morning and aloha to you.
Aloha, everyone. Good morning. I'm so excited to be a part of the VANS Pipe Masters 2023 again. There's so much action out there already going on, and I'm excited to have all of you in the commentators booth. This is a stacked commentators this year, so I'm happy to be on board. We're just down here taking it all in. Athletes were already starting to check in, so I'm excited to see what this full day of competition brings for us.
You have some insight, of course, at home, having a competitor in your own home with Nathan Florence. We're excited for that heat with Nathan and his brothers. Give us some insight on their anticipation to all be together in one heat here at the Pipe Masters.
Yeah, somehow that worked out for them. That was kind of their plan. Like, let's try and have an all brothers heat, because why would you not? That's an opportunity of a lifetime. And we drew names randomly out of a box, and somehow it worked out for them. So I'm not sure exactly what their whole rundown's going to be. We will ask them when we see them. We'll do some interview questions and see what their tactic was. But I do know that they're really excited. And we also have Emio from Tahiti joining that heat. So I think that should be a pretty solid one. So we're excited to watch that.
Awesome, Mahina. Thank you for the little glimpses, and we'll save the rest for the interviews, like a true professional.
Nobody pushes you like your brothers. I grew up with Andy and Bruce, and they were like brothers to me. And like when we were in the water together, nothing pushes you like a sibling. Would you agree?
I mean, you probably got to ask my brother that, but we all know how gnarly he is. We all know how good he is in the craziest waves of consequence. And sometimes I tell him, you know, maybe if I wasn't so hard on you, you wouldn't be as good.
Nah, true.
Yeah, I think it's special when you especially when we talk about the Florence brothers. You know, John for so long was the standout, right? And it kind of felt like like Nathan and Ivan, they were just like John John's brother. But if you look at what the performance is and the manner in which they've carved out their own individual personalities and styles and flair, they all stand as individual powers now. I mean, you look at that Ivan wave that he got at backdoor this week, burying his beard.
You would expect a voice like to come out of him with that beard the way it is, and he's just the nicest person on earth. I mean, his surfing has come such a long way, and a lot of John and Ivan's surfing, you know, really comes from that skate park. They go over there and they just have the smoothest styles, and it just really translates to the water. And I think Nate might have been the hardest working surfer I might have ever seen to like level up his game performance-wise. And it just goes to show he is on an absolute tear.
I mean, when you talk about the tour that he's been on the last year, just trying to find the heaviest slabs on the planet and go and conquer them no matter what the conditions, warm or cold.
Was that the milk tour?
Yeah.
The corn and milk?
Yeah, the corn and milk tour. Balaram Stack, of course, our defending champion from last year. What an incredible story. I saw in his Instagram post this morning a picture of him on stage with his mom, and he was just like, all right, let's run it back.
Manifest.
Yeah.
Manifest.
I just, you wonder what that energy's got to be like after that run he had last year to be able to possibly come back and do it again.
Oh, yeah. Anybody can do it once, right? The second time is the one that really counts. So we'll see what he has in store for us today. I'm sure he'll be on a Kaimana board like always. And I mean, Balaram's been putting in his time out here. All those swells you're talking about, back-to-back early season, he was here. He was putting in his reps, and he's going to be a force to reckon with for a long time out here. Kid's pretty good.
For sure. We will go to the sixth member, of our team, Holly Wan, who is on the beach with, I believe, young Sophie McCullough from South Africa. Good morning, Holly. Nice hat.
Thank you very much. I'm so excited to be here. Sun has just hit pipeline, and I've got Sophie Bell, my roomie, here with me. She just came in from the water. How was it?
It was good. It's kind of messy and all over the place, but there's a couple nugs out there.
Yeah, you excited for today?
I'm excited. Finally.
It's going to be a good day of action. Thank you so much for having us, and see you a bit later on.
Yeah, thank you. Sophie Bell, of course, got her first invite last year, and she came in nervous, but the way she just stepped up to the plate. And this morning, I saw her. She was about to paddle out. It was unruly this morning, and she was like, "Well, I'm excited, but also nervous, and we're going to make it happen." Let's take a look at our conditions forecast for what we will be seeing today. We see the sun just.
Is that a live shot?
Just getting on. That is a live look. You said the sun would get on it, and it was groomed.
And look at how it just cleans it up.
Here we go.
Oh yeah, looking like the swell looks a little bit more north in direction. Seems to be a little more backdoor rides going to be coming in today. There's those one-off pipe waves that could be coming in from the deep bowl. We've seen Shane Dorian make an appearance this morning and get a nice left at pipeline from the Wakita Bowl. Up, here we go. Is this live right now? We're on? Oh.
I think that's
Oh, here's this morning. Oh, here's the backdoor waves.
Yeah, this is from earlier this morning.
Wow.
You just got to watch out for those potential sea breezes with these light trades. You never know if it's enough to keep the heat from the land cool enough to stop that onshore flow, the sea breezes. So hopefully they can keep it offshore.
Well, hopefully the waves are barreling hard enough, and if it's a little sea breeze, it's still firing.
Yeah. And then maybe we'll see some of those aerials that everyone's been claiming they're going to be doing.
Yeah, on the corners. I ran down the beach this morning. I saw Shane Dorian getting out of the water, and he just was stopping there, having his contemplative six-pack look into the lineup. And I said, "Hey, what's going on out there?" And he said, "Today's the kind of day where you really have to have some local knowledge because of this north direction. It's not as predictable." And so he says it's going to be an interesting dance between the people who know and the people who don't, and a little bit of luck on some of those.
You know what's funny about that is when it's kind of north like this today, it's really unassuming because the waves come underneath. They'll double up a lot. Because it's coming from the north direction, it kind of doesn't hit the outside and peak up. And we'll see right here in Heat 1, Salema. Maybe bring us to who we got in the seat right now.
We got Bruno Santos, Lucas Janka, young Finn McGill, and Makana Pang here in this this first heat. 2 Brazilians. Finn McGill originally from California, but now, of course, his family moving here when he was 3 to the North Shore of Oahu, and Makana Pang, who comes with legacy in the water in this heat. But to your point, what you were talking about earlier with Shano, he said it kind of can make it a little bit more playful out of the north because the waves are a little fatter and less on top of themselves.
Well, it doesn't stand up on that corner. Like I said, the west one that comes in, you see it like a big, oh, it comes a big, nice left, right? When the right moves over this side, it has the channel, the original channel that makes the channel for the left. It comes out of there because it's a little smaller and it grows. So you have a little tail behind it. You can kind of almost get a chip in into just, when it does hit that section down there, it's wide open.
All right. Well, we appreciate you, Keala and Makokai, for joining us here on the morning show. And
see you
you ready, brother?
Yeah,
we'll see you guys a little bit later.
Let's rock. All right.
And we are on. Greetings to all of you once again who are tuning in from all around the planet as the sun is shining here on the North Shore at Pipeline.
Ooh, you can really see that short period swell coming in. You can really see that. How they're kind of stacking up on each other. It's a kind of a. You can almost see the different types of swells coming in. You see one kind of coming from the north and another kind of on top of it from
the west. Take a look at this format here. Non-elimination leaderboard format. We got 4 people in 30-minute heats. 3 preliminary rounds. The surfers' top 3 wave scores will count. After 3 rounds, top 4 surfers advancing to the final. And the final, of course, will be 45 minutes. What does that mean? It means overall that, as we see, a $100,000 purse for both men and women's division. Unlike traditional events that you're used to where we'll see an elimination out of these heats, we're going to have a leaderboard. Sort of like if you're watching the Masters, right? These guys are competing against each other, but also competing against everyone in the event at the same time. Top 3 scores are going to add up, and we will have a running leaderboard throughout the course of the day, and that makes it fun because people get to surf a couple times, and it's exciting.
Yeah, who's this? Chumbo. Here he goes. Known for the big waves, dropping into kind of a smaller one, stalling into it, spit out of a little, kind of a shampoo, I guess.
Shampoo, I would be claiming that all day long, that kind of shampoo. Of course, Lucas Chianca, he comes into this event with a lot on his mind and on his heart, as his brother, Joao, had a really scary incident here at the beginning of the week when over the falls went to go and pin drop on a backdoor wave. We don't know exactly what happened, but he had an incident where he hit his head and he was held under for multiple waves.
Yeah.
And to see the way this North Shore, the lifeguards just kicked into action to get him rescued, to get him to the hospital, the way this whole community, everyone in the water rallied in that moment. Without that, he might not be here. So we wish he and his family well as he is in recovery. But imagine, making the choice if you're Lucas to be like, no, I'm still going to go and compete in the Pipe Masters, even though my brother is in this battle.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure he's got that on his heart. He's going to put it on his chest out here, I'm sure. And that's such a great point. A massive thank you to the North Shore Lifeguard Association, the city and county of Honolulu, Fire and Rescue, and all the public service workers here on the islands for being here for the visitors and the locals, to make sure safety is a priority in these situations, an event or not. On our island, in these islands, we try to take care of each other, and it's very, very nice to know that there's infrastructure that has been developed around making sure people have a safe trip and a productive one. But big thoughts and aloha out to Joao as Chumbo is out here trying to make his brother proud. I'm sure he is.
First score across from all 3 judges of a 4.5. points, but yeah, there are obviously lifeguard associations around the world, but I really feel like the North Shore Lifeguards Association sets the standard for what life-saving looks like in a place. Shampoo. More than that was shampoo. A little bit of conditioner in there as well.
That was conditioner and then the shampoo. You got the
shampoo exit.
Little sticky hair at the end.
But relative to the waves that we've seen this morning, that was pedestrian.
Yeah. No, I think he's just staying busy. He's a very exciting surfer to watch. Even when you're watching him in big waves or small waves, he catches a ton of waves, and he really ups his wave count. So I'm sure that's part of his strategy out here today, just to stay busy, not to keep cold or not to get cold, stay warm. We have black paddling. This Finn taking a look. I'm sure Finn's looking at the back door.
I mean, Finn McGill, you talk about a kid who, we'll talk a little bit more about what his rise at Pipeline has been like. You might be wondering, well, what are the judges looking for today? Commitment. Like, are you going to go? Degree of difficulty on that wave. Combination of major maneuvers. We talk about the possibility of airs at the end of Pipeline. Whoever thought that the end section at Pipeline would become an air section, but that's what it is now. Style. Creative self-expression and wave selection. It shows your insight into picking the right waves, and of course progression and innovation. And when we talk about that air section, it's good to note, if a surfer gets the barrel of a lifetime and then kicks out and attempts an air and doesn't make that air, the judges are not going to penalize for that. It's not the main thing we're looking for. However, if there's an incredible maneuver that happens at the end section, then obviously it's going to add to.
Sure. I mean, that's kind of an incentive to try to get these surfers to really push the boundaries of what has been seen. I really hope personally for me we see some of this progress and innovation within the style category. We're talking maybe some switch foot, maybe some sole arching, maybe some hand drags, roof drags. Those are all things where it may seem like it's just trivial, but to have that confidence to stick your hand up and drag on a ceiling in a very consequential section, I think that's very progressive. And here we have Makana paddling, looking. Wait, no, is that?
Looking back door.
Oh wait, is that? No, that's not Makana. But he's white. Do we have an alternate here, or do we got our jerseys mixed up on screen here?
Are you wondering if that's Makana?
Yeah.
All right, we'll get official on who is in that white jersey. Because that doesn't look like.
We had a small error in the graphics that we're going to fix. Because we're looking at bios here. We got some physicality bios going on size of surfer and jersey. Didn't line up. Oh, Peanut Gallery, Skywalker in the house, arguably one of the most exciting underground surfers on the North Shore. Imai Kalani DeVault from Maui.
Oh, he's a joy to watch.
Yeah, insane.
Like his turns, watching Imai at Haleiwa is a thing of beauty.
Well, they have Honolua. I mean, they have Ho'okipa to cut their teeth, and then they got the grooming of Honolua. It's borderline irritating.
Tell us how you really feel.
They're so good, but they have such good training grounds. It's. I'm coming from waves that are 1 second long on rocks, so we see a Honolulu wave, and then we see Imai, and then we're.
There's a little bit of jealousy and envy, is what you're saying?
It could be. Bruno Santos, one of the oldest competitors in the contest, pulling into a backdoor or pipeline left. Oh.
Gets clipped just coming out. Bruno Santos is a as a charger. Like anywhere in the world where there might be a slab, Bruno Santos is like, yes, please.
Yeah, he's been on a career filled with heavy heaving barrels. So for him to be in the contest is not a surprise, and refreshing too to see some representation from a well-traveled surfer.
Yeah, I think about Bruno. You know, he in 2008 at Chopu had that incredible win, beat Manoa Drolet.
Yeah, yeah.
And that was a big statement for back then, especially from a Brazilian surfer in those type of conditions.
That was at the time when it was seen as Brazilians don't charge. Those days.
It was definitely that time that the urban legend that was that we know is very much not true. It probably was never true.
Here we go. Here's Makana in black.
Ah, Makana in black. You can tell because of the size.
He's definitely travel size, which doesn't say anything against the barrels he catches. There, Makana is one of the. He's seasoned for how old he is.
23.
23 years old. He has, it seems, almost like a lifetime of experience out here at Pipeline. Watching just him dragging in the barrel, slowing down, then letting go, clean exit. That's something too that I'm wondering how the judges would reward these types of rides. You know, compared to Chumbo, which maybe could have been a little bit deeper.
Right.
But he got hit and clipped on the exit.
Right.
Versus we see Makana, not as deep, clean exit. And we'll look at the scores when they come up, and we can see how the judges are kind of scoring. Because it's interesting to see. It's like personality too of the judges.
Right.
How are they rewarding? And it's interesting just how the data can help us to see what that.
Well, look at this. Makana getting a little bonus on the way back out.
Oh, yeah.
Almost. Been surfing Pipeline since he was 12 years old. He's 23 now.
Yeah, over a decade of experience out here in heaving. Not 12 years old. Makana wasn't just like catching like 4-footers. He was catching bombs, and everyone was like, "This child is not right."
You know, the DNA helps. He's the son of Dennis Peng, who's a legendary North Shore surfer and shaper. If you want to feel good underfoot on the North Shore, riding a Peng is a good choice. And of course, his dad, growing up with the mentorship of the likes of Jerry Lopez.
Sure. Scores just came in. It looks like Lucas's wave scored a bit higher than Makana's wave. So it seems like despite the cleanliness of the experience,
the judges seem to like that instant entry into the barrel on takeoff, as opposed to having, even though we like the aesthetically pleasing watching Makana set up for that wave. They like it to be critical right off the top.
Yeah. They don't mind a little shampoo at the end.
What's exciting about like Makana, when you think about this next generation and the other kids that he grew up with at his age, guys like Noah Beshin, Baron Mamiya, Moana Jones, Wang, like it's the next generation of the next generation, and that advantage, like you said, of they were kind of the first generation to start surfing pipe consistently at such a young age.
Sure. And I think they're part of the older generation, the Elis and the Nates. They were there to kind of, I guess, support that a bit. That crew, that Eli and Nate and guys like Benji, they're very. I don't know if supportive is the right word, but they're not like anti-kids coming into the lineup.
Nathan Florence says that Makana Peng is one of the most dedicated pipeline surfers on the North Shore.
Yeah.
In terms of like time spent being out there, and that next generation recognizing that.
Yeah, it's the generation right above them that is willing to say, hey, there's a 12-year-old, go if you want it. And that says a lot to the generation above, to be willing to allow those opportunities for growth. And then that's how everybody progresses even more, because you have younger and younger surfers given that opportunity, like Moana as well. She's a part of that generation that
Yeah.
people are willing to say, let's allow them to demonstrate their.
And we'll talk more about what that pecking order is like for folks at home to understand what's Pipeline like, and what's this community like in the water to earn your spot to even get waves. But first, we'll check in with a very happy man and a person who is no stranger to getting big bombs and also doing big airs at Pipeline, Nathan Fletcher, joining us on the VIP headset. Good morning, sir.
Good morning. Good morning, Salama. Good morning, Cliff. Good morning, world.
We got here this morning, Nathan, having our morning coffee and seeing this swell arrive. You said that we couldn't ask for a better way to start the first day of the event.
Yeah, I really think that this is a great way to start it, and I feel like this shorter interval really gives the chance for people to maybe perform and do airs and turns, as well as give the opportunity for some good rides. So I feel like you couldn't really ask for more. The sun's out, the waves are up, and I feel like the performance level will be up throughout the day as well.
For folks at home who aren't used to how Pipeline works, can you explain a little bit about how that shorter interval affects wave shape and direction?
Well, when it's really west, it's more like a left point, and so you're not going to be seeing the rights, and then the lefts are really hollow and long. And when you add this little bit of north in the shorter interval, because when it's a north swell, it tends to have a shorter interval, and what that does is breaks up the swell when it hits the reef, and then it goes into more of a right and a left peak, and then as well as some closeouts on the end. And the closeouts on the end, maybe it wasn't, but it is now to be considered probably one of the best air sections in the world. And so that's really where the performance is going to happen. And then the barrel is definitely, you know, the meat and potatoes of Pipeline. And so, sounds like there was a good one right there. But yeah, so, you know, when it adds that little bit of north, it definitely gives it some more variety and more options and a little bit more performance based, in my opinion.
Do you feel that the takeoffs are a bit, it's hard to get a chip in more now on these more peaky short intervals than versus the long interval swells?
I just feel like it's the size, because when it's a west swell, direct west, it definitely jacks on the reef, and it's a really steep takeoff. And I feel like the shorter interval, it kind of, if you see like the inside ones are kind of the more hollow ones, and they definitely hit the reef better, which that's usually the case. But it just has to get into the 10 to 12 foot range and come out of the 6 to 8 foot range to really make it so it stands up and you can chip in early. And even on those really big days, the inside ones are usually the heaviest rides, and it's the latest drops, and that's where you know, the kids sit, and before people would like kind of wait on the outside and wait for the bigger roll-ins, but since it's gotten so crowded and it's such a battlefield, you're seeing the kids really come to the inside and really attack that late drop in the inside barrel, you know. So it's changed over the years, but I feel like, you know, the really good west swell, 10 to 12 foot, you're getting waves that are chipping in, and you're backdooring that section where the people are taking off on a day like today.
Awesome. We appreciate your insight, perspective, Nathan. We'll be checking in with you for the rest of the day, but like you said, couldn't ask for a better start on just a magical day here at Pipeline.
All right, thank you guys.
Thanks,
Talk
Nate.
to you soon.
Makana staying busy out there the last two waves.
Yeah, and two things. Earlier this morning, we mentioned in the pre-show that local knowledge is going to play a part on a north swell like today, and as we just heard Nathan say, taking advantage of those inside ones that jacked. I feel like we just watched Makanapang do just that.
Yeah. I mean, I think it comes down to this, find your lineup and then realize it's not what you want on the best days. But sometimes that could be an advantage, I feel, to the traveling surfer as well. They don't have a lot of the markers that some of the people have put time into. So they're kind of almost maybe just looking at it as like, maybe this is a glorified beach break on a much dangerous bottom. So they're hunting maybe the surface swell, which these short intervals, more northern swells seem to do as well. They're kind of peaking all over the place, where, you know, you get guys like someone like Cam Richards might be able to capitalize off of something like that. I
A
don't think
little
he's-
OBX feel.
Yeah. Oh, here we go. Jumbo, one more time. Dropping in into kind of the end slab section.
Ooh.
Pulls in, crunches. Oh.
Almost.
We seen one of those earlier this morning where someone actually came through the heavy wrench.
Punched right on through. Shane Dorian this morning when I was talking to him, that's exactly what he said. He said, it's actually kind of like a beach break out there. He's like, the heaviest beach break on earth, but
Yeah.
it kind of has that beach break feel where you could be in one spot and then all of a sudden that spot that didn't look like it was a thing is very much giving you an opportunity.
Sure. Here we go. Oh yeah, Makana.
Oh, how was that drop?
Yeah.
Critical. Judge is going to love that. And then this little bonus section there at the end. And I like that little cheeky look to the beach. You saw me?
Nice, yeah.
Look at this right here.
Look, oh.
Yeah, just a little. That's a great claim, no claim.
Lucas coming in. This is that end section slab that just is not quite hitting that reef the right way for being such short interval.
Has that little roll into that little warble section. Oh, that would have been great to get out of. Okay, super A for effort.
Yeah, I think again these two, it's the ones that are staying busy that they're leading the heat. You know, Makana and Lucas, they're out there catching waves, even though not the greatest. Then maybe you have a different approach with Finn and Bruno, trying to wait for those real solid backdoor waves.
And it seems like in these conditions, there's like almost a consistent inconsistency to the variance of type of waves that are coming through. Like that one had this like roll in and then little step into it, as opposed to Makana's.
Totally, and this is all about the waves coming in, you know, and how fast they're moving, and also how spaced apart they are. If you look from these drone images, you see these swells really kind of stacking up.
It's a shorter period, I think about 11 seconds today.
Yeah, and this also unfortunately, the smaller size doesn't necessarily mean it's any safer. Pipeline at this size is very, very dangerous, not only because of it unfolding onto that reef section into the inside, but also the potential for multiple waves to kind of keep you under if you don't come up. So hopefully everyone stays safe within today's heat and competition.
Indeed. As we'll again sort of reorient you with the scoring system here at the Pipe Masters. It's different to what you'd see at a traditional WSL event, as this is the Pipe Masters is a specialty event. We're taking those three scores that they get in this heat and adding them up into one score. So you see Makana Pang sitting on that 34.60. That is a total of the three judges' scores added into one score, and those will be at the end of this heat thrown into the overall leaderboard of all of our 20 competitors.
Yeah, I think we had a discussion last year in terms of the rounding error that occurs from other competitions, that when you have cumulative scores, you eliminate the potential for an error in just from the math that creates the scoring. And by having cumulative scores, you eliminate that issue. Those are issues that in other previous contests, and there's papers out there and data that we were shared with that showed that titles and championships and qualifications have been misleading because of rounding errors in other contest situations. Makana again, driving through a small into the body surf.
It looked like the spit almost blew him off the front of his board. It looked like maybe he was a little nose heavy.
Yeah,
he's gonna want that one back.
It looked flat too at the end. There's like a weird flat part in the barrel. It doesn't seem, I might be eating my words now, but it doesn't seem that the left at pipe is really the way to go.
Yeah, I mean, that you're right. That thing came into like a complete flat section. Wave just loses all transition
backwash.
there, and that backwash just beat it.
Yeah, you can see that there is still a bit of sand on the shore that's getting pulled off. You can see the ribs in the shoreline this morning pulling the sand back out of the lineup. I'm not too sure how many people know about how this wave on the Ehukai coastline, that it gets covered by sand every year.
Well, quiver. It's a word that means the collection of surfboards that any one surfer has at one time on the road. How many boards does it take at the VANS Pipe Masters? The men's competitors have an average of 9.9, let's just call it 10 in their quiver. And the women competitors an average of 6.9 boards in their Volcom Pipeline Masters quiver. And then if you're a local, let's say someone like John Florence, he's probably digging through his home quiver of about 30 boards going, God, that one's, you know, you hear Nathan Florence saying in the Stab series, how surfers get paid, the difference between A board and an A++ board, that at this level, making a decision between like, that's a good board, but this is a great board, and the little nuances between maybe 5 or 6 surfboards that someone like a John at this level is choosing between.
Yeah, it's also too you start thinking about the wave conditions. Like for someone to say, I got a good pipe board, that's almost misleading. You know, what condition of pipe?
Especially like a day like today. How are you making choices today?
Yeah, I mean, let's
say it's you.
Well,
all right. I just threw you into the event.
That's me hoping I'm not heat 1 and asking them how was it out there. I think that's the advantage of going later on in the day, is you get a bit of grooming from that, you know, morning sickness, to be able to have like the conditions, the wind to come up and groom the ocean, and you also get insight from people, and you know, it's up to the surfers to want to share, you know, if they think it's a good.
For folks at home who maybe might not understand why so many boards, let's say you had 9 boards. What would the variance be in those surfboards?
I mean, for a wave like Pipeline, you're looking at, oh, let's see if we got someone looking on the.
Having a look at the back.
You know, you say like you want to have your Pipeline quiver. You're looking at it from, you know, there's a few people that go from pushing the limits, you know, a shorter board that makes you have to sit in a more critical part of the wave, but potentially being more maneuverable in the barrel. You have a shorter board that is maybe only a few inches taller than what you would ride on a beach break at head high waves.
Yeah.
Then you go all the way up to, say, its second reef out the back, and you want something within the 7 to 8 foot range. So you could have a quiver from essentially 6 foot to 8 foot for the same wave, depending on the conditions, and every incremental inch essentially is going to get you to a different part of this reef. Pipeline is not just one wave. There's Pipeline backdoor, there's that Wakita Bowl that is more further out, there's the second reef ledgers. There's so many parts of these waves that you can have the right tool to really start to fine-tune where you want to be or where you want to get to, and also how you want to get out safely.
There's many faces as this heat is winding down here.
1 minute. And maybe they're not too worried about this because, like you said, they have multiple chances to demonstrate what they got. Maybe this is just a reconnaissance heat for them, marking it up as one of those.
As they're dodging some light wash-throughs here. It's funny you talk about that range. Mason Ho literally has boards that he rides at Pipeline from 4.9 all the way to 9.8 for some of those crazy big double up second reef roll-ins.
Yeah. Mace has probably got 100 boards, and then he's got Uncle Mike telling him to ride some other stuff too. So he's probably got a lot of things going on in his head, you know, maybe to a distraction. What should he ride, you know, versus someone who knows I'm 6.6s from here to there.
And as this first heat comes to an end, young Makana Pang, who we misidentified there at the beginning, our apologies due to our our jersey mishap. McConaughey showing local knowledge.
No,
Definitely
local knowledge
a primary thing to have in your pocket here on this day one in this first heat.
Okay, they're shaking hands and they're showing, look, everything's shifting over. That's what's cool about these heats. A lot of these surfers, they have so much respect for each other that they're willing to, you know, have a good laugh, even though there's a hefty prize purse at the end of the day.
Yeah, I'm not thinking about that 100 grand just yet, but it's in there probably just back of mind. They saw Balaram Stack's big smile last year, and I'm sure everybody coming into, look, you don't come to this event without wanting to be the person who wins it.
Sure.
I mean, think about the names of the type of people who can call themselves pipe masters in history.
Yeah. You want it good too, and that now there's waves. You know, they're thinking, okay, if I could win it with good waves too, it sets you up for a lot of respect, and I'm sure a lot of pride for not just only the surfer, but for their communities that they represent here. Nice end to a first heat. Not too much action, but getting the ball rolling.
Yeah. Again, that was Makanapang, followed by Lucas Chanka, Finn McGill, and Bruno Santos. As we head into...
Oh, yeah, heat 2. Here we go.
This is what we came for.
Taichi Wakita, Benji Brand, Taro Watanabe,
and Kaulana Apo. Native Hawaiian. What an incredible story.
Yeah, that was
last year with him in the final, and the things that he's overcome in his life, an incredible talent to find himself back in this place with opportunity on the world stage at the Pipeline Masters.
Yeah, it's just, you get so excited to see, you know, everyone wants the underdog, but you also, when the underdog is such a good person, it's even better. It feels so much better, you know, that Kaulana is such an amazing ambassador for the Hawaiian people, for people of Hawaii, and, you know, to have a history and a backstory that where he questioned even participating in surfing anymore, but to come back and for it to almost pull him back and reward him in a way by you know, staying true to his values. It's really incredible to see, and to have, you know, a fellow North Shore resident, but also via South Africa, Benji Brand, he's coming in as an insane pipeline specialist.
Yeah, we were talking about earlier, those generations that feel like, okay, this is a person who's at the top of the pack. Benji Brand is one of those people who, for the last, I'd say, like 5 years, has been setting crazy new standards of what's possible out here at Pipeline.
A Pipeline champion as well with the backdoor shootout. You know, so you have someone who is a winning Pipeline specialist out here getting insane waves every sort of swell. You have Taro taking off backdoor. Oh,
young Watanabe, I ran into him yesterday. He and Pizel over at
and Benji right back.
Look,
backdoor. Okay, these guys are starting to get a bit of the action over here.
Let's go.
Wow. Now, so this could be.
This is a great heat.
Yeah.
Like the different styles of surfing. I mean, Taro Watanabe, this guy has just been on a tear and really showing the world, like, there's nobody else who surfs like me. There's a lot of people that are highly skilled, but you can be like, all right, that person is basically a different version of this person, this person, this person. Taro has come along, and his dedication to technique, especially under the tutelage of Brad Gerlach, it's been special to see him putting it all together, as Mahina, I believe, is on the beach with young Makanapang.
Yep, we're here with Makana Pang, who just started the comp off and gave us some action. Can you explain what's going on out there?
It's actually a pretty funky morning. It's a really short interval, so it's kind of messy out there. It's hard to kind of pick the right ones. They're all over the place. I managed to sneak one under everybody, so I'm stoked. I got one on the sandbar. Got a score on the board.
And now Nathan says that you are one of the most dedicated surfers out there. So on a day like this, how does your dedication show through on comp days?
I just feel like I've seen a lot of the faces that Pipeline has to show. So I've been out many days that are similar to this. So probably a lot more than others. I've spent a lot of time in conditions like this. So I know how it's gonna break and how it's gonna come in. So I feel like I'm gonna have an easier time finding the good ones.
And now you are a goofy footer, so pipe is what you would assume to be your place that you want to go. Does that mean that you're more comfortable going there, or are you equally as comfortable going backside, aka backdoor?
I'm definitely, I feel like just as comfortable going right as I am going frontside, but I definitely have more time in the barrel on this left out here. So the rights definitely scare me. It's a little more shallow, I feel like, on the inside of backdoor, so that freaks me out a little bit, but I'm just as comfortable going right or left, so whichever way it comes, so I'll probably go.
Awesome. And are today's conditions even serving backdoor?
There's a lot of backdoor ones, actually. They're just sneaky, like I said. I looked at a couple, they just weren't really quite there, but I've seen a couple people get some good ones this morning, so there'll definitely be some good ones throughout the day.
Okay, awesome. Well, thank you for kicking it off, and we will see you in your next round.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mahina. Great questions. Really, really good insight. And Makana basically confirming everything that you were talking about on a day like today.
Good job, Makana. Your money will be up at the tent. Thanks for making us
Just
look like we know what we're
it.
talking about. The script has been read. Thank you. But yeah, we see Taro on that last wave. He ended up seeming like he didn't want it, or maybe felt a little too deep. That's what Makana was saying. He's seen the many faces, so he, maybe those experience of, maybe there's those times when you kind of test the envelope, or you test the limit. I think this is a closeout where people who have gone on the closeouts know those are the makeable ones, and there's always those weird waves that we as viewers or participants have all thought we're going to get closed on, and we made it, and then something in your brain clicks, you're like, well, those are the ones. But until you have kind of that courage to experiment, you don't quite get unlocked into the next level.
Yeah, even the way he described the opportunities that he's seeing at backdoor that maybe to the untrained eye would think like, oh, it's not an option.
Yeah. Yeah, and for him to know that he knows how it's going to break, I'm sure now he's just hoping that the best ones of those types of days come to him. Because it's still, there's always going to be that, like you said, the little bit of luck that what Shano was talking about. There's that little bit of luck that you might know what it's going to do, but if you're not on it, then you're not getting the score. Yeah, a lot. Seems like there's a bit of action in the beginning with Benji, Taro. I'm wondering what this swell is supposed to do. It seems like it peaked throughout the night. So are we going to get a little bit more cleaner waves, or are we going to get less waves? It's up to the ocean to decide.
You were talking earlier about the many faces of Pipeline, especially at Second Reef, that Wakita Bowl, that legendary Wakita Bowl by Takayuki Wakita, and his son, Chaichi Wakita, is in this heat in the blue jersey.
Paddling for a wave now, giving it a look, deciding he doesn't want it. Yeah, he's incredible out there as well. Definitely getting some local knowledge from
Pops.
Yeah, yeah.
He said that watching his dad at Pipe, he always that set the goal for him to be here, as we have a replay.
Benji on the back door. This camera angle. Okay, here we go. This is a better angle to see. Yeah, I mean, pulling in, little breath on it. Benji didn't want to do the front flip.
You saw
at the
for a
end of
second
that.
there, he
Yeah,
looked
he's
like he
like-
might be thinking about launching, and he's like, I value my safety. Let's play the long game here.
Benji looks like he's riding a little longer board, looking towards the back door. Yeah, just he's such a cool dude. Like, you know, talking to people, he's like, yeah, laughing. He's so funny too, how he talks about these waves. I'm so scared. I don't want to go. I don't know. And then you see him on the nutsest double up growers, and yeah, he's not right.
What an interesting life too for Benji. You know, you mentioned before, born in South Africa. I have a special part in my heart for him, of course, as a fellow South African. But splitting his time growing up between the North Shore and Cape Town, and that's almost like a superpower.
Yeah.
I mean, the waves in and around Cape Town, in South Africa, and the access that he had, being able to go, you know, to Namibia, neighboring countries, and then coming here to the North Shore. Like, I think it makes him perhaps one of the more well-rounded surfers that you can be on the planet.
I have this weird observation that surfers that have a lot of experience in heaving sand barrels, long sand barrels, they come out here and they do surprisingly well, and there must be something about you know, the way the waves are breaking in a really slabby sand. We're talking like packed sand where you can dislocate your shoulder or break your neck.
Yeah, like a skeleton bay.
Like a skeleton bay.
Where Benji got a 54-second barrel.
Yeah, you know, it's like those sort that he's gaining knowledge and proficiency in these hollow heaving waves, where now you're putting the same sort of wave, but you're on reef. That's something we thought about.
Yeah, that's a superpower. We are enjoying this first day here at the VANS Pipeline Masters Heat 2 on, and Heat 3 coming up shortly. Stick with us. We're going to pay some bills and more from the VANS Pipe Masters. Yeah.
パイプラインは俺が育った場所ですね。Pipeline is the mother, one of my mothers. I feel like mothers lead you in the world, and my mother at home has led me through my life, and Pipeline as a mother has taught me a lot about life, and I thank her for that incredibly.
Pipeline is extremely intimidating, but the most rewarding, beautiful barrel of your life.
Pipeline is scary and exciting and opportunity. Just looking at it is scary. It's intimidating, I would say. It's an intimidating wave, but beautiful.
Pipeline is my dream wave.
Pipeline is scary. Yeah, it's nuts. But if you get a crazy wave out there, it's like the best.
Welcome back to the VANS Pipe Masters. We are about 18 minutes, I believe, into this heat. And this new swell arriving last night. Yesterday, at this time, it was maybe 2 feet out here on the sandbar.
Yeah, the ceremony was beautiful, beautiful ceremony yesterday morning. Right here on the sand in front of the beach, and no waves at all, but amazing conditions.
Yeah, surfline was right on time. So we see gentlemen getting ready for this Heat 3. Russell Bierke,
Sean Manners getting ready to go out for Heat 3.
But sometimes, you know, you look at the forecast and you're like, oh, it'll be coming up slowly all day long. And in a lot of places, that means one thing. But on the North Shore, when a swell arrives, a swell arrives. It was, again, chest high yesterday, and then last night, it just started happening. I was out at Rockies where it was like 3 to 4 foot, and next thing you know, it was on.
The rapids. The rapids have arrived.
The rapids have arrived. Some really fun waves. And next thing you know, I look out to the horizon, and I'm like, ah. That's the saying of when the wave breaks here.
Yeah.
Don't be there. Yeah. I went over the falls, leashed, snapped, had a beautiful swim from rocky rides across, and it was like that oh, welcome back to Hawaii. Oh, how's this rolling?
Oh, here we go.
Setting up here.
Wakita-san close out. Oh man.
You know what he did not do? He did not dodge.
Yeah.
He stood tall, just like his dad.
Kaulana, here we go, stalling in.
Oh, let's go! Oh my God! It's just.
I wonder what they're going to reward that, because he did the hard part, but that backwashi soup
that he's. Look at that. We see him just pop up there at the end. We'd love to see that.
Kind of looking towards. I wonder if he had some distraction with rider in front. Oh, you okay, dude? Right on. Asking if his fellow competitors is all right.
That's the international signal when the head tap, or you look to someone, or to look to the beach or the water safety. That head tap says I'm okay.
Yeah.
How's this? Describe this wave here.
This is he got a nice chip in, rolled into this closeout, seeing the sandbar, but from the other, was that monkey tail out the back thing exploded. Hopefully he got into that sand area. Then he jumps right here. You can see to really penetrate, use those heels to kind of break and get below the energy. You have Kaulana right behind it, dropping late drop, pulls in. Wow, that backwash. That backwash, you can see the top of the lip kind of flare out and launch it toward him.
Get to see that steepness, and then that thing just heaves on the second session.
Got him in the end.
And how's that, you know? Kaulana knew in that situation, like, oh, I'm in a bad place. He's also wanting to stay safe. But the first thing he did was to make sure that he was all right.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, to me, this is what it's a beautiful thing to see showcased and demonstrated, that those small moments in this thing we call surf culture is being highlighted here at the VANS Pipe Masters. We see the camaraderie and the caring for each other. It's a really cool thing to see. This is surfing, friends.
Excited for this this next heat that's coming up, as well as we see the score for Wakita at 4.10.
Yeah, these it's just interesting because what was that? A 4.1 for a gnarly one.
And there you see that's that camaraderie that you speak of between Kaulana and Wakita right there, just being like, hey, I know you were in a bad place. I'm glad you're okay and you didn't hit my board, and you know, we're back out here.
I mean, two great surfers that put time here and surf together out here. That's they're definitely friends out there. So it's good to see that they're both okay in those situations. But again, interesting to see what are the judges going to reward these sort of rides. These aren't perfect rides, and what's it going to take to get to perfection? What's it going to take to get to excellent scores today?
Yeah, when it's not it's not the pipeline that you draw in the notebook.
No.
That you see on the poster per se.
But you'll probably see it on the replays.
Yes.
So this is like, I like to think too, sometimes it's not the most picturesque, but the motion and the movement and all the extra imperfections that they can really make a wave memorable. So coming in, it seems like Benji still is the one leading the pack. Round one.
Let's think about that Kaulana Apple wave. If you're, because obviously the judges are taking some time. Would you call that a make?
Benji, we'll see. I mean, when you see it, this looks like a make.
Come on, ladies and gentlemen, we have definitely just entered the excellent range. If you're wondering, well, why are the judges holding back?
Yeah.
Here we. I mean, that was perfection. That's the skill. That's the time under tension. All the things you talked about before. 54-second barrels at Skeleton Bay. All of that, just right there in that moment, fused together.
Staying patient too, you know. Okay, let's see. Kaulana.
Wow, that's a big score.
It's a big score. Yeah. It's a combined score.
So we'll get the individual scores, but yeah. It looked like the judges took their time, but deemed it a make.
Yeah, and that's probably going to elevate Benji's wave that he just got. I'm
Exactly.
Sure. See Benji being patient behind that boil. You can see that's his spot, dropping in, pulling behind the curtain, kind of slowing down, and then stepping on the gas. Yeah, Benji.
Look at this. Watch this bottom turn. That just. Oh.
I mean, Benji. I think what I get really excited by is the wave. Benji, incredible surfer, don't get me wrong. Look at this, how the wave just really hits the reef, goes square and stays open, doesn't have that clamp section. He's probably throwing a bunch of wrenches in everyone's mind thinking, oh, maybe pipe's working right now.
Right.
Into the sandbar.
And as we talked about at the beginning, in what the judges are looking for, this is when that wave selection part is premium.
Mm-hmm. That would be the difference between Benji's and Kaulana. Kaulana looked a bit foamy. It wasn't as perfect. Had a backwash rib, where Benji's wave, it was clean. He probably looked at it, nice runway, pulled in, seen the open, didn't chandelier close him. I mean,
you could see just when he stalled, he almost had to contain how psyched he was for what he was seeing down the line.
Yeah. Yeah, he probably feels a lot of pressure off his back right now, knowing that he's got 2 great waves under his belt. And now everyone's probably waiting. Okay, do I go pipe or I go back door? What do I do?
And as we're setting scales of what excellence look like, it's going to be interesting to see what the judges come through for that score for Benji Brand. As Mahina Florence is on the beach with the pride of New York City, our defending VANS Pipe Masters champ, the Stackman, Balaram Stack.
Balaram, we're going to keep it short and sweet because you're about to paddle out. Just give us a quick breakdown what you're seeing out there and what your plan is.
Plan is, it looks a lot like a beach break, so I'm going to kind of take that into consideration and just find a peak and a chunk, and hopefully she sends something our way, and I don't know, take it as it comes.
Take it as it comes. And you are the returning champ. Do you have a different goal this year or plan?
Same plan, same goal. This time it's just, I don't know if it's a familiar feeling or if it's just more butterflies, but it's like, it's pretty sick. We're getting back into it, so I don't know. I'm ready to be out there already. I'm just like, my head's there right now.
Okay, good. We like to see your heads there. Have a great heat, and we'll see you when you get in.
All right, thank you guys.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mahina, and gracious of Balaram. A lot of times, a lot of surfers don't like to, once they got the jersey on, don't really want to talk before walking into the lineup. But you gotta wonder, as we'll take a second here.
Benji again.
Benji again, little sneaky one.
Stalling out. Yeah, he's got some juice flowing right now.
You saw him just sort of sitting on that inside and waiting. He's like, oh yeah, this is the one. I'm going.
Yeah, his hooking in, grappling hook on that drop, slowing himself down, knowing he wasn't really in a super deep position, kind of on the apex. I'm sure he's just grappling hook, trying to slow down as much as he can to avoid a pocket ride.
For Balaram, it's got to be a different feeling from last year.
Oh yeah.
You know, like no one was necessarily checking for you to win.
No.
You come through, you win from New York. Your whole life changes as a pipe master. It's got to be a little bit different feeling. Obviously, he's not going to be able to put it in the context a second before paddling into the lineup, but it's got to feel different.
Yeah, I think he's one of those surfers that you wouldn't be on the top list, but you're not surprised that he won. Here goes Benji's stalling down, barely trying to slow it down. He knew he was a bit wide.
How many adjustments did he make just in that drop alone?
2, 3, and then a happy kick out. Yeah, but just that, that board, he made those adjustments. I think he's riding Pizels now. He was on Tokoro for a long time. He's got some incredible rides on Tokoro. Seems like he's now, starting that campaign on his Pizels. Seems like they're working all right, but could be you know, trying to figure out some of the kinks in, not kinks, but maybe just the differences, the nuances, like you said, those 1/10 of an inch differences in the boards or the foam volume displacements on the board. Those are all things that he doesn't have to relearn, but he's going to have to make those adjustments coming from one incredible shaper to another.
It is something, the difference between each craftsman's hand and how that energy of what they put into the board transfers into your body, and you're communicating with the surfboard when you're riding it.
Yeah. Yeah.
You're getting feedback much the way, like, you know, you think about an F1 driver, they're talking, they have the ability to talk back, right, to the engineers in real time, be, hey, adjust the suspension here, blah, 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 like, you know, I'm feeling like we're losing cornering, this, you know, give me some more exit power out of these turns. They're doing that in real time with themselves and the wave, and they can't be adjusted once the craft is done.
Totally. Beautiful morning here on the North Shore. Want to mahalo all the local residents here for putting up with the visiting and the competitions.
How great is it to see Caladres back into the lineup after his accident here last year, when we talk about the beauty and the magic of Pipeline, but there is also that power that no matter how many times you surf here, anyone can end up in a bad situation. And Kalad, this is a stick, solid guy who just devoted to the training and the being prepared, and he found himself in a life-threatening situation, able to make a incredible comeback from brain injury and to be back here in the Pipe Masters again.
Yeah, I mean, again, a testament to the North Shore Lifeguard Association. Underpaid and overworked, but they're not in it for the money. They're in it to make sure that people enjoy it. Oh,
bait ball.
Yeah, bait ball, fish jumping out the back.
But yeah, like you said, underpaid and overworked, and the North Shore lifeguards, you just can't. If you're on the North Shore and you see a North Shore lifeguard, just walk up to them and literally thank them for their service.
Yeah, with a plate lunch.
Yeah. plate lunch and maybe like get their Venmo or their Cash App.
Yeah. Too good.
3 minutes to go here. Benji Brand, the leader in this heat and the leader in the overall leaderboard with that 45.90.
Yeah.
Closest behind him right now, just, you know, 2 heats in, would be Makana Pang, followed by Kaulana Apo.
Well, it looks like we got not too much going on at the Pipeline Beach break this morning for the next couple minutes, unless we maybe get a sneaky one. A lot of everyone's saying you can't see them. This has been, even Makua was saying that you can't really see them.
Can't see the sets coming.
Yeah, at least the backdoor ones, they're kind of like
just popping up.
Yeah, so you know, it's keeping your head on a swivel. It's trying to make sure that you're ready for when the opportunity comes. You're going to take advantage of that situation.
You know what's going to be interesting as this day rolls on is surfers being able to look at the leaderboard and know what they got to do if they want to get into that. Like, all right, here's the number that I need if I want to get up into that top 5, top 4 position. That you don't see it any other contest. You're just focusing on, all right, I got to go out and get my 2 waves against these 3 people. But now it's like we've said before, this is about being against the entire field in real time.
Yeah. There's it must be interesting because these surfers aren't necessarily coming in. There's a mixed bag of competitors. Some are competitive surfers, some are free surfers, some are, they're probably tripping. Like, why was I even chosen? Okay, let's roll with it. You know?
Yeah. So we see a set approaching. See it scrambling here with 1 minute to go.
Benji's still. Are people just giving Benji waves?
Oh, he says, I see something at back door. Tucking up
big
under.
pump. Oh, man, yeah, be careful out there, man.
But again, you said it before. Your mind's trying to make a decision. Close out, makeable. Close out, makeable.
Yeah.
Only way to find out is to go.
Yeah.
Let's take a look at Kaulana Apo's wave that has him with that 20.50 score. And see that end bit where he gets a lip in the head. I want you to walk us through the judge's mindset here.
That flare, and he's going to straighten out here, and it clips him. Oh, man, right in the face.
So I guess the question would be, was the work already done? Did he already make the wave?
You know, that to me is oh man, he kind of stayed on his board after he
first of all
lip to the face.
That's like getting sucker punched by Mike Tyson.
Yeah.
But maybe
he's kind of on it for a moment.
I'm guessing that the judges said, look, he already was kind of in the flats. He rode the barrel already. I'm sure there's some people at home that would say, no, that's not a make. But the judges have spoken.
Yeah, I mean, that's on the judges.
What's your thoughts?
Keala says make.
Keala Kennedy's just coming in with.
I'm on the.
He came out, and he went back in, and then he got clobbered.
I'm on the Keala train. I say make too.
I'm going to say make as well. And with that make, we are going to transition. I'm going to throw the headset over to Makuakai, Rothman, and Keala Kennedy, two legends out here at Pipe to take it away. But we're saying make?
I say make. I feel like he came out, and then he got back in, and then he got clobbered. Right. So the first barrel make.
DJ KK has spoken.
Now it's our break.
Well, we are off and running. Get some action those first two heats. What do you think?
Oh, yeah, well, welcome. We're here. The VANS Pipe Masters, round 1, heat 3. In this heat, we have Balaram Stack, Kala Gray, Sean Mendes, and Russell Berkey. Did you know, I heard a little fun fact. I heard that Sean Manners actually picked this heat deliberately with Balaram and Kala because he said that if he lost, at least he'd have an excuse.
That's a strategy.
It's a little fun fact we got over here for you folks.
But you know, he's not competing against those three. He's competing against the whole field. That's what I love about this format, is that, you know, you're in a heat with 3 other guys, but you're really competing against everybody. So you're not out there to beat those 3 guys. You're out there to get the best scores. And I love that nobody gets eliminated.
Well, on your screen here, just like you said, mentioning competing against the field in first right now, we have Benji Brown with a total of 45.90, Makana Pang a 35.8, Kalana Apo in third, Lucas Chianca in fourth, Finn McGill, Bruno Santos, Taro Watanabe, and Taichi Wakita in 8th place. That's only 2 heats so far, Keala. So much is going to change. So many waves are coming in. We have the defending champ in this heat, Balaram Stock, all the way from New York.
So wild.
It's one of those Rick Gaines stories, right? It's almost like if you know, you'd never expect someone to come from New York and do what he did, but Balaram has put in so much time out here. I mean, he's here on every swell. He sacrifices that long trip from the East Coast to Hawaii.
And that's what it takes. You know, you got to put in the reps.
Yes, and he's definitely been putting in the reps. But, man, that last heat, what about Benji Brand was just on a tear there, wasn't he?
He was. He got a few. Those super vertical late drops, and then that. I'm always so impressed with that last little adjustment to get up in the barrel before you get guillotined by the lip, and it's just like by inches.
He reminds me of like a mix between like Mark Alcalupo and Tom Carroll kind of out here.
Yep.
He's got that real short, you know, stocky, low center of gravity, and so strong. When he does those little pumps, they look little, but he's generating a lot of power and speed off the bottom.
Yeah, and that stocky stature really helps when you got to like punch through on that end or even like doggy door it out and hang on.
Well, sometimes you really got to compress too, yeah, and you just barely miss the lip. I mean, centimeters.
I mean, it's centimeters.
You've been there. This wave wants to
take your head off.
I wasn't gonna say it, but take your head off. It's almost like the Queen in Alice in Wonderland. Every once in a while, off with
their head.
And it's either that or off to, you know, one wave could really change your life at this spot, just like we seen the other day with one of the nicest backdoor rides we've had in a long time out here at Kainai Hunt. And this is the same direction swell, same type of swell, and hopefully we see a few rides like that go down today.
Anything can happen. That's what I love about watching Pipeline, is so you might see the best ride you've ever seen at any moment. Yeah, and in any moment she could, you know, be not so nice as well. But right now we have 25 minutes and 43 seconds actually. Balaram Stock, Kala Grace in blue, Sean Manners in white, and Russell Berkey in black. And the Hawaiian Kala Grace, what can you say about him? He's had a really up and down time. Talk about a love-hate relationship out here with Pipeline. He's had his life change in more ways than one, good and bad, out here at Pipeline. Yeah, I mean, I'll never forget the wave in the Hui backdoor shootout. Was it last winter? Incredible. Okay, here we go.
Well, we got up and riding.
Action.
Balaram Stock, stalling.
Last year's champion.
Maybe just getting his feet in the wax. Little boogie-woogie off the top. I think he's
shaking off the cobwebs, shaking off the jet lag.
I just think he's been pulling into so many barrels lately. He's going to get his board loosened up, hopefully, and try and hit that end section. We haven't really seen anybody come in, get the big barrel, come out, launch the huge air, and land it yet. Because the format we have here today is a lot different than your traditional Pipeline surfing contest. There's only 3 judges. All judges' scores count. They're judging on barrel, not just the barrel. The barrel's the meat and potatoes, but they're also judging on maneuvers after the barrel. And
specifically those big boosts.
Yes. So if you come out and kick out of a section and fly out the back, or you just put it all on the line and you try and do a big air out into the flats, you're going to see a difference in scoring today should somebody kick out versus if they try and do a move at the end.
And that little end section, I mean, it's got that little closeout section. I think we're going to see some this afternoon. Maybe when the wind comes a little more onshore, we're going to see guys take to the air.
It does look like a little section. As I land on TV, you're like, oh, how come we didn't hit that? But
yeah, but if you've been out there, you know.
It's like sometimes you get hit by that section. You're like, okay, I'm going to hit this section, and then whack, there it goes. But yeah, there's potential for crazy, crazy airs, crazy maneuvers. It's just who's actually going to put it on the line, who wants to take their surfing to the next level. And yeah, well, it was a 5.5 last ride for surfer in red, Balaram Stock out of New York. And looks like he's just building his scoreline right now.
Looks like we got action down on the beach.
I'm with Benji Brad. You're currently sitting in first. You're no stranger to getting good waves out there. So is this like a patience game, or is it just having the eye and knowledge to be sitting in the right spot at the right time?
I don't know what my strategy was. I think every time I go out to a contest and pipe, it's just like trying to catch one good one, and I'm pretty stoked to just get a good wave. And I don't know. It's not really a day. It's like kind of a day.
Your first wave, 5.5
like a bunch of like
on wave 1.
Iffy looking waves. So you can find anything that looks like decent. I feel like I was just gonna go and see if it, I don't know, turned into something good. It's not like long period or anything. It's pretty quick and doubled up, and like anything could, I don't know, any like little wave could get good. So I was just trying to roll the dice a bunch and yeah, try it out.
And what is your strategy for a winter season? Is it to just go have fun and like just catch waves, or is it to get the wave of the winter?
I think the goal is always to get like the wave of the winter or something, but I don't know. I don't think you need to like think about that. It's just trying to like go and enjoy this wave and see, kind of let it come to you and not really try and push it too much, because I feel like if you push it at this wave, you can get hurt or you make bad decisions. So it's good to just be patient and let it come to you.
Rolling through, white,
and also, you ripping on the Alaya when you're not out there getting barrel. Insane.
Oh, thanks. You seen that?
I seen that. Yes. Oh, and can you talk about your wave that you had last week? It was a top for being like a wave of the winter. Can you break that down?
That day was interesting. It was kind of one of those days where it was really lined up and long period, and you felt like one of those waves could come in like a really special wave because it was pretty firing, and I didn't catch anything pretty much the whole morning, and then just like one really nice wave came in around like 11 or so. I was almost going to paddle in because it was just so crowded, you know, and luckily like that one just came to me. It was a pretty special wave. Yeah.
Good for you, and that's when the patience game pays off, huh?
Yeah.
Looks like we got a paddle here.
We're excited to see you in your next rounds and keep crushing it.
Thanks, Mina.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mahina. And there you had Benji Brand, your leader from the last heat. We had up and riding there a little uncharacteristic ride from Russell Burke. Maybe
it almost looked like he was going to go backdoor and changed his mind in the last minute.
Yeah, that was one of the, what is it called, left, right, center, the dice game. But here we go at Kala'a Grace, and he knows which way he's going for sure. Nice little barrel to open up his heat. Was looking solid and strong, especially like right before we went to break. You know, Kala'a was unresponsive for a while. His heart actually stopped, and the crazy thing is I went over on 2 waves before it and blew out my MCL. And
Just on those days, huh?
As I was getting brought to the beach, I had to jump off the jet ski because Kala'a had gone down and he wasn't responsive. So for the training that he's been through, the dedication that he's put in to be here today, all he wants to do is surf pipeline and get brown. That's his whole life. We got a replay here. Kiala, take us through this replay of Russell Burke.
Yeah, so it almost looked like he was going to go backdoor and just made a split-second decision to go pipe. And yeah, like you said, left, right, center.
Yeah, sometimes you don't want to mess around, especially at pipeline, like Benji was saying in that last interview. Kala'a right here, like I said, nice, perfect positioning, threading the needle on a nice little barrel, and one more angle from the back here for you. And that off-the-wall camera side, it's beautiful. But you want the waves to come to you. You don't want to be rushing. Russell Burke, he served some of the biggest, craziest barrels in the world, and he just took off on a 3-foot wave when there's perfect 8-footers come in. So there's a difference.
You gotta take your time.
Well, there's a difference between surfing and going all around and catching the one biggest wave all day, or actually competing in an event at a contest. Yes, you want to catch the one best wave, but just like I said here, Balaram Stock knows what he's doing, pulling in. Looking a little on the smaller side, going for that high performance on the end, but nonetheless, these surfers are just really warming up, trying to build their house, you know, and get their feet in the wax out here. Pipe 9 is not a spot you want to come into cold. And nice little scores on the board right now. I don't think it's going to be anything too substantial at the end of the day.
Yeah, not a lot of big sets yet in this heat. It's been a little slow start to this heat.
Yeah, well, sometimes it's like that, especially with this angle. And it is coming more out of the northerly direction. And then you see Kala'a Grace, deepest on your screen to the left in the blue jersey. Looks like he sees something out the back. And looks like these guys are having a pretty good time sharing waves out there. But should a right come in, Russell Burke will be in a better spot, I would say. And Kala'a Grace is all over that deep left. And once again, we are in Heat 3, Round 1 of the VANS 2023. Pipe Masters, don't go away. More to come. On your screen now, Kala'a Grace. We'll see you folks soon.
Hello everyone, I'm Cliff here in the Mega Lab to talk to you about the science behind why the waves look better on the North Shore after the sun comes out. Usually before the sun comes up, like in a dawn patrol session, the water can look a little morning sickness or it looks a little bit different. According to a study in 2021 in the monthly weather review by a group out of the University of Hawaii and NOAA, wind does actually change in direction and acceleration from say 5 a.m. and after 8 a.m. when the sun hits the leeward coast of Oahu. In the nighttime, as the land is cooler, there is a stable body of air that exists over the coastline. And as the sun rises and begins to heat up that body of air along the coast, it will rise, allowing it to be filled in by the prevailing wind direction.
Welcome back, everyone, to the beautiful North Shore of Oahu in Hawaii. We are live from the Pipeline Masters 2023, presented by VANS. Speaking of Vans, we have one of the Vans riders here, Mr. Harry Bryant, in studio with us today. How are you doing, sir?
I'm great, thank you.
How you been enjoying this first couple rounds?
It's turning on for sure. As soon as like the sun kind of hit it this morning, it's kind of like starting to really figure itself out. But it's going to be a nice day.
It looks like it's going to be a beautiful day.
Oh, definitely. And what's been going on? What have you been up to? How long you been on the North Shore? And what's been going on, man?
I've just been here for about a week and just climatizing. The waves have kind of been fun, like just kind of groveling and nice to be in some warm water again.
Beautiful.
Just been hanging.
Excited to have you here. You're going to be in the booth with us today. Announcing this heat in the water, we have last year's champion, Balaram Stock in the water. And what about his performance last year?
Incredible. Like everywhere Balaram goes in the world, you just find him. He's jamming himself in some tubes somewhere. It's such an incredible surfer and such a great guy as well.
Yes, yes. And you got two fellow Australians out there, right?
I do, yeah. I actually want to say a big shout out to everyone at home watching Russell. He lives in the same area that I live. There's me mate Sean too.
Oh, Sean on a screamer of a right, just shutting down at that off the wall section. You see right here, it's a nice big pump in, but right there you see that whitewash coming through the curtain. Unfortunately not being able to make it out of this ride, but nonetheless a great try. And go ahead, Harry.
Yeah, just it's Kala.
Oh, Kala. Nice stall.
Yeah.
Yeah, oh, just coming unstuck right at the end.
Oh, I think that was a barrel to break dance. That would have got some points. I wonder if that counts at the end. A little back roll, you know. Kala Grace firing back. And you were giving a shout out to your buddy just now before we cut you off.
Yeah, just all the Thursday Beers crew back home in Ulladulla. CJ, Russ's partner, should be tuned in from home watching right now. So massive shout out to everyone at home. Everyone in West Oz too, watching Sean. Yeah.
To all our fellow Australians, we send you all of our aloha. Australia has to be one of my favorite places away from home. People always ask me, where's the, besides Hawaii, where you like to go? And I always like to tell them Australia.
Yeah.
I love it. The people have so much family and friends there. You guys are so awesome.
Such a good vibe.
And needless to say, some of the hardest charging surfers on planet Earth come from Australia. But here we go, Kiala, replay of Kala Grace's wave.
The tube to break dance, here it is.
Nice like stall check turn and then just lost his footing right at the end. Probably got lipped in the head a little bit and just couldn't hang on to it. Let's see.
Kala's got to be one of the best.
Yeah, got a little lip in the head and it just kind of knocked him over.
Look at that.
Look, he was trying to make it. He had the front foot going. He was like, I'm making this.
Could you tell us a little bit about what you got going on? I hear you have something special to announce for us tonight that maybe people can come and check out.
Yeah, we're going to play a surf movie tonight at the Farm to Barn in Haleiwa. But
what's the movie called?
It's called Motel Hell. Yeah, it's a bit of a spin-off, like an old school surf movie. We kind of filmed some like funny skits and things in there, and it's kind of got a bit of a, I don't know, just like an old surf movie vibe. But we've been working on it for the last 3 years and had some amazing opportunities.
And, we are going to give you a little teaser, a little preview of your movie coming out tonight.
Sick.
I love when surf films have like skits and stuff. It reminds me of like the Momentum days.
Yeah.
Yep.
That's kind of what we're going for sure.
Yes.
Smoked.
Kind of like a horror film.
I mean, horror film, but it was like some of the baddest, craziest barrels around the world. Tell us a little bit about the places you guys went and the barrels that you guys got.
Yeah, it kind of started off like in Australia, like through COVID and things like that, when we couldn't really travel around too much. So just put a lot of time in traveling around Australia, and then basically when things opened back up, we're like, well, I just basically wanted to go somewhere that I've never really been before, that was super far away, and we kind of went to Europe and traveled around Europe for a bit, spent some time in Ireland.
I seen that with Tom Lowe and the boys.
Exactly, yeah.
Tom, slabby lefts and rights.
Yeah, Tom Lowe showed us around Ireland, and it was like a real special kind of experience. And
That's some good social distancing going on. Yeah.
But we ended
strategy.
up, we went back there again then the next year, and yeah, traveled around Europe for a bit, and then pretty much realized that we'd been targeting cold water places for the last few years.
Why would you do that?
I know. So we went to Indo at the end just to kind of warm up.
Well, whatever it was, you guys looked like you guys absolutely hammered it. Had a great time. I mean, I can see why you say it's an old school style surf film. There's a little more do what we like going on over there, and it looks amazing. So where can people check it out tonight? What time and where? And is anybody invited? How's that work?
Yeah, so there's an RSVP link, but it's all ages. Anyone's invited. It's at Farm to Barn in Haleiwa, and I'd say the video would just play once it gets dark because it's kind of on the outside projection.
Well, you heard it from the man himself, Harry Bryant. Come on down to Farm to Barn this evening in Haleiwa. You can catch Harry and all his buddies in their latest film coming out tonight. But anyway, back to the heat. Balaram Stock keeping himself in first place with a 9.30 and a 5.50. Kalal Grace in second. And I'm saying in second, meaning in this heat right now, the way that it's structured, they're actually surfing against everyone. As you can see, the number 5 and number 6 next to their names. That's their places amongst everybody surfed so far, and they'll still have their placing right next to their name in their heat. Right now, Russell Berkey and Sean Manners looking to get one of those beautiful backdoor waves. And I mean, look at that view from behind. Just kind of gives you a little perspective of what the surfers are looking at while they're going towards Pipeline. The Hawaiian Water Patrol right there on tap, ready at all times, and they're some of the greatest lifesavers in the world. Kala, what do you think?
I mean, they've pulled me out of some messed up situations. so much respect and gratitude for those guys.
They're on it.
Yeah, now Harry, do you think you could maybe break down your buddy Sean and Russell for us, kind of what you think their strengths and weaknesses could be out here, and how do you see it playing out for them?
For sure. I mean, God, they're both no strangers to some big right-hand tubes. I think they'd both be hunting backdoor, being regular footers, but incredible surfers. And we kind of are all living in the same about 10-minute radius of each other at the moment. And the level of surfing, like on any given afternoon, is pretty insane surfing with these guys. We push each other so hard in the water. So, yeah, it's pretty. It's a cool thing now coming over to Hawaii, and obviously it's the proving grounds and the mecca of surfing, and just kind of seeing the level of surfing being so on par with everyone else in the world here, coming from a small little town in Australia. It's a pretty cool thing to see.
Maybe for all those of them out there that don't know where you folks live and where you folks have been surfing, tell us a little bit about where you folks have been surfing, that little camaraderie between yourselves, and kind of how where you come from translates to over here in Hawaii when you're surfing.
For sure, yeah. We're basically from the south coast. Well, I'm from Noosa Heads originally, but we're all living on the south coast of New South Wales, which is basically it's a broad stretch of coast like south of Sydney, but kind of known for its reefs and slabs. So it's kind of got that heavy water, kind of, I don't know, aggressive feel, which definitely relates to a lot of the surf out here. That's kind of why probably people like Russell and Sean would feel quite comfortable in the water out here on a day like this. They're no stranger to a heavy reef break.
Just unfortunately, with 8 minutes left in this heat, the ocean is not offering much to this heat. We have some of the most talented barrel riders from across the world coming, 2 from Australia, 1 from the United States in New York.
We got a paddle right here, though. Let's see.
We have Russell Berkey up and riding.
Yeah.
Just like you said, no stranger to big right-hand barrels. Break that down for us, Harry, and let us know what you think about that wave, man. That was
right on cue.
Wave.
That was my boy Russell. Yeah, he was. That was bound to happen. There's his mum and dad. Kirky.
The dance.
Oh, that's so good.
Touchdown dance.
I'm stoked for Russ. He actually had a bad wipeout the other day just out here and had to go get his head scanned in Honolulu. He got slammed on the reef pretty hard and almost had a slight concussion. So he hasn't really been surfing too much leading up to the event. But yeah, he wasn't scared one bit on that wave.
I mean,
look at that.
How perfectly positioned he was on that wave. It's just so smooth, so easy. Comes out. That's the first completed turn we've seen after a barrel. So, Kala, what do you think about this for score-wise?
It wasn't a super deep barrel, but I mean, he rode it beautifully. Like, just took his time, like set his line. Like it was pretty.
I mean, that's the best ridden wave all heat long, for sure. Yeah. Could have been the best ridden wave in the last 2 heats, but Russell Berkey, no stranger, like Harry Bryant has said, to big, grinding, aggressive right-hand barrels, and they're on your screen from Ulladulla, New South Wales, Australia. The man in black, Russell Berkey.
Yeah,
We have a little treat here. We might have a breakdown of how Russell actually chose his heat and in our heat selection party.
Yeah.
Russell
Bierke.
Bierke.
Yes, sir.
This one.
Oh, that's a meanie.
Well, there you've seen the heat party. What do you think was their strategy, putting their names in the heat with these 2 guys? Because if I'm not mistaken, their names are in the heat already, and they came 3rd and 4th to the draw. Was there any type of strategy behind putting your name in this heat?
I saw Sean Manners, because the heat was basically already full. There was one more spot. And when Sean got called up to the board, he's like just slapped his name right in that. He's like, I want the gnarliest heat of the morning. He's just like, I just thought that was a very interesting strategy from Sean, which is, you know, with the way that this contest is run, like, it's not too much of a competitive environment, and it's like you kind of want the best guys in your heat. It kind of feels like it attracts a good energy and would attract good waves. But yeah, I mean, every heat's gnarly here. That basically with that heat draw thing, it's like no matter who you draw, just to be able to give them the opportunity into this contest,
Here we
you're a
got
gnarly
red.
surfer.
Red. Had a look.
We had a
That was
little
ball
paddle.
around.
But yeah, back to your point, you know, you're not ever surfing really against anybody out here at Pipeline. You're kind of just trying to be one with Pipeline, because if you're one with her in another way, you're going to be on that beautiful reef that you see there, doing the chicken scratch on the bottom over there. And that never feels good. So being in rhythm with this spot, not forcing it, and maybe getting to a heat where the competitors in your heat are pushing you. You see Russell Berkey here, you know he likes a competitive situation, whether it's the super competitive nature of the wave or very good competition in the water. I feel like he really levels up. I feel like a lot of these guys out here that get those chances to surf against certain people of a certain level at a certain spot, they really elevate their game at that time.
Yeah, I agree.
Little smaller waves you see going backdoor, nobody choosing to go on that wave.
Look at the day.
Look, I mean, just look at that water. Look how beautiful it is.
Well, it's pretty different out here today than yesterday. I was riding a little finless soft top on the sandbar, like right next to where the comp's going on right now. Yesterday, these tiny little grinding waves running along the sand. Bluest water I reckon I've maybe ever surfed in. It was like a pool. But it's crazy how quick it can change. Like waking up this morning, you can
And
just
check
hear
this out.
Hear it rumble.
Top 4. Russell Berkey, your buddy, just broke into the top 4.
Oh, yeah.
And we know that top 4 coveted spots will be in the finals. At the end of this event, we will have 4 people competed out in one last heat at the end of the event. Right now in first, you have Benji Brand still leading this heat. And Russell Berkey in black has just cracked into that top 4 coveted spots we are looking for at the end of this event. There's your man right there in black. In red, Balaram Stack right behind him needs a 3.6. Kala Grace needs an 8.1 to advance. Sean Manners, combo, 15.6.
Anything could happen. Here's some sets.
And just like your boy Harry Bryant says, I love that one. I love having you in here with us, man. It's awesome. You bring up an interesting point of view, especially with your buddies from home. Really knowing their style and how they like to surf and bringing that insight to the booth is amazing. We love to hear the stories about these surfers. You know, they have so much else going on, you know, personally, and the things that they do outside of the water that make them who they are and make them that much gnarlier in the water. So thank you for bringing those stories to us. And yeah, looks like a few waves out the back. Kind of mumble jumble, kind of bouncy. You see that little... it's not morning sickness, it's just the direction of the swell and the close interval You can see how close those waves look together.
A little backwashy, you see it?
You feel like that'll sort itself out through the day?
It should. It just depends, you know, on the tide and kind of if it comes up or goes down. And up in riding, we have white. Oh, you could almost hear him traveling. He almost made that barrel. This guy, he likes to take off deep, huh?
Yeah.
Mr. Sean Manners, I can only imagine he gets one that opens up. He's been unfortunate to get shut down on his last 2 rides. But as you can see there, that turquoise colored water with the white wash inside of it, that's right about the channel where off the wall starts. And if they're lucky, they will be getting waves all the way from where they're sitting at the peak out there by Kala, all the way through off the wall and maybe reaching that excellent score level. Here comes the set, Harry. 1 minute left.
Let's go.
Somebody
lads.
catches this. Can you please walk us through it?
Come on, boys.
Come on, boys. He's right. I mean,
look at the blues on the screen.
We got 45 seconds.
You know what's amazing is nobody loses, but
yeah.
So right now, they regroup. Maybe they get re-in-tuned with whatever it is that they do, and the ocean brings them some more waves, you know, a little more action.
Which is so great, because when you have one of those off heats where it's just kind of inconsistent, you know.
Any contest you win, you're going to have that one heat that's like you barely
you barely got through.
And it's always like that. You had this one heat, one wave that changed everything. And right now it looks like Balaram stock. Oh, Russell Berkey on his ride in. Little
shut down.
Straight hander.
Oh, behind him in the red. Balaram stock. Oh, what happened?
Just pinched on him in there.
He looked like he was coming out of that thing.
Yeah, those lefts are a little almondy when it's this direction.
Yeah.
Had it been a little more west, probably would have been a little more open. Oh, double pearl. Wow, can he get points for that? How much did he get for that? He let go his rails, huh? Here we go, current top 10. We have Benji Brand, Makana Pang, Kaulana Opo, Russell Berkey, Lucas Chianca, Balaram Stock, Kala Grace, Finn McGill, Bruno Santos, Tara Watanabe, and thank you so much to my friend Harry Bryant for stopping by the booth, giving us some insight. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Thanks so much, guys.
Yeah.
Enjoy your day.
Enjoy the movie tonight.
Thank
Sounds
you.
awesome.
Plenty more action.
Aloha, everyone. We are back in heat number 4, round 1, the Pipe Masters. Presented by VANS, here on the beautiful North Shore of Oahu. Justin Quintel, Billy Kemper, Imai Kalani DeVault, and Cassius King. What an awesome heat. One out of Florida, Billy Kemper, North Shore Oahu, Hawaii. Imai Kalani from Ho'okipo, Maui, and from Byron Bay, Queensland, Australia, we have Cassius King, actually. Excuse me.
Cassius, what a cool name. Cassius King.
Cassius King.
That's
just a cool name to look at. How it's spelled is pretty cool. I remember him from being a little Grom. He always had that signature long blonde hair, and you know, riding those point breaks down there at Byron. Little green boards back in the day, and it's really good to see these kids come into their own and, you know, step it up to the next level of competition surfing, especially out here at Pipeline. Thank you so much to VANS once again for always supporting the North Shore. And we will be showing you the opening ceremony that happened yesterday right here at Pipeline for 2023 VANS Pipeline Masters.
Moi ino na moi na puno huna haumia he mu oia eli ya e akaba e ke aku he avalani wale no he ai aki kamai ki he uana he ua he lamu.
Oh, welcome back once again. That was our beautiful Disoro Ohana giving us that beautiful blessing in the morning there, bringing these beautiful waves here on this fine Saturday morning. And I got a fun fact for you folks here. Justin Quintal seems to be a man of many talents. 2019 WSL World Longboard Champion, Duct Tape Invitational winner, dominator. He like won 11 wins there, and to see somebody from Florida that's a longboarder come out here at Pipeline and compete, you don't see that every day, huh, KK?
No, you sure don't. Although Jamie O'Brien on those soft tops out here at Pipe and Backdoor.
Yeah,
that's the craziest longboarding I've ever seen.
I
out
can't
here.
wait to see who takes the first soft top out to their heat at the VANS Pipe Masters. But let's throw it down to Mahina Garcia down on the beach, Mahina Florence, excuse me, on the beach with our last heat winner.
Yeah, Balaram. We're just seeing a little interaction. Yes, I'm here with Russell. Russell, give us a breakdown on what it's like out there right now.
I mean, there's amazing waves, but it's definitely tricky. It's, I don't know, just that morning, a bit of morning sickness, and yeah, quite glassy, and a lot of waves look good and then they're not, but there's definitely some diamonds out there. I feel like our heat was a bit slower with less wash-throughs, which I was kind of stoked on, but yeah, I managed to find a diamond in the rough, so yeah, good morning.
And we understand that you are suffering from a rib injury right now, so tell us what happened and how you're feeling and how you're going to manage that.
Yeah, I kind of got slapped on her right that last swell about a week ago. Just kind of closed out and hit the water super hard and bruised my ribs. So thankfully it's not too bad. I can keep surfing, but definitely on the anti-inflammatories and probably, yeah, definitely not paddling as hard as I could be out there. So.
And now you were actually born here in Hawaii, and then you moved to Australia at what age?
I was 5 when I moved over to Oz. But yeah, my dad lived here for about 20 years, surfing and shaping over here. So. Yeah, it feels like I have a good connection to the place still, and a lot of friends over here still, so it's good.
And oh, I just had a little blank out. But we're excited to see you for the rest of the contest here. Thank you for having a second to talk with us. Oh, I remembered. That's what I was going to ask you. So the waves out here, like Pipe, how do they compare to the waves back home in Australia, or slabs as we like to call them?
It's different. It's like, I mean, the waves probably look the same in photos, but it's less defined out here. It's a lot, almost more like, especially on a day like today when it's all shifty and a bit north, it's almost like a big beach break on reef. So yeah, it's definitely different. There's no like perfect button to sit on that'll chip in or anything. So you're chasing around like different angled waves and everything. So yeah, it's definitely challenging for sure.
And what do you prefer? Do you prefer one over the other?
I like them both. A good slab where you can sit on the spot's pretty good, but I mean on like the day-to-days at Pipe, it's like it does turn into that. It's just yeah, that north and morning sickness still, but fingers crossed we get one of those days in the comp. It'll be insane.
Well, the good thing is we will be rotating all of the heat, so you'll have different times that you'll surf. And thank you for taking time to talk with us, and we will see you soon.
Thank you. Cheers.
Thanks for handling my...
Thank you very much, Mahina, and that was Russell Berkey giving you a little bit of insight on how he's doing and his competition status. This past week has been very gnarly out here at Pipeline. Lots of good waves, but lots of injuries at the same time, and no stranger to injury and surfing. My sister here, probably the queen of big wave surfing, if I would have to say. Tell us a little bit about, you know, the recovery and coming back from some of those injuries and actually surfing through, sometimes injured, to try to win an event.
I mean, I've had so many injuries at this point, but I think the one I've had the hardest time coming back from was a couple of years ago at Jaws. I won Wipeout of the Year that year for that injury. Just had a horrible wipeout where the wind got under my board and I just like cartwheeled, and then my leash ripped my back leg out of the hip socket and it destroyed my labrum, and also tore my MCL at the same time. So coming back from that, I didn't even realize that my labrum was torn, and continued to surf just in a lot of pain, surf through a lot of pain. That's why I came up with that that leash that I showed you.
Yeah, and up and riding here we have blue. Mr. Billy Kemper on an absolute smoker.
You want to talk about the king of big wave surfing?
I want to see that. Yes, he is right now the king of paddling big wave surfing. Your 4-time Pe'ahi champion.
2-time world champion.
Mr. Billy Kemper, and he's going to look to try and solidify himself a spot as a Pipeline Masters champion as well. And right here on the replay, Keala, tell us a little bit about this wave.
Look at him grabbing his rail and pumping at the same time. Did you see those little mini pumps with his rail with his hand?
Watch. I guess he supposedly has a broken foot, but it doesn't look too broken to me. Looks like it's working just fine, and Billy positioning himself perfectly on this wave. I mean, look at that. Just coming unstuck there for a second. I mean, look at that vision.
That was
pumping,
a beautiful wave.
double pumping. I would have to say that's got to be one of the higher scores of this event so far. Behind,
big
disappearing, blown out. I mean, that was a beautiful ride, and his body language showed it at the end.
So he broke his foot, what, in Morocco again, or?
I'm not sure exactly how he broke it, but I seen him bouncing around the other day and overheard him saying that it was still broken. I seen a boot on his foot on his Instagram post. We're waiting for Billy's score. Billy, no stranger to the reef at Pipeline.
No stranger to injuries in general. Remember that one where he busted his, was it spleen?
Oh, he busted himself all up. Had to get air
vac.
Life flighted out of Morocco, and once again, one of those guys that is 100% committed to his health, his fitness, his surfing, and his competition, and his family. Mr. Billy Kemper on a beautiful ride right there. We'd like to see everybody stay healthy in this event, Kiala. You know,
Yeah, there's been a lot of injuries. How's Joao doing?
I have no update on Joao whatsoever, but I seen his brother Lucas at the Eddy, and he said that he will be giving him our love. Billy Kemper on your screen, excuse me. 24 points out of a possible 30.
Wow.
Judge 1-8, Judge 2-8, Judge 3-8. That is
that the highest
single
score?
highest wave score of the event so far. Second highest is Makana Pang with 23 points. And third highest is Benji Brand, your contest leader, with 19.9 points. Here you go. There's your top 10 on the screen. As you can see, Billy Kemper has jumped up into the third spot on our, what would you call it? One world ranking? Our Pipe Masters leaderboard. It's shaping up to be a beautiful day. I mean, look how beautiful. Picture perfect. Not a drop of water out of place. It is just beautiful out there, KK.
Billy's got to be feeling pretty happy to paddle out in his heat and on his first wave get the highest score of the contest so far.
Yeah, Billy's definitely used to surfing this shootout style format. He's been doing it for years at the backdoor shootout, and like I said earlier, it's not just about catching that one biggest wave. You know, you go around and get that one clip. You really have to put some scores together and actually win an event. And you still have to have that competitive mind. Even though you don't per se lose, you definitely have to. I think it's a better way of looking at it. You have something to gain always. You know what I mean? You can't go any further down. You start at zero, and everything you do is to build upon your scores and get a better score each and every wave.
It's a great format, and I love that you can't get eliminated. You know, you get to surf 3 rounds, so if you have an off heat, you get to go again. You know, if the clock's running out, you're not scratching on the inside trying to get that little 2-pointer to get through.
It also benefits the viewer at home. We want to say thank you everyone out there for tuning in. On behalf of VANS, the Pipe Masters here in Oahu, on the North Shore, 2023 Pipeline Masters presented by VANS. Thank you guys so very much for your love and support. On screen, we have 2023 Eddie Aikau Big Wave Invitational champ, Luke Shepardson, KK. How was that event?
That was the coolest event.
Was it?
That was such a cool event.
It was definitely one to remember, and I remember paddling over a wave and watching Luke take off in the finals. It was just a sight to see him turn around and whip one of those big bombs. You know, it was a magical day for this young man right here on screen, and he is no stranger to the lineup at Pipeline. Luke has been doing this since he was a kid, and you'll see his surfing does the talking. He's a very humble, respectful kid, hardworking lifeguard, and I'll tell you what, one of the best surfers at Pipeline in any conditions.
That was so crazy during the Eddy how he was still working. He was going in and lifeguarding in between heats.
Yeah, that tripped me out how he wasn't able to get that day off, but you know.
It tripped me out that you were out there surfing Waimea with your knee blown out.
Well, I mean, it's just kind of what it is. If you don't mind, it don't matter, you know. And Russell surfing would hurt ribs. I didn't have an MCL and smashed up this and that, the other. And my MCL is totally blown, so when I pick up my leg, the inside of it would kind of stay there and then catch up later, like in this little like
delay
gap kind of thing. It was pretty interesting getting my leg on the board and, you know, just tape it up and go. And there's a mentality you have to have when you do anything of consequence. You know, a lot of the time you're going to do it injured. And you just do the best that you can through the injury, fix it when you can, and get right back on the horse and do it all over again. But right now, look, Balaram stock. Oh, looking like a right coming from deep. Let's see where the other 3 surfers in this heat are, because this wave could be a screamer all the way across the reef. It's lining up and doubling up underneath everyone. As I was saying earlier, sometimes these waves with this north direction will pop up and then they look like they disappear a little bit and then they jump back up on the inside and they double up.
It's easy to miss them like that.
Yes, it's very easy to miss them because sometimes you want to wait at pipe to the right time to paddle, and sometimes you have to paddle very early. Make sure you get down the face. You don't want to get stuck in the lip. That's
oh, that's the worst.
Yeah,
when
that's
you become one with the lip.
That's how I got double knee surgery this past year, being one with the lip out here at Pipeline. And I mean, look at these waves coming in off the reef kick, and look how beautiful that is, just oil glass. The conditions out here are so perfect today. There we go. It's the longboard champ.
Digging.
He's got a longer board, that's for sure. Ooh, not long enough for that session, but and a good effort. But you can tell he's definitely chosen to ride a bigger board out there. See if I can get you guys a little...
Is that Billy at backdoor?
No, that is Mr. King himself, all the way from Byron Bay, Australia. And I mean, right here, look, Cassius is even dealing with a back issue he's had for a long time. So not everyone is 100% out here, but I tell you what, this Florida man is really impressing me. 2019 WSL Big Wave World Champ. We'll have more for you on all of these surfers in the water when we return to Pipeline from the VANS Pipe Masters 2023.
Love, hate with Pipeline. Some days you paddle out and you get the best wave of your life. Some days you paddle out and you don't get a wave. That's just how it goes. I've never been the most competitive surfer. I love competing. It's just like, it's a hard thing to do.
Aloha kakahiaka ka ko e komo mai. Welcome into the booth. Aloha to you all out there. We are live from Pipeline on the beautiful North Shore of Oahu. I mean, look at that KK. That just looks like if you're dreaming and you're a surfer, it's probably the view you'd want to see.
It does look very dreamy with that salt mist in there,
yes,
doesn't it?
It does. That's the Ehukai. So this beach park is called Ehukai. It's named Ehukai Beach Park, and it's the mist that comes off the back of the wave that you know, glows red in that sunlight. So Ehukai Beach Park, and you've seen some of that Ehukai on the mountain there. We have 13 minutes and 40 seconds remaining. Heat 4, round 1. Few replays for you. Balaram stock. Oh no, it was Justin Quintel up and riding on his first wave.
Just kind of shut down really quick.
Yeah, with that northerly direction, if it's not a shorter one on the left, it will shut down. Cassius King opening his account. Nice, beautiful pocket ride there.
Little bit in front of that one.
Yeah, just filling it out. You know?
If he could have stalled.
It says that his last surf wasn't at Pipeline, was in 2020. So definitely looking to get the heebie-jeebies out. Pipeline can definitely give you that little feeling in your stomach that oh, maybe I'll wait for the next one. Especially when you don't surf it all the time, and every once in a while it becomes your turn and the one comes, and
you're like, do I want to get pounded right now?
well, it's kind of like, well, for us it was like you had no choice.
Yeah, that's true.
Like if you didn't go,
don't ever expect to get one again.
I mean, yeah, it's just, you don't want to be the guy that pulls back on the best wave of the day. You know what I mean? And Pipeline will definitely give you the wave of your life. And right now, speaking about beautiful waves, Billy Kemper in blue, 24 points, beautiful 8-point ride. Justin Quintal in second here with two, smaller scores, stuck behind. Cassius King got a roller coaster ride. He did a merry-go-round on that one. He kicked out that back door, and unfortunately, there were sets out the back, so he had to go for the good old paddle around on the Pipeline Channel, and he's getting himself back out there. Speaking of Pipeline Channel, I want to give a big shout out to the men in black on the side, the Hawaiian Water Patrol, for always being there for each and every one of us, every one of these surfers in the water, every surfer that came before us out here at Pipeline. We're so very thankful and honored to have the North Shore lifeguards and the Hawaiian Water Patrol there for us always. Well, coming up next in a few minutes, we have Joey Johnson, Mikey Wright, Luke Shepardson, and Riao Ito for you folks to look forward to. And on your screen there, you see the man himself, Joey Johnson, who has been on an absolute tear since his wave at Backdoor last year. I mean, look at that. He has his own cheering squad. Look at that. Reminds me of the brothers from the west side back in the day at the one-way signs when Dane and Johnny Boy and all those guys used to surf. Uncle Moki Raposa guys used to come down with the one-way signs.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Back in the Pipe Masters a long time ago, Johnny used to surf for Tawny Country, and Craig Sugihara, a big Tawny Country crew back then.
Imai Kalani, looking at that one, he hasn't got a wave yet in this heat.
There hasn't really been any waves in this heat. Only Billy's wave was the real only wave that actually showed any true scoring potential to make any kind of difference in this event.
Imai Kalani just requalified for the CT, and he got two of last year's best waves out here. Both lefts, even though he said he was actively looking for the rights.
Sometimes when you look for something too hard, you don't find it, and you just kind of get what's there. You know, and Pipeline has a special way of giving you what you're supposed to get.
Sometimes it's licking.
On the head side of the quarter and on the tail side of the quarter. Pipeline loves to reward and take it away, and it has been rewarding. That man that you just seen on your screen there with the red helmet. Talk about helmets a little bit, Keala. And a little bit about the safety aspect and how much more we see helmets in the water. I mean, I think I see one on Cassie's head now. But helmets are really making a comeback out here at Pipeline.
No, and I think that's smart. I mean, how many of our friends have had super heavy head injuries? You know, some of them almost not making it.
Oh, yeah. I mean, point in case, Kalak Grace. He wasn't
Cole Christensen.
Oh, yeah, I remember.
Dusty Payne.
Helping Cole out the water, and he had this stuff coming out that was from, we'll probably not say that on TV, but it was a very bad head injury. He is very thankful to be alive and here today. I was with him at the Eddie Aikau ceremony yesterday, and lucky thing he had his flotation vest on, because he got knocked out. If he didn't have his flotation with the helmet, if he didn't have his flotation on, he would have drowned.
I think all the safety precautions are a good idea. You know, I used to go surf down in Mexico at Puerto Escondido, and guys don't like to wear a leash there because they don't like to break their boards. You know, if they wipe out in the barrel and they have a leash on, it keeps the board closer, and there's a better chance you're going to break your board. But I was there one time. This big wave surfer from Northern California, he took off on a wave backside like 8-footer and just mistimed it, and the lip put his head into the deck of his board, knocked him out cold. He wasn't wearing a leash. So the board washed on the beach, and everybody's like, oh, there's a board here. Where's the surfer? Where's the surfer? We couldn't find him. Everybody was looking for him. 45 minutes later, they pulled him up, and, you know, by that point.
And that man on the screen right there, Mr. Billy Kemper. We have a replay just in time of this beautiful wave there. Nice positioning. Threading the needle.
God, that was an amazing wave.
I mean, I don't think he could have done it too much better on that wave.
He rode that perfectly. Got out just in time before that section.
Doggy door. I mean, if that's
perfect
picturesque pipeline wave, I don't know what it is, and you can tell by his body language right there. That was the claim without the claim.
That was a subtle claim.
That was I didn't claim it, but I did. And you can see that tape there on his foot. I think on your screen now, as he was laying down, you can see that tape on his left foot. 24 points nonetheless on one wave. Billy is sitting in a pretty good position to make something happen here at the VANS Pipe Masters. And what a dream it would be for any of these 4 surfers in the water to actually win a Pipe Masters. What do you think?
Did you ask me a question?
Back to the lineup. Billy Kemper in first, Justin Kittel in second, Cassius King in third, and Imai Kalani'ifo looking to open his account here at the VANS Pipe Masters. And speaking of Pipe Masters, what would you say a Pipe Masters title would mean to one of these surfers?
Oh, I mean, it means everything. You know, this is like the biggest. Getting a Pipe Masters title is like one of the biggest titles you can get in professional surfing. You know, this is the Mecca. This is the proving ground. So to come out here and win against the best at Pipeline.
I mean, as you can see on your screen right there, 2022 Balaram Stack, 2021 Crosby Colapinto, 2020 John Florence, 2019 Italo Ferra, 2018 Medina, 17 Jeremy Flores, 2016 Michelle Perez, Adriano De Souza, Julian Wilson, and still champion in his own right, 2013, the greatest surfer ever, Kelly Slater. Oh, we got some more. Joel Parkinson, Kieran Perot, Jeremy Flores 2 times. Taj Burrow got his name in the mix. Kelly Slater, Pete Durbridge, and the Irons 2 times in a row. And Mr. Jamie O'Brien, the internet sensation himself, has a Pipe Masters champion. I mean, look at that. Andy Irons, Kelly Slater, Johnny Boy Gomes,
Bruce Irons. A lot of Kelly Slaters.
Legendary names in there.
Derek Ho. Tom Carroll twice.
There's Kelly
Tom
Slater
Carroll
again
3
in
times.
the 90s.
Yeah.
90s, 2000s, and the
decades
and the
decades
20s.
of Pipe Masters champion.
Oh my gosh, I mean, some of the greatest surfers you know out here at Pipeline on these lists are there. Simon Anderson, Mr.
Dan K.
Thruster himself, Uncle Dane,
Michael Ho.
God rest Uncle Dane's soul. God bless him and his family. Legendary Hawaiian world champion, I would call him.
And Jerry Lopez.
And Jerry Lopez, Mr. Pipeline.
Mr. Hackman.
Wow, that board he's riding looks like something Jerry them probably would have rode back in the day, a little bit bigger, a little more meat on the bone, and it didn't seem like they had to take off as underneath back then. Those boards caught the waves a little better, or I'm not sure what it is, but it seems like a little more foam out here is your friend, because if you're not catching the wave,
then you're not surfing.
Exactly. And I really don't know what that was all about.
He looked like he was in a rodeo. He looked like he was riding a bull.
Maybe he's just giving you guys chance right now, you know. It is 3 minutes and 39 seconds left in your heat 4 of round 1. In blue, Billy Kemper in first with a 24-point ride. Imai Kalani'ifo opened his account with that wave. Break this down for us, Kiki. I'm not sure the mentality
Looks like his
behind
fin
taking
almost
off
slid out of the water right there, and he was just trying to get his balance, like readjusting, and maybe a little bit of backwash. I don't know. It just looked like a very bumpy ride. Looked like he was trying to kick stall and just kind of lost. See right there, and his board just slid.
Yep. Side slip, boogie woogie.
Side slip.
And you are not winning the Pipe Masters with a wave like that. That's for sure. Justin up and riding again in red. Nice little head dip. And I want to apologize to my buddy Caius King for not saying your name correctly, buddy. Mr. Caius King out of Byron Bay, Australia. One of the hottest surfers to date, especially coming out of that area. And nonetheless, a VANS athlete extraordinaire here today, competing against Imai Kalani Default, Bailey Kemper, and Justin Quintao. We're almost to the 2-minute mark of this heat, ladies and gentlemen, and fireworks.
Looks like some waves approaching. We got under 2 minutes.
A little inside one on the way.
Let's see if any of these materialize.
They don't look like they have that stack on them. They kind of look flat. Once again, coming up in the next heat, we have Joey Johnson, Mikey Wright, Luke Shepardson, Mr. Eddie Aikau, invitational winner, and Ryao Ito from Miyazaki, Kyushu, Japan in your next heat. Right now we're focusing on the countdown of heat number 4.
Oh,
1 minute left.
This one might be something right here.
So it looks a little stretched out and soft. Little Monster Mush-ish. Pipeline doing its best impression of Monster Mush there down the road.
How was that one in the first heat, though, where he took off on the whitewash and then stood up and then the thing just like doubled up on the inside?
Oh, yeah. That was a good one. We only have a few seconds left, and it looks like Billy Kemper will be taking the highest wave score. I mean, right here, there could be a right out the back. You never know. This could be something right here. Looks like a little double up. The surfer's not looking too excited. 30 seconds left. Here in Heat 4, your heat leader, Billy Kemper. In second, Justin Quintao. And everybody in this heat really looking to put that one score on the board like Billy did, to really get up there on the leaderboard and make sure they have one in the bag to build upon. And once again, we are done with heat number 4 of round 1. My name is Makua Rodman and Keala Kenley. We're signing out. We'll see you guys in a second.
Giving it back to Salama.
I don't know where Dr. Cliff Capono is, but this is Salema Masekela joining you. I think Cliff is making his way. I believe we'll also be joined by Tosh Tudor as a guest in this heat. I'm still trying to recover from the performance that Billy Kemper put in. As I'm sure Makua Kai Rothman pointed out, Billy on that broken foot.
Billy.
And just, he sent me a text last night. Actually, I said to him, I said, hey, are you really going to go tomorrow? Because I saw, he showed me an x-ray of his foot, the metatarsal, still clearly broken. He said, there's something in my body telling me that I can do this. I'm just going to do it one wave at a time and go for 10s. He gets one wave, gets the highest score of the event, and finds himself up there amongst the top of the leaderboard, as we are now in Heat 5. And this morning, we talked about what the sun could do and how conditions could be how conditions could vary. But talk about how conditions have changed from this morning when we woke up in our early heats to Heat 5 now, Cliff.
Yeah, it's definitely seemed that the winds have picked up. It's a bit more groomed. Just probably within the last 10 minutes, we're starting to feel a bit of a sort of west wind. Not typically the most favorable wind, but is it weak enough and light enough to keep the waves, like you were saying, or Makua Kai was saying? Is it enough to keep it barreling? Is it going to provide a bit of opportunity for air wind? We'll see as the day continues.
As we see our lineup for Heat 5, Joey Johnston in the orange, Mikey Wright from Southern Australia, Luke Seppertson, and Ryaru Ito from Miyazaki, Japan, a cucumber farmer.
Cucumber, I remember that from the last.
Cucumber farmer. And how about Luke Seppertson? What, literally like a Hollywood story. Like if they were going to make a movie about a surf story, Luke Shepherdson's win at the Eddie Aikau last year would be the story. As you see, there he is, Billy Kemper, warrior. I mean, no stranger to overcoming physical obstacles. You remember his injury that he had in Morocco a few years back in 2019 when he fractured his femur, blew out his knee. Ironically, this fracture on his left outer metatarsal also happened going back to try and explore another wave, a massive, ridiculous-looking wave, right slab hybrid point thing in Morocco. First day out, gets his foot caught in the straps on a wave that looked like it was about 50 feet, and leg doesn't come out, ends up with this fractured metatarsal. And as soon as he got home, this was, mind you, only about 35 days ago, he says, I'm going to figure out a way to be in the Pipe Masters. And when I remember when he sent me that text, I was like, all right, this is Billy, so I'm not going to like rain on his parade, but also like, you just sent me your x-rays. That's not possible. But this guy, through the things that he's experienced, a lot of hardships growing up in Maui, the recent loss, the loss of his brother, the recent loss of his mother, all these things have make him more focused. He's crowded out the noise. He's chosen sobriety to focus on family and just relentlessly believes that if you do the work, you can achieve anything. And his just being here is a testament to that.
Totally, the hustle.
As I believe Mahina Florence is with the bionic, we'll call him the bionic Maui man, Billy Kemper.
I got an x-ray.
Yeah.
Mahina.
Yes, I'm here with Billy right now. There's kind of a little theme going on. You got the highest scored wave in your heat and in the contest so far, and you're injured. So walk us through everything that's going on right now.
Well, first of all, I just want to say thank you to VANS for putting on this event. You know, the Pipe Masters, this event is a childhood dream, and I went to school across the street here. I've watched Bruce, I've watched Andy, Derek Ho, Michael Ho, everyone win this event, and I'm just so honored to be here and to be able to compete, represent my family. I got my wife and my kids here. All of my friends are here, so big thanks on that. As far as the injury, after the Sunset event, I flew across the world to go surf this big wave that hasn't really been tapped into, and I broke my foot basically in half in 3 places. I broke the 5th metatarsal, and there was an option for surgery, but I got a really good team. Mossy Reynolds, I hope you're watching. We decided to go with stem cell injections, PRP, just a bunch of hard work and just dedicating myself to being really healthy. And the goal was to try to be ready for this. And Tuesday I got an x-ray and there's still a break right down the middle in half. And I surfed the other day on that swell, caught a couple waves, and my mind and soul felt a lot better than my body, and I kind of just went with my instinct this morning. I wasn't too sure if I was going to compete, and my family was here, and I don't know, I felt a good vibe, and just the energy was right. So I'm happy it worked out the way it was. I was just patient and just really waiting for the waves I wanted to ride.
Well, you absolutely nailed it. I think you covered everything, and we're stoked to see that it went well, and I love the smile.
I'm happy. I'm super happy. I haven't been surfing. I've been watching Nate and everyone get so barreled, and I'm just like so hard this time of the year to be hurt in your own backyard. But I'm healing day by day, and yeah, I'll just be going wave by wave and see where we end up.
And I do have to ask that, how do you handle that mentally when it is a crazy time and you see people get like, what is your process?
You know what I got going on at home. I got 4 kids at home, a wife. It's 24/7 at my house. The surfing is where I disconnect. There's no Apple Watch on my hand. I'm just all vibes and just being present in the moment when I'm surfing, and that's the best way to just kind of like. I haven't been watching the waves too much. Being hurt, I've just been kind of living in the gym and just trying to recover and stay off my feet. I broke my foot. It's the first time I've had an injury on my foot. So it's a little different. It's the less you move, the better you feel. And you know, I'm at a point in my life where it's just like, just really enjoy every moment we get, because this stuff doesn't last forever, and I'm just always grateful to be here. And I mean, to say I can put on a show for people, that's a dream, you know. I'm living a dream, so I'm just super grateful and honored to be here.
Okay, well, we're going to take you off your feet. Thank you for your conversation. We're going to throw it back to everyone in the commentating booth.
Thank you,
guys.
Thank you very much, Mahina. And I mean, right there with Billy speaking to the entirety of it. Talk about growth.
That's what you know, I think there's a Billy we've come to here. The Billy is like, I'm out for blood. I'm out for everything. And this is a bit refreshing to hear a Billy that is, hey, I'm taking it day by day. I'm just stoked to be here. Oh, that's a growth. Yeah, it's beautiful, Billy. Killer hustle.
Yeah, I think for a long time, because of the things we were talking about before that he's been through, you know, some really, really challenging circumstances coming up, this feeling of like needing to prove and using that as fuel to do the incredible things he's done as the big wave champion, you know, to make that incredible Triple Crown run he did a few years back and start getting wild cards, etc. But he's really settled into like, I got it all. I got my family. I'm here. I have this career. And like you said, to hear him say, like, you would not have heard of Billy Kemper 4 years ago saying, I'm just taking it wave by wave, day by day.
Awesome. No, great shout out to Billy. Congratulations on just that. That in itself is a huge win.
But we are in Heat 5, and we've got a great lineup. As I think we've got Tosh Tudor stepping into the booth right now to join us as a bit of a lull here in Heat 5. Have a seat here in the middle of us.
Get up in here,
young Tosh. Young Tosh, who's been getting so many waves out here the last few weeks. When we talked yesterday, you were like, my body needs a little bit of a break.
Yeah, my body has been through the ringer as of late, honestly. There's been, fortunately, so much surf and been having a good time. Oh, Joey.
Joey Johnston.
Yeah, it's always just so nice being here, and the everyday life and like wave-wise, it's just nowhere like it, really. You just end up surfing for 10 hours every day, and your body's just good.
When I ran into you a few days ago, I used to stay with Joel Tudor, with Tosh's dad. I don't know, the first time I came here almost 20 years ago, we were living together at the VANS house, and that was how your dad did it. As we have a look at
Joey Johnson.
Back door.
Joey Johnson coming in handpicked by Nathan Fletcher himself for getting some incredible waves last winter, and then again this year, early season. So Joey putting on a show. He's not full-time surfer.
No, he works on communication towers.
Really? Like over 200 feet in the sky. This kid will climb up and install stuff.
He replaces parts. He's painting them. He's up above the sky. That's his full-time job. But he had a Wave of the Winner nomination a couple years back. He's that when he's not working, he's out here putting in the time. And how about, you know, to have a legend like Nathan be like, no, this is my guy. Yeah. This guy represents the everyday surfer.
Sure.
Joey's dad too. Back in the day was a legend. Like I had an old surfboard of his dad's in our house that my dad like bought at a swap meet or something. And I've watched videos of his dad like in old surf movies, like in Blazing Boards and stuff. Just, oh my goodness, so sick.
Blazing Boards.
Yeah, so it definitely runs through the heritage, and it's cool to see.
Those were my first surf movies. Was Blazing Boards, Beyond Blazing Boards, Son of the Last Surf movie. That was my introduction to the sport.
Really? That's
changed
awesome.
my whole life. But I was saying before, your dad was here was like first thing in the morning, 3-4 hour session at sunrise, come back in, eat, go back out, do it again. He was putting in those 8-10 hour sessions. How much did that influence your approach here?
Obviously a lot. Like, I'm so fortunate to be able to have the upbringing that I had, and getting to have him as a dad and like a mentor really helped with just like having the same love of surfing and just like not ever wanting to go in. Now he doesn't do that anymore. He's kind of cautious, just slow-moving jiu-jitsu guy. But
I can hear him speaking at the TV going, I'm not cautious.
Yeah, he's probably
just selective.
But yeah, I'm very fortunate for that. But yeah, here we go. Is someone going to go on this
We
one?
got Luke looking, speaking of the working man's surfer, Luke Shepherdson.
Literally winning the Eriaka, winning Waimea while he's working.
Joey, working man.
Slow down.
Is he?
Oh, man. God, that would have been a mega one.
People are just going for glory right now.
But winning the Eddie while he's on his shift as a lifeguard, literally surfing heats between shifts, wins it, and then goes to work and works a shift like right after winning the event.
Yeah, Luke had the Eddie previously run, I think the one John won. Luke was out there that morning before everyone, surfing on that massive swell. Ended up getting a stinger. Luke's just telling me the story yesterday that went to the hospital, tried to refuse care, telling them, please refuse care. Up Joey, sending it, the working man, packing, backdoored. I think he thought he could make it to that end section, but
or like get the doggy right there. But
yeah, but without that pump, he held that line. Maybe with the pump. Oh yeah.
Man.
Opting to wear helmet. Good choice.
Yeah, good choice. How shallow is it there? When you fall?
I mean,
Definitely,
3 feet.
it's definitely not shallow.
Definitely not shallow.
But yeah, Luke, he ended up trying to refuse service because it was such a big deal in front of everyone. He's saying they had to take him to the hospital to like, we can't just let you out. You got Luke here just saying, guys, let me out on the side of the road. I'm fine.
Out of the ambulance?
Out of the ambulance. Gets to the hospital, throughout everything, gets delayed. The contest ends. He get back down to the beach. He surfs after John won that contest. So, you know, again, there's these individuals and these special people within the community, all communities that we have across the world. We know those special people, given the opportunity, their life will be changed, but they will change other people's life with their inspirational stories. And Luke Shepherdson is one of those people, as we all seen.
Yeah, guarantees. Like, he's just one of those people. I'm like, I wouldn't be surprised if they made a movie about his life. Like,
Mandalorian.
He is the way.
He is the way.
Yeah.
Also in this heat, we got Mikey Wright of the world famous Wrights and Co. At this point, like
I don't even know. He's so gnarly.
You just look at him and you're like, oh, you're a human weapon.
He's just so consistent in like big waves compared to a lot of people. I feel like his comfortability in heavy situations and just like being calm and like just, I don't know, maneuvering his board so well is so incredible to watch. And
watching his part in that quick movie this year, to me, like he was already a level above, as we see Eli Olsen, who somehow now is 31 years of age. The waves that this guy has been charging the last few years.
This guy,
madman.
This guy got thrown by Jason Momoa.
Yeah. But besides getting like thrown by Outer Reefs, gets thrown by Momoa, breaks his arm, and still competed last year.
Yeah.
In his stuntman life. But yeah, back to Mikey Wright, like the statement I felt like he made this year, like we already knew he was gnarly, but he's on another planet.
Another person who's so gnarly that I feel like is very underrated is Ryaru Ito.
Oh
An absolute psychopath. Like if you're ever in the water with him at Pipe, it's pretty incredible to watch.
Luke taking off, late drop slide. Oh.
That was all sideways.
Luke is from his bio sheet, he doesn't have new boards. He rides hand-me-downs.
He likes them broken in.
Yeah, he likes them cured.
Warmed up.
Likes a cured glass job.
Yeah, he's got a couple of mayhems from Griffin, Colapinto, Arakawa from McKenzie, McNamara, and then a board from Gabriel Villarin. Yeah, he likes them worn in.
Kind of smart. He's just like, well, these guys rode these boards.
Yeah, these are tested.
Yeah, these are already tested. I don't have to worry about it. Oh, Ryaru.
Ryaru. Oh, he's got the M&M hairdo. Is that too old, Eminem? No, that's not.
Oh my.
A little sun in.
Yeah, that's the hydrogen peroxide one.
Please
from
don't
from Miyazaki.
Oh,
Japan.
Here we go. Right, backdoor looking, stalling.
Wow, Mikey. Wow.
Bonus,
double
bonus.
section. Let's see if he's going to do something at this end here. Grab Rocletti.
Try and kill the wave with a little mid-face turn down.
All right, Joey.
No, making it?
I thought for sure that was going to be third time's a charm after those other two
Joey's going for
closeouts.
broke.
On any of like Joey's crazy waves, you can just hear in the beginning of the clip, Joey, like every time. Like, that one crazy ride he has, that's like just engraved in my brain is everyone yelling, Joey, and then he somehow made it.
Yeah, Mikey, right. We're going to probably get a replay coming up soon to see what that. Oh, here we go. Taking off kind of on. Oh, no. This is Ryaru kind of on the apex. Nice, clean barrel. Maybe a little behind it would have got him a
He's got
bit
a
deeper.
really cool style.
Yeah, style for sure. Mikey. Same, kind of right on that cusp, but that next chandelier or next section kind of helped him out there with a nice cut. I think that giving some variety in the performance is going to help with the score. Always looks so much better from behind.
Yeah.
Oh, here we go again. That was a nice section that threw over him, and then that grab rail. Trying to add in the maneuvers, get those scores up.
And Joey.
Joey boy, packing them.
You got to get that pump at the right time on those, huh?
Yeah, it kind of seemed like it faded off the reef too. So it maybe that was a more north one that didn't right.
Again, you know, if you're used to watching traditional WSL events, this is a WSL sanctioned event. You're like, wait, where's the best two-wave score? What's happening? 3 judges. Best possible score out of 30, as we're not throwing any scores out. We're just taking those 3 scores and adding them into one score. And that is how we move forward. Best 3 waves in the event, excuse me, in the heat. And like you said before, like it takes out the variance of the high and the low, and you get what you get.
The error, yeah, no error anymore. You got it or you're not. I guess only the human error of what we see with our eyes.
There hasn't seemed to be much variance between the 3 judges.
Right.
Yeah, they all agreed on Billy's wave, right? Just 8, 8, 8.
Let's talk about Billy's wave.
That was pretty cool. that was sick.
Yeah, well, we'll get to that, as I believe Holly Wan is on standby with Kira Pink.
Hi there, guys. I'm here with Kira Pinkerton. She had a little bit of a flogging this morning out there in the free surf. Tell us about that.
Yeah, I kind of was trying to rush to come in and didn't know what I was doing and got stuck at back door and broke my board and got held under for a few waves. So I got a little rattled, but I think it's like a good preparation, I guess.
Yeah, nothing like a good flogging to settle the nerves. How long have you been here, and how's the prep going? And how many more floggings have you had?
I've been here for like 2 weeks. I'm just trying to paddle out every day and just assess the different situations, and I've pretty much gotten beat up every time I paddled out, but I'm getting used to it, and I'm just stoked to have gotten a few good waves over here.
Yeah, I'm stoked for you too. I hope you get a few this afternoon. Looks like it could be good.
Yeah, I hope so. I think it's cleaning up, so hoping we can all get a few opportunities and have a good heat or something. I don't know.
I'm looking forward to watching. Good luck.
Thank you.
Cheers, cheers guys. Thank you.
Thank you, Holly. The casual nature in which Kira just described what happened, we'll talk about a little bit, but as we see, driving Ryaru with a spit. That's what he came for right there. That was cute.
Someone eyeing down back door.
Mikey.
Oh,
the crowd is screaming behind the.
Looked like it might have pinched a little bit early.
Yeah, as the period shortens and the swell dies, it's kind of not really pulling that water off of that reef. It's kind of now more top heavy.
Does it get a little filled up?
Yeah, and then you're not seeing those same. I mean, they're still out there, but you can have a tall wave on these short period swells, and it's not going to throw as far as you would say on a longer period where all that energy just stacks on top of itself and then heaves.
It's
into
got
the
that
flats.
north angle too, so it's kind of like with the backdoor winds. It seemed like this morning when I paddled out, it was just kind of going out to sea a little bit too much. Unless you get the Kanehe wave, it's just not gonna happen.
The wave heard round the world. You see Mikey.
Yeah, see that lip kind of hits mid-face instead of really heaving into the flats. But Riaru's wave, he looked like he found a pipeline gem here with a nice spit. That spit just kind of accentuates the ride a bit, you know, as the barrel is expanded and it compresses. That's where the water really shoots out. So some waves, they may not spit as hard if the barrel grows with the wave. If you notice some of even the backdoor waves, if they stay really big, they don't necessarily spit and cannon as hard as the pipeline waves, which compress in the barrel.
As we're taking a look at Riaru Ito, this kid has been charging slabs around the world, but he really says that it's been his dream as a young cucumber farmer in Japan to make his mark at pipeline, and now he's getting that opportunity. Could you imagine what that must feel like if that's from a place so far away and watching obviously the amount of Japanese surfers who have made a mark, and to be like, I want to do that too.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, just seeing the Japanese surfers out here, like Takayuki Wakita, having like his own part of the reef named after him. Like if you're from Japan, like that's so notorious, like the Wakita Bowl, and like to be able to go and try to leave an imprint like that or similar to it is pretty special. And Taichi has done that, I think, and Riaru's, in my opinion, like one of the best non-local surfers that like gets to come out and surf. I've seen him spin on waves at Off the Wall and just on like Wakita Bowl that I'm like, oh my goodness gracious, like that is crazy. But yeah, I think he's doing a great job.
That's interesting to hear how your generation out at Pipeline, you see there's a strong Japanese presence.
Yeah, definitely.
Whereas maybe generations above, they were maybe fewer and far between.
Yeah, I think so. They definitely have a strong presence out there. Like it's almost like they have their own little zone, like just sit deep, and they just have no fear.
Luke trying to find something on the back door, maybe a
little bonus section here.
Oh, yeah, didn't quite make that.
Just machining. As you saw that the leaderboard, Mikey Wright already up there in the top 5, sitting in that 5th position. I love this. I love this leaderboard. This ability to be kind of, you're out there with your competitors, but you're competing against the field.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and knowing that this could completely change.
Yeah,
this afternoon or
3
the next day.
opportunities.
Yeah. Oh, we got crowds on the beach supporting.
Benji, reigning supreme, huh?
I mean, Benji is #1 on the leaderboard, followed by Makana Pang. Billy Kemper with essentially one wave.
One wave. That's literally what he said he was going to do, and he did just that. And Mikey Wright already throwing his name into the mix. And I love that these surfers get to do this for 3 rounds. Yeah. So like literally it could be your final heat, and you could be down there at the bottom in the 20th spot, and you could put it all together.
It seems too like where Mikey really moved up was barrel into a maneuver,
right?
Where no one quite has done that besides Russell Berkey, I would say.
Which felt, I didn't see the front angle, but when I saw it from the back, I was surprised. I thought that score was going to be a lot higher.
So that says underscore. Let's just put it out there. I would agree.
I didn't see the looking into the barrel angle, but when I saw Russell Berkey score, I think I was with you outside. Yeah. I was like, wait, did I miss something?
Yeah. No, I think there's a. Well, that's what's interesting, and this is the strategy. This is competitive surfing here.
Right.
This is where, you know, the people who are seasoned competitors, they're looking at scores. They're looking at waves. They're either on the camera, watching on the TV, or they're down in the booth and or in the competitor area, or they're on the beach hiding, but they're taking notes and they're saying, okay, now if Billy just grabbed his rail.
Oh,
sorry to interrupt.
All right. What's up?
I think he's
waving.
He's waving. He's saying, I too did not approve of that score. Gosh, this place is magic when you're just like, oh, and cue the humpbacks.
Yeah. So now for you to see those types of things, like as you now, from a competitive standpoint, say like in a contest where you say, okay, get barrel, do a turn versus out on a free surf. Are you taking that out into the water, Tashi, or are you kind of just, this is for contest and then I'm going to kick out?
No, I definitely think like I've had waves where I've come out and then I'm like I'm just stoked when I just kick out, and then I'll have a friend be like, what the heck, like why didn't you do a turn, like what were you scared of? That's what my dad would always tell me, what are you scared of, hit the lip. So that definitely started to get engraved in me, so I've been working on it. But I think like in a contest like where like something like this, like it's like highly how would you say, like suggested, or like to do more after you come out of a wave, like do a turn, do an air or something. You definitely learn from that, and then like you can take that into a free surf and be like, you're looking at the section, you're like, oh, like if I was in the contest, I would have hit this. Like maybe I'll do that. I'm not doing that. I'm not doing an air, but I'm sure for some people.
That guy might do an air.
This guy might do a flip.
Might be do a flip. I mean, arguably, perhaps one of the greatest, not perhaps, one of the greatest, if not the greatest, all-time performer overall at Pipeline in over the years, Jamie O'Brien, who somehow now is 40 years of age.
Wow.
And having more fun than ever. Also a complete YouTube superhero, as I'm sure he's doing double duty right now for the vlog.
I'd say he's
GoPro.
Yeah, there he is, giving a little shout out to his psyched followership.
And he's dug deep this year. You know, he self-admittedly said, hey, I got out of shape. I was up in the 200 club, my club, which I was psyched to see him in, and now he's no longer in it. He lost like, I don't know, 20-something pounds. He's down to like 185. Started posting videos of himself training like a madman, and feels like, okay, I got like another 10 years in me if I invest into my body, but which we've seen from so many others. I mean, you look at the GOAT. Look at Kelly right now, like what, 51, 52 years old.
Ho.
Michael Ho, 64 years age, of 64, 65, absolutely dominating and charging out here. So the length of possibility, if you are willing to do the work and invest in what you love, we've seen with Kelly, we've seen with Uncle Mike. How cool would it be to see what Jamie might be doing as he acquires more wisdom to go with the knowledge and skill set.
More GoPros. More angles.
More angles.
More psych.
More.
One of the all-time greatest, Jamie O'Brien, coming up next.
Yeah, congratulations to him. And somehow or another, this round 5 is a wrap. Mikey Wright, the most effective player, the only one to make it into the top 10 from that group. But again, we're going to get to see all of them again for a couple of more rounds. But it's got to feel good though to come out of your first heat and know, like, okay, I'm in the mix.
Yeah, totally. Even to get an idea of thinking, okay, let's chalk that up and let's move on to the next one, because that's maybe not my strength. Short period.
Yeah, that's the other thing, is that there are a plethora of possibilities that we can experience conditions-wise.
Who is this?
Straight into it?
On the
Who's that?
That's somebody coming
looks
in.
like
Oh, that's Koa. Rothman.
Was that Koa?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, look at that. Koa's like, okay, I'm
starting
gonna,
up.
I'm gonna get straight to
Jack in. Yeah, this next heat, Mackay McNamara, Eli Olsen, Jamie O'Brien, Cole Rothman. This is the specialist heat.
This is the heat that
this
you
is all
definitely don't want to be in.
Say again?
I said this is the heat that you definitely don't want to be in. Like, oh my goodness.
Yeah, think about the amount of legacy in this heat. When you think about
Mackay,
Koa and Mackay,
Yeah,
Jamie.
those are some pretty notorious last names right there.
Yeah, kind of familiar. Mackay McNamara, of course, the son of Liam McNamara, nephew of G-Mac.
Cool, first wave, as soon as the horn, calling off Eli.
Wasting no time.
Little cute barrel, went to do the turn, opted out. Eli wanting to make sure he doesn't crumble it for his fellow Celsius bro.
Look at all that technique, all that little fun technique in there, you know, like the stall, little two-hand drag, getting up in that early angle.
Well, these are those days that, you know, when they're not perfect, because any one of these guys out here, when the good one comes in on the best days of the year, one of these guys are probably on.
Yeah.
So they're not really wasting a lot of time catching these sort of waves that they are kind of forced to make decisions on today. So it's an interesting situation. Again, they get the best waves at pipe. So when pipe's not its best day, what is going to be their strategy? It's interesting to see amongst themselves now, because they are kind of in the same boat now. They're all going back to the waves that they didn't need to catch for 10 years.
Right.
That's really true.
Cole Rothman following very much in the footsteps of Jamie O'Brien as the modern day content creator pro surfer, as having
Eli.
a look.
Just getting the feet in the wax,
Eli
maybe?
going to do a turn.
Smash him.
Into a layback. Come out. All right, crowd's
light
approving.
shampoo.
Just more of a maneuver, pocket ride. See how he gets rewarded for that. Big shout out though to Eli. Eli has been on probably a majority of the rescues out of pipe the last 5 winters. Eli Olsen, his brag, training, life-saving skills coming into play. Eli, just a real, I would say, like a strong warrior for the wave, but also for protecting the surfers there.
Yes,
was there for Joao, and he's there. You know, I would feel safe surfing with Eli.
You also want him on your side in the event you're in a bad situation where people maybe don't like you. Eli.
Violence is chosen.
Eli is someone you want on your side. He's not a violent person, but he is capable, if necessary.
Yeah, Eli's such a nice guy in the water.
Well, Tosh, thank you, sir, for joining us. We look forward to having you in the booth again.
Thank you so much.
And I'm sure we'll see you packing some waves in the coming days.
I sure hope so. Yeah, I'll try my best. But yeah, thank you for having me.
Right on.
It's like there's some. Oh, what's going on here?
Wave.
We got Jamie.
Is it Jamie?
Okay, Jamie's looking. It's got to be a good one.
I mean,
pumping.
Oh, wouldn't it have been weird if he somehow found his way over that foam ball and up into the high line? We've seen him do it 1,000 times.
Okay, McNamara.
Oh.
What?
No.
Whoa, that would have been hectic.
We talked to anybody before about, like, these are the guys. These are the guys who are, if they're going, it's because they believe they can make it, and they've done some impossible things. All these guys have gotten 10s out here before, so the sky's the limit, possibility-wise. As on the beach, part of the impressive bearded gang of surf warriors these days. Mikey Wright is with Holly One.
Hello guys, yeah, I'm here with my friend Mikey, and he just got a pretty nice backdoor one to add to the leaderboard. How'd it feel?
Yeah, it's all right, I suppose. Yeah, it's good to be able to get a couple, no crowd around, so you can just sit where you want to sit and paddle in, not rubbing shoulders with someone. So, no, it's fun.
Yeah, and you've been hanging out here with your wife and kid, Darby and Shanae. How's that been? How's it been treating you, and what have the days been looking like?
Yeah, it's been pretty cruisy. We wake up in the morning, Shanae stays asleep, I take Darby for 2 hours, I go put him down to sleep and I go surf, so it works out pretty good. And we've been hanging on the beach and surfing rockies when it's smaller and bite when it's been fun, so that's been good.
Beautiful. Look forward to seeing you in the next rounds, and have a good arvo.
Thanks, Holly.
See you, mate.
Thank you, Holly. That definitely was a conversation between two friends. And Mikey says he hasn't really been surfing at home. He's been more just enjoying being a new father, going hunting, and for the most part, like hunting and fishing, and then like actual surf trips is when he surfs.
Yeah, not a bad program, it seems.
From his performance in the last heat, clearly.
Looks like that west wind, there's kind of a bit of texture on the water. Will this cause issues for the surfers?
What does it do then when we get that west wind?
Well, you just start to see the grooming comes from the opposite angle than we're used to. So it's just, again, these are conditions that aren't typical to pipeline perfection. So it's nothing, I would say, that's non-contestable. It just provides new variables where this crew probably wouldn't be surfing out there. Here we go, Jamie. His pump, he does this thing where he pumps with the rail, and it just might have, that breath.
Yeah.
Might have pulled him back, vacuum cleanered him back into the foam ball.
But really, like, probably one of the greatest to do it when it comes to that backhand pump.
Totally.
Grab rail.
Totally. And then Mackay, late drop, right behind the boil, pumping, kind of attempted that same style, just ran off the reef a bit too quickly. But again, dropping in behind that boil and giving one pump up the face and then holding that line, trying to step on the gas.
Not a small wave.
Not a small wave. Probably would have been a really high score.
Yeah.
Yeah, these, again, what's the strategy for the pipeline specialist? Looks like he was rewarded, barely rewarded. Again, these are not even close to making it out. You're not really getting the score. But it's interesting to see the difference between Mackay and Landon in their approach to pipeline, where you have Mackay sitting kind of right there on those bowl double up sections, where you have Landon that is waiting for massive ones
out the
to
back
come through.
Yeah,
but just huge ones.
Mackay says that at the end of the day, surfing pipeline is much more of a mental game than physical. What's your take on that? Where does the mental come in specifically?
I think the mental is a lot of the confidence in yourself, in your equipment, in your decision, because the reef at pipeline, there are many points to the reef, and there's those that it's more difficult in there's risk and reward, and there's the more difficult parts of the reef, it's a little bit more rewarding. But you have to have that confidence, and you have to understand, in order to be there, you deserve to be there. You don't have to, feeling bad for your friend who's a bit deeper, or feeling, scared that you're going to drop in. These are all things that you have to think about. And look at Jamie; he's having conversations out here with his
10 million plus followers.
Shout out, bro.
And we did a poll amongst the field for the Pipe Masters this year. And the best male surfer ever at pipeline, according to our field of competitors, Derek Ho. Yeah, at 26%, followed by John Florence, and that man that we were just watching, Jamie O'Brien. But man, Derek Ho, as a kid, watching the dance that he used to do here.
Sure. Oof. That's a lifetime relationship it takes to build that sort of performance out there. What's interesting about this poll is that a majority of the younger competitors thought John was a more impressive pipeline surfer, and the older competitors voted in favor of Jamie O'Brien. And with John's brother, Nathan, actually voting for Jamie O'Brien, saying his command over the lineup is what puts him into the higher.
I mean, when you have the ability to take a soft top and casually navigate waves that can kill you at Pipeline in the way that Jamie O'Brien has. To take a kayak not built for these water and literally like skillfully navigate barrels in waves that can kill you. And then to get on conventional craft and just be, I mean, let's not forget the coming out switch or taking off switch, coming out regular. Like it's another level of comfort that he's playing in literally in his yard.
What year was he was a trialist and he won the Pipe Masters?
What's that?
The year that he came in as a trialist and won the Pipe Masters. That was early 2000s.
Right, yeah.
Jamie O'Brien came onto the scene from a trialist, like the lowest seed, went through all the trials. And this was the era of Andy and Bruce and guys like Wardo, Kelly. You know, like you're talking about Parco, Dingo.
Yeah.
There was freaks out there that Jamie took down as a kid.
And made a name for himself, as we see.
Mackay going right, backdoor. Oh, decided not to.
Going to run off on him, and I think we'll use this opportunity to take a little break. Stick with us. 17 minutes and change here to go in Heat 6 at the 2023 VANS Pipe Masters.
What will I do with $100K if I win?
Holy sh! It's $100,000.
Hopefully in the future to buy a house.
Down payment on a house. That's been one of my goals.
Get a car. I could build a sick tree house.
Maybe buy a car. I don't have a car yet.
Go further into my addiction of cars.
I'd buy more vintage cars. Buy a brand new Rickenbacker base. I could buy 20 bases.
Just realistically, I'd probably use it to live.
And there you see a beautiful crowd here on this just picture perfect day on the North Shore of Oahu at Pipeline. Early this morning, before the sun even came up, all the parking spots in and around this area on the street were taken, the legal ones and the illegal ones. A couple of people definitely going to be getting back to the beach. This is a free event, but some people will be paying for it in the tickets on their cars.
Definitely out there on the lineup.
Make sure you pay attention to the arrows, friends.
Yeah.
Park here, but don't park there. This is a little bit of a slower heat in comparison to what we've seen earlier. And again, the manner in which Pipeline can change its faces in just a few hours time compared to what we saw this morning at daybreak to even an hour ago.
Yeah. I mean, as the conditions change again, how are these folks choosing where they want to go? Left, right, straight, over, under?
Jamie sees something he likes here. Scratching.
Navigated that
one.
barrel.
Throw it.
Oh, wow.
That's what we came for.
I think he's probably going to get a better score for this just because he went for that.
Did you see the way he sort of was baiting those guys as they're like paddling out? He's like, oh, they don't see it. They don't see it. They don't see it.
That's the Jamie O'Brien that we all come to love. Again, being able to, he has a personality. And really, I think he developed this personality from perhaps being out there at Pipeline and knowing that, wow, like he has an audience. You know, maybe he has developed his own unique way to interact with that. As like you like to say, these dance partners, it's not just the wave, but also the crowd. And how do you mislead, or how do you kind of take the forward step first to get what they want? Jamie dropping in. Again, kind of taking an over-exaggerated bottom turn to slow down and then finish the barrel with an accent.
Almost chucked that 40-year-old full road.
You see how he kind of extended? It wasn't just like a locked into it. He could just try to go straight through, pin line it, but he kind of exaggerates, stalls into that
It's like
barrel.
almost like a stalling bottom turn just to give it a little patience to set up.
I'm sure he had. I wouldn't be surprised if he waited a bit to be able to lock in, to come out, and then he knew, okay, here's my exit. Nearly stomping that.
That would have been amazing. It was amazing regardless. And again, the judges are going to reward you for throwing something on that end section, but they're not going to deduct you.
Sure.
Like
Yeah.
the score was in that incredible navigating of that barrel. Smaller barrel, but super technical.
Yeah, those are also. Where are you landing? He had somewhat of a cushion in the whitewater. You know, we're going to see people in the contest, I'm sure, if the wave provides it, going into the flats. Sort of like a Matt Mayola sort of
perhaps
flat
slightly
master.
younger knees.
Yeah,
to the flats.
Yeah. You see guys like Italo out there that are, they don't need the flatter the better, I guess.
Italo, Gabrielle, I mean, just unafraid to send it from 10 feet to flat.
So now we got the crowd kind of starting to spread out. Now it's Mackay moving more into the backdoor area. Over halfway through this heat.
This heat has, for how slow it's been, it's also felt like it has flown by.
Yeah. We see some people down and off the wall as well, trying to look for those glory waves.
We talked about Jamie O'Brien. You know, one of the things that has impressed me is, like you were talking about earlier, the fact that he had to like build a reputation also in the lineup and wasn't afraid to talk a little smack or even talk publicly about who he has, you know, friendly rivalries with in the lineup. But what he's done as the modern day surfer is no longer required just to show up and wear the thing or do well in a contest or do a video part. Like, your job as a professional surfer now is to be your own content creation vehicle. And what Jamie has done for the rest of surfing in providing this model of storytelling what your lifestyle looks like and your expression of what surfing means, he's created this situation now where millions of people that don't even surf maybe tune in because of what they're able, but about the manner in which he sort of preaches the gospel of surfing. And now you look at Cole Rothman, who's also in this heat, who's got his weekly YouTube channel that he's grown to almost 180,000 followers and others. And I think it's really because of Jamie provided the blueprint of what it looks like to take your career into your own hands and not just trust that sponsors are going to be there for you or you're going to be able to win contests. Just sort of create, if you want to create this life of a professional surfer in this 21st century, you have to do it all and put it in your own hands. And he's done it incredibly.
He's the entrepreneur. He is North Shore's entrepreneur. You know, creating business when there is none, and that has kept his career thriving. I would say his career is still thriving very much in the upward trajectory.
Yeah.
At 40 years old, you know, and then now you have the younger generation thinking, okay, you know, like Koa, like Nathan, and then you got people like Eli who are a part of mass media in terms of like cinema.
Yeah.
You know, he's always on some sort of adventure somewhere.
Yeah.
If not surfing the biggest.
Speaking of adventure, always on some sort of adventure somewhere, Mahina is with.
Well, we were with Mason.
The man who's an adventure in his
Real
own mind,
quick,
Mason Ho.
Mason's got to go. So what board are you going to ride on there?
I got a 7.6. I was going to ride a 6.9, but I seen a nice wave, so I'm going to ride on my nice board.
You said no plan, but are you going to go left, right?
Oh, maybe both. Maybe both. Yeah.
We're going to go both ways. Okay. Thank you for taking a second to talk with us. Sorry. Thank you. Yeah, I know.
The secret tip, paddle out 10 minutes. So nice.
Bye. Thank you.
Oh, you talk about a one of one, and that is Mason Ho. As you see, Noah Beshan also running out for that heat. we looked into the field that we were talking earlier about what people's quivers look like. Mason literally has from a 4.9 to a 9.8 that he will ride at Pipeline given the conditions.
Yeah.
And he's not a large human being.
No.
But opting for he said 7.6?
Yeah, 7.6.
Yeah.
That's something that I'm very interested to see what he's going to do. But Mason's one of those freaks that
especially
airs.
He said, I saw, I was going to ride a 6.10 or something, or 6.7. He said, but I saw one of my waves out there, so I'm curious to find out what that means.
Yeah, yeah. Good wave for a good board for a good wave. He's seen a good wave. So it's going to be interesting to see 7.6. That's big. That's probably one of the bigger boards ridden today. People looking at this. So Mason might have a strategy, and you know, for how fun and carefree Mason's character is presented to the world and curated, Mason is he's highly intelligent and calculated in his pursuits. So don't think, oh yeah, Mason just maybe. He knows what's going on. Looking like Uncle Mike in the early years. That stash, bro.
Yeah, that stash is strong.
That's a certain industry sort of stash, if you know what I mean.
Oh, legacy stash.
We'll call it the legacy stash.
How's that paint job? Incredible.
Oh yeah, I mean, he's got to have color on his boards.
No tail patch, just wax front to back. We love it.
Looking like a baby swallow on that thing. Yeah, he's looking at it. He's like, yeah, this is what I want. Maybe it's not what he wants.
Thinking?
Uh-oh.
Looking back out. Board caddy, where are you? Oh, what do I do?
Yeah, he's probably getting some noise from Uncle Mike probably in his.
Hey, can you grab my other board real quick and bring it down? Always invited.
Oh, he is rethinking it. It's up on the wall. Now we know where it is.
How funny is it that we saw that body language? Because usually he's sprinting out there like a little cat, but
he went flat.
It went flat, and he said, "Listen, the story hasn't been written yet. You don't have to stick with it." And now even probably in his head, he's probably like, "Oh, am I doing the right thing? Okay, well."
Hopefully we get a post-heat interview of this whole situation, because this.
Yeah, that's awesome that we even got to hear him make that call in real time.
Who's he calling? Burger?
Maybe Burger or Tiger, I heard. Let's see.
Oh, maybe Tiger.
But 6 minutes to go, and if you're these four competitors right now and you've been frothing all day, how's this?
Hugs?
Get the hug. Yeah, say, hey, thanks, brother. Appreciate it.
Same paint job. Wow, so you don't know. He's trying to do the switcheroo. He's telling everyone 7.6.
Similar
but
paint
then
job.
He grabs his 6.10. We're on to you, Mr. Calculation.
And leaving the 7.6 on the beach, maybe just in case things change.
Trying to throw off the scent.
But how about these guys right now? Where's their heads at? When you're in a heat like this and Pipeline just goes low.
Oh, yeah. I mean, they're looking at Billy's wave. They're looking at Benji's wave. And they're just like, come on. Jamie's up there, though. Jamie's
you know what?
Top 3 now.
Jamie's is an accumulation of waves. So you think about Billy's cumulative score. That's from one wave, right?
Didn't he do that last year, too? He had a wave that was so high scoring that it threw him into, I can't remember. It's
but Jamie's sitting on that with just staying busy and getting he's gotten 2. Is it 2 or 3? 2. Not the biggest, but solid little technical waves.
2 waves, 2 million followers. I don't know.
420.
It's coming
To
down.
go. We'll pulse out the back. For those of you who got that number reference, I salute you. And do what you do when you hear that number. Because we are hoping that some waves.
4 minutes. This is enough for a set to come through. The sneaky.
Earlier today, you know, on that north, when that north was really showing itself, the waves just kind of felt like they were popping up. They weren't sort of stacking out the back. They just kind of popped up out of nowhere on that short period.
Yeah. And you don't have that reference too of when it's feathering out the back and you see the water, the white water breaking either from out past Second Reef, or if you look down towards Pupukea to the north, you see these indicators of what's happening.
And here's how we got here. This
Cool.
was a early wave.
Cole Rothman's first wave as soon as it
that was
turned
literally
on.
like right at the start of the heat.
This is Jamie. I think he was too deep on this one and trying to pump through it, and it gobbled. And you can see the vacuum of the air sucked back into the barrel from the water angle. Makai too, just a little too deep on this. That must have been the wave Mason was looking for.
Right.
And then here we go. The Jamie stall barrel to aerial attempt. We're gonna have to maybe wait for the Instagram for Albie to let us know how much rotations that was in the air.
That thing was incredible. And then chuck that newly minted 185-pound frame into the sky.
You look at the replays and you see who's in the back. Eli and Cole are just like dead-faced, staring like, did he land it? Barely guaranteed fall.
But for how the heat started, it's got to be just a little frustrating.
Sure.
There was a nice opening flurry that you're probably thinking in the, like, oh, it's on.
There could be something coming right here. You see the kind of feathering out the back.
See some.
Yeah, Jamie sees it.
Bumps out the back here with 2 minutes to go. Start with a bang, maybe end with a bang.
That's what it is. Look,
Shall
now
see.
it's the nerves. Everyone's like, up, move position. What am I going to do?
Oh, especially when you've been sitting for that long.
Oh, they're like, please make it in
What's
time.
my opportunity going to be? Let's go. You see the drone just above them, ready to take it in. Who's going to get the glory shot?
That's interesting too. Now, not only the whitewater on the points, but the drones. When the drones come out, you're like, oh, set. There's unnatural signs of when waves are coming.
Having a scratch.
Makai didn't take the bait. Waiting for it.
Wise choice.
Yeah. Yeah, these there's something coming. Are they going to get it in time?
Or is it going to pass?
Seems like no one's really looking backdoor anymore. Seems this whole heat is looking at pipe. Maybe because it's just not staying open. 1 minute now as the heat winds down. We got Jamie scratching. Is it a trick? Or is it the real deal?
He was hoping that maybe that thing was going to...
Yeah, they are. They're going to get... Someone's going to get a good wave.
All right. 47 seconds to go.
Who's going to get the last laugh of this heat? We got Cole looking, Jamie, no one hoping this last wave is gonna give them something up. We got
boat weight coming off of Eli's board. Scratching.
Eli's putting in the jet burn. No one.
That's frustrating.
Oh,
that
man.
Whole set just... Why didn't those waves hit?
You know, again, there may be too much water on the inside reef now from those first two that came in that broke. Bathtub, you know, it didn't give that same runway. But yeah, usually sometimes that happens when those first two waves put too much water on the reef. It's not giving it that pull off to break.
Right.
Well, it looks like Jamie came out on top. Not surprising.
And it looks like I didn't... I see Kayla Kennedy is joining us, and here comes Makuakai Rothman as well. Hi, Kayla.
What's up?
A little sluggish that last heat, huh?
But the one before it, though.
Yeah.
The one before it, though,
That
was fire.
Fire and ice.
How was that Jamie barrel to air rotation.
We were loving it. We were hoping that he was going to get to right away, but judges clearly loved.
There he is coming in
all
now.
of it.
Got the GoPro.
Yeah,
he's probably filming an episode.
Oh, for sure. He's double duty.
Yeah.
He's out here earning like and subscribes.
Smash it. Smash it.
Like and subscribes.
Killing it.
Also love the football pads.
Oh yeah.
He's
safety
like,
gear.
He's all about the safety gear now. Helmet all the way down, as it should be. All right, gonna pass the mic over to Makua and Keala. Take it away here for Heat 7.
Right. Thanks, guys. All right, if you're just joining us, we are at the VANS Pipe Masters 2023.
Yes, we are. Looks like we have Noah Beshin, Mason Hole, Matthias Hurdy, and Michael February in this heat.
I wonder what size board Mason's riding.
Oh, probably 610. Looks like maybe.
Oh, we got a paddle right here.
Up and riding, we have Black Michael February on a screamer.
Coming out.
What a wave.
That was sick. I want to see the other angle.
That was 2 minutes into the heat. He was on that thing. Rocking and rolling. I mean, he has one of the smoothest styles in the game. Hopefully we get to see a replay of beach angle of that wave. That looked pretty
Yeah, that's
sick.
the angle I want to see. All right, here's the replay.
Oh, you see how that thing started off a little smaller, but then starts growing down the line?
Nice pump
Look
work.
at that.
He's got to be pretty stoked with
His
that.
boards look really fast. When he pumped
Look,
out
he
of-
had the little stall, and then he's like, did a couple pumps to get the speed again.
that last pump right here, look, woof, you see how his board kind of, that board looks like there's good projection on it, and right there really just takes off. Pulling in nice and deep. Beautiful
ridden.
backdoor wave. And he's got himself a wave on the leaderboard right now. Mr. Michael February, always a treat to watch Michael surf out here, especially with that super smooth style. It really, really works well in this type of waves, especially that front hand over here at backdoor.
Just waiting on those scores.
I see my brother in the last heat.
Yeah, I was going to ask you, how does it feel watching your bro? It would have been funny if you were commentating while your bro was out there.
I really would have liked that. I was actually, I didn't even really get to see the heat. I walked up to the end and I was like, oh, my brother was surfing. And he's really good at what he does out here at Pipeline.
One of the best.
Yes,
It's in the blood.
Definitely charges. Like we were saying about the bro thing earlier. I don't think if I was as hard as I was on him, probably wouldn't have been as good. And now he's great. So stoked for my brother Cole Rothman to get out there, represent for us all here on the North Shore.
It looks like that first score for February is coming in at a 15.10. So solid score.
Looks like fives across the board, kind of. In the lineup right now, as you can see, all of our surfers opting to sit pretty much the same spot on the reef.
Well, this is an all regular footer heat, huh?
This is a all regular foot heat. Yeah, so needless to say, they'll probably be hunting that down the line backdoor wave. I'm not sure if it's the tide or what it is, but nonetheless, throwing it down to Mahina Florence once again. with Pipeline's very own Jamie O'Brien from that last
Yep,
heat.
we're with Jamie. Now, Jamie, you were the first to attempt the air out there. Was that due to you were thinking about criteria, or did that just come naturally?
You know, I was kind of thinking criteria. I was like, well, this is a smaller wave, so if I get on this wave and I try, after I get barrel, try an air, I could potentially get a higher score for a smaller wave. So I kind of went for it, and they threw me a decent score. Yeah.
And now they asked some of the surfers who they thought the best was out there, and obviously you were in the top. Will you give us a breakdown on your history out there, your learning curves, and where you are today?
I think really the history is just putting the time in and knowing the faces and the people that come before you and come after you, and at the same time the same era as you, and understanding who's who in the lineup, you know, and putting your time. And putting the time means, you know, unfortunately, you know, going to the hospital, breaking both legs, so many injuries happened to me out here and friends, and yeah, I don't know. I'm happy to still be here doing what I'm doing at the age of 40, and I feel like I'm the best I've ever been, and I'm the best I've ever felt, and I mean, why not give it my best shot again?
And you did mention you're 40, and you are the fittest we've seen in a long time, and we want to commend you on that because that's a lot of hard work. What pushed you to start kicking it into gear with training?
You know, honestly, you kind of get lazy and just sit around and think that you got it all done, and you don't really need to, you know, put in the hard work and the training, and kind of getting rousted a lot online. It kind of got to me, and I was like, ooh, yeah, you want to see? It kind of motivated me, you know, like people trying to bully me online. But it's kind of good. You know, it kicked me into shape, and I'm in the best shape of my life. And, you know, I lost over 20 pounds, and I'm just like, all right, I feel great. You know, there's no excuses now. It's time to surf good and enjoy being fit. And I got to stay this way, you know?
Well, I'm sorry to hear that you were getting bullied. No one likes to get, that's a bummer.
Good.
But I do love that you took that as an opportunity to just better yourself and feel better. Now, we noticed you're out there with the GoPro.
Yeah.
You were talking to it. You were messing, like just casually. What was going on with the GoPro?
I was just kind of doing like a little vlog. I was going to release it today, just kind of like, you know, in the water, surfing the Pipeline Masters. And I felt like, you know, it's just a normal thing for me to use a GoPro out there. It's just a natural thing that, you know, a group of us do, like Nathan and a few of the other guys. And it's super fun to document your surf session. There's crazy waves, no bashing. Yeah, he probably just got a huge score. It's all happening.
Yeah, well, thank you for paving the path of like vlogging. We got to give you credit on that with the GoPro and everything, and being an inspiration for everyone out there. So we'll catch you soon, and thank you.
Thank you. Let's go.
Right on, Jamie O'Brien.
We just
one
had
of
some
the
action.
Best, one of the best to ever do it. And speaking of action, we did have some action. Looked like Noah Beshin out the back on an absolute doozy. Jamie O'Brien, no stranger to bullying. Growing up his whole life, it motivated him. And here we go on this right in red. Noah Beshin taking off. Oh, that was one of those waves down there at Ainsbow. It looks like going towards off the wall already.
Wow,
He's sitting wide for that one.
That was some distance he traveled in that one.
What a beautiful bottom turn. Pulls up.
Going so fast.
Nice long wall. I mean,
good thing he had all that speed. He needed it.
Here you go again from the front side.
Kyle just traveling.
Oh, beautiful, beautiful wave, man. Can't believe it. Michael February in the lead for the moment, with Noah Beshin just behind, and we actually have a special guest here in studio with us now. This is Molly Picklum. How are you doing?
I'm good. Thanks so much for having me.
How's it going? So how are you feeling? What's the vibe like with the women about the conditions? Are you guys excited to get out there?
Yeah, I definitely think this morning was nice. I saw a bunch of the women out there and everyone was just watching it, feeling that fresh energy of the morning, and now obviously seeing it tapering down a little bit and just settling in. It's a lot nicer. So
it's definitely cleaned up a bit.
Right, yeah, I agree. And yeah, I don't know. I think the girls are pretty frothing, but I think we'll have a little meeting out the back and just get the safety down pat, and then helmets on and we're on.
The nice thing about the difference between the morning and when you'll actually go out there is you're not going to be competing with like 50 guys, and you can actually like sit where you want and choose your waves, and you're going to get that chance to get, it could be the best wave of your life.
Proper. I mean, that's the dream. That's the dream, being part of the Pipe Masters, right? Just getting time out in the lineup with no one out.
So what has been your most memorable experience so far in the VANS Pipe Masters?
I mean, taking it out for sure was pretty epic, and then just exactly what you were saying, like having no one out there and just being able to breathe out there, you know, and just see waves come in. You can see it a lot clearer and you understand the lineup a bit better, and it's really chaos sometimes when there's so many people paddling
all
every
over each
wave,
other,
splashing. Like sometimes you can't even see what's really happening. So I think it's just nice to get out there and digest what's actually happening.
Absolutely. And then your long-legged tights are your pipe-legged signature. Are you going to be wearing those today?
Yeah, for sure. The long jane, I love it. It just keeps everything nice and
tight.
Exactly.
Good sun protection.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, that's why I started wearing it. I got so sunburned. I was actually in Indonesia, and it's fine. It's like half a mil, so it's mellow to wear. And yeah, I don't know. It keeps me safe. It won't really do much if I hit the bottom, but that's all right.
Little protection there, huh?
Maybe a little bit.
Beautiful, beautiful. But that last wave of Noah Beshin coming in at 24.1, and up and riding here we have a straight hander. Oh man, it's a trip to see people compete out here all the time.
Mason Ho. Oh.
It's the theatrics with this
How was
guy.
that front-handed grab? So stylish.
So technical.
I love watching Mason surf.
I love it too. It's amazing. Mason is one of a kind.
He really is.
How about that backside, front side, left side, right side?
Straight off,
grab
eight
rail?
off.
Kind of Dr. Seussius out there right now.
Mason's crazy, huh? Every time you see him run out for a surf, you're just smiling because you don't know what
He's
you're
just a
gonna get.
nice guy. He's just got the best little personality.
And the replay right here, Kiala, walk us through this.
All right, so he starts grabbing with his backhand, then he moves to his front hand, then he moves back to his backhand. Watch, he takes off right here, grabbing rail, and then he releases that backhand and grabs with the front hand, and then he switches it up again and just like holds on through that section.
Wow.
So tricky.
I mean, look at that, just like a little gorilla coming through the mist there. Mason Ho with
Style
the
points.
style coming out even, you know, bottom turn and all. I mean, this boy really can do it all. I mean,
And ride it all. I mean, he's got his quiver is has the most diversity. He's got the shortest board and the longest board in his quiver in this event.
oh yeah, and like I said, that's got to be at least a 6'10" or a 7'0" right there. You can see the length, but you can see also how easy it was for him to catch that wave.
It's wild, huh?
What type of Molly? What, if you don't mind me asking, what type of equipment are you going to be riding out here today?
I feel today, I mean, depending, I'm tossing up between the 6'4" and just get some paddle power, but if it drops a little bit, I'll go my 6'2" quad. I have an older board that is a 6'4", and I'd normally say it would be a quad, but it's a thruster, and yeah, I think out of those two boards is what I'll be choosing.
Beautiful. And up and riding again here, we have
Noah Beshin.
Mr. Noah Beshin. Getting a little too greedy on that one, stalling a little too hard, going up and over the falls in that barrel. What do you feel the difference is between your quad and your thruster out there, Molly?
I mean, I don't get enough waves to really feel the difference, honestly, but from what I can hear and the little things I've felt is that if you're driving through a foam ball and it just creates more speed, it's got a bit more traction. You can control a few more little finer details when you're barrel riding. Here we go.
Oh, here we got February.
Style.
February.
Got lipped in the head and hung on.
That was nice.
I love it. What a
Noah's-
beautiful little tuck in and tuck out that was. Getting stuck in that little vortex there. Couldn't even grab his board for a second, but Pipeline definitely has a way of speeding you up or slowing you down. And talking about equipment and paddle power, I heard you say, Molly, you know, and just seeing the fact that you haven't got a lot of waves out here, watching Michael pull into this wave right here, just kind of getting up there, getting down and out. I mean, how would it feel? How could you explain to us what you think it'd feel paddling into a second reef roll-in out here and getting the barrel of your life? What would you think that would feel like?
It makes me smile very big. Wow. Firstly, I feel like I'd be so scared, but I mean, if the opportunity's there, you kind of got to go, right? Especially in those crowds, and then obviously the opportunity out here when you don't have crowds, that's kind of why it gets a bit more scary, because you can get the waves this time.
Yes.
But
Kind of puts you on the spot, right? You're
yeah,
like, well,
straight in the spotlight.
yeah, I'm like, I'm the only one out on the peak. Like, this is my wave.
Yeah.
You know, there's nobody behind me to call me off. Like, it's up to me right now.
When it's your turn, you have to go, and that's why sometimes you got to be careful what you ask of pipeline, because when you're sitting in the spot and that one of ones do come, you better be really committed, you know, 100% going all the way, because I think the most important thing about pipeline, besides, you know, surfing out here a lot, is actually committing to the wave fully and not going halfway, you know, and that hesitation factor really is a big thing out here at pipeline, especially when the waves are second reefing. Right now, I think you folks are going to have a wonderful time out there, and I can't actually wait for you guys to get in the water. But up and riding, we have
Is that Mason again?
Trying to slow up.
just the absolute little screamer right now. What a wave from Mason. I mean, what can you say about this guy? He comes from legendary bloodline. His uncle, first Hawaiian world champion Derek Ho, his father, I think it's the GOAT right now. He still surfs pipeline. He's been surfing the longest out of anyone. Surfed in the eddy. I mean, there's a little head dip right there from Surfer in White. And good attempt by Mr. Hardy. But back to Mr. Michael Ho and the accomplishments that man has done and is still accomplishing to this day. We really would like to shout out Uncle Mike and his accomplishments on this race.
We love you, Uncle Michael.
Board size, going back to 6'2" or 6'4". Looks like the women between a 5'0" and 6'10" range, with an average of 5 foot 10 inches. The men are ranging between 4'9" and 9'8", which I imagine would be Mason Ho's quiver. He has the most diverse quiver, with an average board coming in at 6 foot 3 inches. And I wonder what the average leaders would be out there, Kiala, if they had that stat for us, as you know, body size.
I got a fun stat for
vary.
you. Mason has already switched up his equipment once today.
Oh yeah?
Mm-hmm.
There you go. As in, from this morning surf to his heat, or?
I think so.
Wow.
Mason,
Unless he paddled in after getting one barrel and went out and got a barrel on a different board.
I was going to say, it wouldn't put it past
I
me.
wouldn't put it past that guy.
No way.
Well, knowing that Mason does have the biggest and the smallest board in his quiver, it doesn't surprise me if he was to get barreled, go and change his board and go back up. But here we go. Another awkward wave for Noah Beshin. That was really uncharacteristic, as this boy is one of the smoothest surfers out here to date.
Wow.
They're talking about smooth.
That was smooth. That was butter.
That was a crowd pleaser, that one.
That was a jump place to jump off on right there.
Shallow, yeah.
Oh, he could have rode down a little further, but nonetheless, Michael February. We were just talking about Smooth, and Mr. Smooth himself comes right back. Another beautiful ride at Backdoor Keala. What was your favorite size to ride out here at Pipeline? Competing or not competing, Keala?
I think just like a step, like 6'4", 6'6", you know, on the bigger days. Just a little bit more for the paddle, but, oh, here we got a replay of Mason.
That wave
traveling
was a doozy,
just
and he's riding the bigger
right
board
in time,
for sure.
too.
Look how early he gets into this wave. And then it just rifles off right here. Look at that thing, it's doubling up, hitting the section. Mason Hole coming out, and I mean,
So much style.
Nothing wrong with a little bigger board, huh?
He makes it look easy on a bigger board. Some people look awkward on a big board. It really looks like a big board under their feet. He makes it look like a small board.
I mean, he's just so silky smooth on his surfing, make anything look good, right? Sure, if he dropped it on the front door, it'd probably look pretty cool.
On a barn door.
Well, talk
And look
about
at this.
front door. We got Michael February at the back door, knocking
hard.
And knocking hard at that one, coming out. And Kala, if there was a piece of advice you could give the women competing in this event, because you are one of the pioneers, because you are one of the first absolute chargers and change the game in women's surfing out here, what would be your advice to these women out here competing today that may have never surfed here before?
I mean, my advice is you got the lineup to yourself. Like, women did not get these opportunities back in my day. Like, I wanted these opportunities, I fought for these opportunities, and completely empty lineup and just 3 other women would have been a dream to me. So just take full advantage, you know. You could get the best wave of your life today, and it's that opportunity's there, you know, just take it.
Thanks for asking that question. That was good.
I
That
mean,
was some good
when
insight.
have women
Thanks
ever
for
gotten this opportunity? Like, it has only
For
just
sure.
begun to happen, and so
It's such a crazy point for us as well, of like the appreciation we have for all of you girls, like paving the way and putting up with all the things you girls did.
Thank you.
And it's like, it's so crazy, and I'm only learning still just like the depths of what you guys went through to like,
it was
create
rough.
these
When
things.
I first started surfing pipe, the guys were brutal.
Yeah.
Like, they'd look at me and go, oh, it's a chick, and they would just burn me. Like, I'm so
crazy.
happy to see the guys giving the women respect out there. You know, I see the way that they treat you guys, and it's super nice.
Yeah.
You know, there's just a lot of love and respect in the water, and that's really cool to see now.
Yeah, for
There's
sure.
definitely a different level of attention to the women. And look at Michael February. Oh, and look at this guy.
Wow.
Silky smooth. That is going to be a monster score. That way.
That's his second huge score in this heat, huh?
Yeah. Michael February, I mean, he's got a 15 and a 14. If this doesn't come over 20-something points, I mean, maybe I haven't watched Pipeline that long, but I'll tell you what, that was a really good wave. And my brother Michael over here needs to get rewarded for waves like that. I mean, watch this thing, long drawn out, big bottom turn, 1 section, 2 sections.
I didn't think he was coming out.
Here we go, more from down the beach.
How was that huge drive?
I mean, look at that barrel. That thing was just so wide open.
I didn't think it was coming out because it got so much like whitewashy on the face, you know, it gets really bumpy. Look at the reaction.
Team Vans, another Team Vans rider there. I'm sure they were stoked to see that V flying through the barrel. And 7 minutes left. Michael February has put himself into a beautiful position in this event, just ahead of Mason Ho. And if you really look at things, Mason Ho and Michael February really have mid-range scores.
Is that the last score for Michael? It was a 14.2?
It can't be. I mean, unless...
Oh, no.
If that was his score, they better take it back and change it.
Maybe that was the score of the week before.
Yeah, it's that was definitely in the excellent range, I would say, especially for the conditions today.
It's so nice the conditions are holding off. It's just like
Such a beautiful day. Such a like sunny, gorgeous day.
There we go. 26 points.
That's more like it.
Okay. I was wondering about that 14 points.
Is that the highest score of the heat of the contest so far?
I was just waiting to make sure they had the right score up there because Michael February on your screen, ladies and gentlemen, in black.
With a 26.
With a 26
Massive.
point ride.
Come on, Judge.
Highest
9
ride,
points.
single wave score of the event so far. Followed right behind by Mr. Billy Kemper, Noah Beshin, and Mr. Makana Pang there with the highest scores of the heat so far. The contest. With 5 minutes and 30 seconds left. Surfers out there having a chat. Noah Beshin and Mason Ho, two local boys from right here on the North Shore of Oahu, talking story.
How good is this event where everyone's just friendly and chatting and
I wonder what they're asking Mikey. How good was that wave?
What's Mikey's reply?
How was
it was
that?
okay.
Oh, yeah, I was just kind of, you know, pumping through the barrel. I see him throw his arms up. And just bottom turn and just kind of went forward. Closed my eyes.
Yeah.
Yeah, you never see this kind of relaxed chit-chatting, you know, in a normal contest out here.
For sure. It's like,
Here we
it's
go.
nice to see
Once
it.
again, our current top 10 in the event: Michael February in first, Benji Brand in second, Makana Pang in third, and Mason Ho in that coveted fourth spot. For those of you who have just tuned in with us, we will be looking for the top 4 athletes at the end of the early preliminary rounds to go into a final, a 4-man final where all scores are nullified, and we are back to single elimination competition format, which will have one winner at the end of the day, who will be crowned VANS Pipe Masters Champion 2023.
Exciting stuff.
Very exciting stuff. Right close behind, 4th, 5th through 10th is, you know, one score away from really turning the tide and jumping into one of those 4 spots. As you can see, Ehukai Beach Park down to Rocky Point, over to Sunset Point, the Hawaiian Water Patrol. Here is a heat recap of Heat 7 of Round 1, the VANS Pipe Pro. Red, Mr. Noah Beshin right here from the North Shore of Oahu, threading through that barrel.
That's a long one.
Beautiful 8-spool section into off the wall.
Mason Ho, that front hand, backhand grab rail.
Just with the knick-knack patty whack. Give a dog a bone.
Give a
Let's
dog
go.
a barrel. Mason on the front side.
1, 2, 1 fish, 2 fish, red fish. Mason Ho is the blue fish. Look at that.
And Michael February.
And Michael
monster.
February is just
Rushing. Oh, wow. What a heat.
what a heat.
What a heat.
What a selection of waves. That was your recap so far of this heat with 2 minutes and 30 seconds left to go. Heat 7, round 1. Michael February, Mason Ho, Noah Beshin, and Matthias Erdi all looking for the coveted top 4 spots in our finals later on in the competition.
How's that heat 9? Can we just see this? Nathan, Ivan, John, the Florence brothers.
coming up.
We got a cracker coming up.
Hey,
my.
we got to stay in the booth for that one.
That heat is
Coming up is a
Florence
great
brothers.
treat. Nathan Florence, Ivan Florence, Emil Zermack from Tahiti, and John Florence. It will be an absolute dog-eat-dog fest. I understand they're brothers. Emil does not care. He wants to take everybody out, and he charges very hard. And I have a hard time believing they're just going to be like, hey, John, go ahead and take one more good wave off of us. They're going to be like, nah, we're battling for this one this time. This is for who is the reigning champ of the Florence is coming up later on today. And yeah, I mean, John has been the Florence forever, and his brothers have now solidified themselves as some of the greatest athletes to ever grace a surfboard. Talk about great athletes gracing surfboards. Kiala Kinley, who do we have
Is that
here?
Mason?
Look at him. He's even trying to do snaps out in the flat. This guy's all time. Look at him. I mean, we love Mace. Mace is, he's got to go down as one of the greats. If he's not in the Hall of Fame one day or something like that, I don't know, something's wrong. But Mason Ho is an absolute character, one of the sweetest human beings you'll ever know. Comes from a great legacy of great watermen.
And just the nicest guy.
It's just Mason, you know, he is who he is, and he's just, you know, genuine. It's hard to find nowadays people who actually be themselves and own whatever they do. And Brother Mason is the epitome of a stand-up, solid, respectful human being. And it just goes to show in his surfing how good he really is. We got 10 seconds, Kella.
Seth coming up
Thank
too.
you very much, Molly.
Yeah,
Thanks so
Molly,
much.
thank you for
Come and
joining
be
us.
with us
Good
in
luck in
here.
the event.
Thank
And,
you. I'm going to be trying to do the girls proud.
We are going to say aloha
us
to
proud.
Molly Picklum here in the studio. Your heat has now ended. Heat
Thank
7 of round 1 is now in the history books. Moving on to heat number 8. Sharifa, Ethan Osborne, Seth Moniz, and our very own co-host of the show earlier, Mr. Harry Bryant. Any predictions for this one, Kiala?
I don't know. Seth Moniz does really well out here. All the Moniz brothers kind of crush it out here. So
yeah, Seth Moniz, I mean, no
they
stranger.
got that local knowledge.
Battling Kelly Slater in one of the craziest heats ever.
Crazy final, yeah.
Got up and riding.
What do we got here? Oh, a nice little barrel.
It's Brada Harry. Brada Harry. I
Look,
love
he's gonna
it.
go for a trick.
We love it.
No.
Oh, I thought he was.
He was thinking about it. He was pumping.
Oh, yeah.
I saw him eyeballing that last section.
He was definitely eyeballing something. I wasn't sure what it was, but that wave was over, and he is on his way back out to catch something substantial to get himself up into the coveted 4 spots for our finals. And I actually see someone lurking around the booth over here. I'm wondering if he's going to step in here. I won't say any names until it's official. But if we could get him to walk in that door, it'd be cool to ask him some questions about what just went on
I bet
in
we
the
could
water
get him in
just a
here.
little while ago. Sharif, he may be riding one of my surfboards out there.
Oh, yeah?
He just came over last night and got 3
Is that because his boards didn't make the flight?
6'5", 6'8", and a 6'10".
Yeah?
So
His boards didn't make the flight?
he had a couple of brand new JSs, but I think they were smaller ones. And being a JS rider, he came over and got some more boards from the house. We are live here, Heat 8, Round 1 at the VANS Pipe Masters, beautiful pipeline, Oahu, the North Shore of Hawaii.
And there's Michael February coming in from that heat. He's got to be stoked.
Oh man, he's beyond stoked. I'm not sure what he's riding as for boards-wise. It looks like a China Islands maybe. But whatever it was flying. And we'll have
some words.
We'll have some words from Mikey soon. But until then, want to focus on this heat. And Holly, who do you have down there for us? Could you please get us a couple words from that man, Michael Fairbury?
Yeah, guys, I'm here with Mikey. He just had a pretty outstanding heat. Got a really nice wave. Tell me about that wave.
Oh, thanks, Hol. Yeah, no, it was fun. I mean, I don't know, I feel like waves out here, it's hard to remember because honestly don't get many out here. And yeah, that one was really fun. I mean, there was a lot of fun waves in that heat, and I felt like it was turning on because everyone kind of got some fun ones. And then that one, Mason didn't go, and I thought maybe I was too wide, but a lot of the ones just like ended up running off, even if you think you're too like wide. But yeah, that one was fun. It's just nice to get a wave out here and yeah, enjoying it.
Yeah, right before that wave, you got an absolute flogging went off the back end of your last wave. How blown were you feeling paddling into that second one?
I was so blown. I'm still like huffing and puffing. I'm exhausted. I was like, oh, am I gonna go in? And you just like find myself like right in the middle, and I was just like kept bailing, and even on the last bail, I was just like out of breath. I was like, oh, I might drown. And I finally got out, and I was like, oh no, here's a wave, have to go. And yeah, so it all was a good reward. Yeah.
Yeah, cool to see. And you're riding a thruster, and you got a twin pin up there. What was the decision-making process for that?
I don't know. I think pipe deserves a lot of respect, and I think I don't know. I'd rather just stay safe on a thruster, and maybe when it's smaller, you can take a twin fin or something. But right now, I'd rather just play it safe and yeah.
Beautiful. Thanks heaps, guys. We're having a sweet day down here, actually. The sun's out and the waves are cooking. Cheers.
Oh, pretty good.
All right, we just had Red up and riding, just a quick closeout there.
That was Sharif fall on that last wave.
And we got Harry Bryant.
It's Brada Harry once again.
Little nugget.
Oh,
nice
connecting
roundhouse.
dots. Wow, look at the whip in that cutback, huh? Harry's just whipping it out there, and he is not playing games. He is not taking prisoners. He is going on every wave, pretty much catchable, and pretty sick little waves to his merit. You know, just getting his feet in the wax, getting the job done, building the house, building confidence, and ultimately you don't want to sit too long at pipeline. I know it's a very important waiting game you play out here for the one, but
you don't want to start getting cold. I find when I sit out there for too long, your body starts to get cold. You start to tense up, and then, yeah, you got to stay moving.
Yeah, it's definitely something that you want to watch out for. It's getting too complacent here at pipeline, and guess what? Right now, these guys are not complacent at all. They are just going for it. Sharif on a closeout.
There's Harry's little...
And there's Harry Bryant. Brada Harry Bryant, as we've been calling him here. I mean, that's
nice
some
pumps.
style right
Yeah.
there, yeah. This part of his cutback, look, the wave kind of fizzles out, but look, oh, he gets some whip at the end of that thing. And, I mean, beautiful drone footage. Look at that from this guy.
Kind of a slow heat for waves compared to that last heat.
I mean, the last heat kind of just pulsed here and there.
Yeah, it really turned on that last one.
Right now, Harry Bryant with a 9.20 will not be enough in no way, shape, or form to get him into that top four. Nonetheless, like I said, building that house, getting the feet in the wax. And that was Eitan Osborne. That one looked like it could have had potential. That's the thing about backdoor. Sometimes those ones that you get the craziest waves on, they look like closeouts, but they actually stay open.
Yeah, and then the ones that look like they're going to be open, you get flogged. You just
Sometimes
never know.
the easiest waves aren't the easiest out here. You think, oh, this one's little, this one, oh, it's going to be a nice, easy drop. And it just goes, ugh.
Yeah.
On the dry reef, and the bigger one has a little more face for you to work with on the way down. And the pipeline's very tricky wave. You have to spend your time out here, or your wave selection will be off for sure. I mean, mistake me if I'm wrong, but I don't think there's anybody that came out here for their first time and just
dominated,
mastered pipeline. I don't think it's going to happen either.
It's always just a roll of the dice.
With 17 points on the board, Harry Bryant, Sharif Fall, 1.90, Eitan Osborne, 1.80. Seth Moniz is yet to open his campaign. That is somebody that is no stranger to waiting and actually putting himself in the best position possible.
Looks
to
like
get away
Harry Bryant again.
Riding.
Staying busy. Ooh. Oh.
Harry had about 3 waves that looked exactly the same.
I think that barrel was the best one so far, though.
Yeah.
And then that was a nice air at the end. Too bad he couldn't stay on top of that one.
Definitely going for it on that wave. Smaller inside wave, beautiful barrel, and taking it to the
air.
Sky
To the air
for his last maneuver. But just being around pipeline so long and watching this wave for so long, events, you are going to need something like an air to land it with a barrel to get yourself up there. And on your screen, you can see our judging criteria: commitment and degree of difficulty, first and foremost, combination of major maneuvers, of course your style, creative self-expression, wave selection, progressive, innovative maneuvers. Anybody want to come and do a handstand?
Barrel roll.
A little downward dog into the dog pound. Pipeline is always here and welcoming to the most progressive and innovative maneuvers in surfing. One of our judging criteria, but really the commitment and degree of difficulty, the positioning on the wave, how deep behind the curtain you are, obviously selecting the biggest and best waves that come to the reef, putting yourself in the most critical spot will get you the highest scores.
Can you imagine if they had this criteria back in Christian Fletcher's day?
It would have been very interesting because there was no real air criteria in Christian Fletcher's day. He actually invented it.
He invented it and he never got rewarded for it because it was so ahead of his time. They didn't even know how to judge those kind of maneuvers. Oh, here we go.
Oh, he blew out his shoulders, pumping. Oh, excuse me.
Is he all right? I saw him holding his shoulder there.
I'm not sure. We're going to have to wait for the official. Oh, looks like.
Oh, he's paddling.
Wow.
Huh.
It's kind of a snap, crackle, pop thing going on there in the ocean just now. Good to see all surfers feeling well and no one injured.
Again.
Again. That one would have been a little deeper. But those little ones on the inside, I'm telling you, at this size, they're gonna be hard to make it out. You know, it's a gamble taking those waves, and I guess there's no priority and all that stuff. So it's really, I think that's really what's missing from the sport of surfing right now is too much priority and not enough positioning and battling.
Let's look at the replay here. He had a nice drop, good line,
perfect position.
Good pumping.
This is his other wave with the air.
This is his other wave there.
Kicking it out. That looked Christian Fletcher is right there. It almost looked exactly like a Christian Fletcher air. I mean, I guess every air is a Christian Fletcher air nowadays. It's was kind of invented by the guy. And but yeah, the way he did that.
I like the little tail flick mid-air.
I like how he landed that. And tried to ride it out like on the lip.
Yeah, like almost like air to floater.
I think it got him to get that tail kicked out, and we might have a few special guests once again on our set. We have some legendary names from the North Shore to give you the most in-depth cultural, physical, competitive, spiritual enlightenment here at the Pipeline Masters, and to bring it back from the ages and some of the people that were here during the inaugural events out here at Pipeline. And it's really awesome to hear from those guys and see the perspective of where surfing once was at Pipeline, where it has gone,
the progression,
and
yeah, it's amazing.
It is now in this day and age. Hearing from our legends shortly of Pipeline is what we are looking forward to. We're also looking forward to this set coming in here. I see a few waves on the horizon. KK, what are you seeing on the screen now?
Could be a little action out the back. Surfers are getting into position.
And we will be back to show you these replays if waves are scored right after this fine message from our sponsors here. See you soon back at the VANS Pipe Masters.
The crowd and the lineup are almost interacting, and there's like an energy between them. It's like an arena. Everyone's cheering and freaking out on the beach. Who doesn't like people cheering for them? One of the first surf trips I went on after giving birth, I was like out of shape, fresh into it, riding a twin fin, and like paddled out at Pipe. Huge second reef set came in, broke on my head, pushed me all the way in. Not ideal. Good little wake-up call, getting back into it.
And just like that, we are back with a ride on the screen. What a treat to come back from break and see an amazing backdoor barrel ridden by Nonetheless and Seth Moniz. Seth Moniz was waiting for his opening ride, and we just had it come in back from break. We have standing by on the beach a legend in his own right, one of my dearest friends, one of the originators. Well, I guess we'll get back to him. We'll go to live action replay, Keala, of Seth Moniz's wave.
Beautiful barrel, nice pumping. Look at him stalling on the takeoff, and then he gets to work.
That was a really beautiful wave.
Perfectly ridden wave.
Super smooth, just easy. I mean,
He read that perfectly.
there was no death-defying drop. It was, he knew he was up. He knew he was going. You see the pack of Johnsons paddling out. John Florence, Ivan Florence, Nathan Florence, and Emil Zermack up and riding.
Harry.
Out the back. It's Mr. Bingo Bango himself, Mr. Harry Bryant, in the barrel again. I'm going to throw it down to Nathan Fletcher with a legend here at Pipeline, Mr. Mickey Nelson.
All right, I'm here at the 2023 Pipe Masters with one of my friends, heroes, a legend in his own right, Mickey Nielsen. And so I wanted to ask Mickey, because he was in the original Invitational Pipe Masters and he was an 85 Pipe Master finalist. What was the contest like back in 85, Mick, when you were in the final?
It was the biggest Pipeline Masters they ever had, and it was pretty good. It was out of control.
What was some of the other surfers that you were in the finals with?
Well, Mark Akalupo won it. Ronnie Burns got second. Max Medeiros, Rabbit, and Michael Ho.
All right, and so coming to this Pipe Masters, what do you think of the kids and how they're riding the wave, and what's the difference to the way they're riding Pipeline these days?
Well, they're riding smaller boards with the technology of the surfboards nowadays. Everybody's gone smaller, which makes it so they can do more radical maneuvers. But there were guys in 83, 84, like Tim Taz Fritz, that was doing 360s on a 510 twin fin at pipe. And Max Medeiros was riding a 6-1. But I like it. I like the invitational part of it, you know, because then you get the real pipeline surfers out here.
And what about the no priority? What do you think of that?
Oh, I love it. I love it, you know.
Okay, and so one of
to ask Nathan, could you ask Mickey what priority he had when he was out at Pipeline back in the day?
Makua wants to know, what priority did you have out at Pipeline back in the day?
My priority was, if you get me on some little rinky-dink interference call, you'd be out of the contest too. And I would too.
Okay, and so another quick question, because we don't really mention it, but Marvin Foster, also a master surfer, master at Pipeline. What was it like hanging out with Marvin Foster and seeing his approach to Pipeline?
Well, me and Marvin were like best friends since we were about 14 years old. So, I mean, it's just like me and you surfing. You know, we see each other surf every day. We pushed each other. That's what it was all about. It was just pushing one another more than it was trying to push other people. So.
Okay, and probably the last question, but who were some of your heroes and the guys that you looked up to being a kid coming to Pipeline?
Well, what was strange was a lot of my heroes like Michael Ho, Jerry Lopez, Reno Avalera, and people like that, I ended up being fortunate enough to even surf against them later on in life. So they all became my friends, you know?
Right. Similar to my own situation. Yeah, you're a kid, and then all of a sudden you grow up in it, and then you're part of it, and it's they just become your friends.
Yeah.
And what do you think that the future of Pipeline looks like with these kids and what they're doing in the airs and such?
Oh, I think it's whatever you can add to surfing is a good thing, you know? Get barrel, do an air. You know, get barrel, do a big hack after the end of it. In the past, it was all about the barrel, but there's more sections than just that, you know?
Right, which we're seeing like Jamie O'Brien coming out and really meeting the criteria, hitting the air 360 on the end of the wave. And
we know.
All right,
Uncle
well, thank
Mick's
you.
been-
Thanks for having me.
We know Uncle Mick's been through a lot in life. We want to see what his. Is there a? Could you ask one more question for us, Nate?
We got one more question. What is the question?
We just want a little word of advice. We know Uncle Mick's been through a lot in life, and we want him to give the advice to the young generation for longevity in surfing, and you know, being here today, witnessing this from the beginning of the Invitational Pipe Masters. What would be his tip of advice for the children in the future?
Okay, so Makua's question here is, you know, it seems how you've been doing it so long and seen so many different generations. What's a word of advice for the kids that are coming up and with, you know, with the new careers and all the different stuff? What's something you can tell them to give them some good advice to get them on the right track, seeing how you've been through ups and downs and all arounds?
just stay focused and show respect to the locals, you know. If you show them respect, eventually they'll give you a wave. Then you can prove yourself, and then you get another wave. Other than that, you're not going to get nothing out here, you know.
All right. Well, thank you, Mick. Is there anything else, Makua?
No, tell Uncle we said thank you very much and appreciate his insight.
Okay, he said tell Uncle thank you very much, and we appreciate his advice, and so do I. Another thing is Mickey's always been a mentor in my life. He's always been my friend, but he's a legend. He's somebody I've looked up to, and if you get a compliment from him, it's a huge deal. It's not a little deal. So I just want to note that.
Thank you, Nathan.
Yeah.
Thank you for having me.
Bye. Thank you.
And we are back. A beautiful lineup shot once again. Harry Bryant in the lead. Seth Moniz close behind. Eitan Osborne. Little technical difficulties looked like for a little while there. And Sharif Fall looked like he had a nice wave.
Yeah, there was a few waves ridden.
Yeah, and he unfortunately come unstuck on a beautiful left there by Sharif, and I mean, Seth Moniz with that 18.20. That's the sixes across the board pretty much, and it's been kind of sleepy during heats, huh, Kiala? Like it goes off.
It seems like it's one heat is on fire, and the next heat it kind of goes to sleep, and then the next heat it's on fire. It's like those odd heats.
Well, I'll tell you what, regardless of the waves, the next heat that has just paddled out, I seen them paddle out. They must have paddled out early to go have fun on the sandbar or something. I seen the Florence brothers. What are you expecting to come out of that heat, Kiala? What level of surfing will these people, I mean, between Nate and Emil for backside barrel riding, Nate got one of the craziest waves ever at Chopes, but there is absolutely no doubt that Emil is, in my eyes, the hammer out there at Chopo right now, at Keahupo.
I mean, it just depends on if they get the waves, you know. I hope the next heat pipeline really lights up so we can get the show, because that's a very talented heat right there.
And you know, one does not want to lose to the other. Brothers are
very competitive.
Very competitive, very loving. And look at that beautiful shot right there of the reef. And it gives you the perspective of how that wave breaks on that gouge in the reef right there that lets backdoor come in and go across without closing out. Harry Bryant with one more of those waves. And a bunny hop to finish. He's looked like he's having the most fun in this heat.
He's definitely
right
having
now.
the most fun. His wave counts at what, 6?
His stoke level is at 100. He's out there at Pipeline with 4 other people. Harry Bryant from the south coast of New South Wales, him and his buddies. Russell Berkey and them were just surfing earlier. I mean, it's just a camaraderie there. They're staying with each other. And it looks like they just love to surf. You know, this event gives you the opportunity to surf your surf. Mm-hmm. You can surf pretty much free surfing in a competition. It's crazy. Up and riding.
Is that Seth?
Somebody that knows backdoor, like the back of his
Wow, we almost made it.
Good effort right there, Seth. Seth is one of the most solid boys I know. Solid Hawaiian. I mean, always smiling, always helping. He comes from a family
Great
that
family.
is so helpful, so loving. If you're watching, Auntie Tam and Uncle Tony, we love you guys so much. The whole surf world, everybody loves you. From around the world and back, you folks have spread aloha like none other and welcomed so many into families and showed that ohana and the meaning of ohana
is alive and well.
The Moniz ohana will show that. And thank you guys very much. Your son here on this ride, Brother Seth Moniz, pulling in, weaving through the barrel, and coming out. That might have been his earlier ride, huh?
Yeah.
I think this might have been his last one. Oh, it's the previous ride again. That was his 18 point. Sharif on the left. And it just looks like he gets his knee hung up on the wave. And it just
he's changing out of his fins. I wonder if he broke a fin.
It's not breaking.
Oh
my,
no, he looks like he broke the
it's
tip.
not breaking my boards already, huh?
Better
I
not
just
be
gave
your
it to him
board.
last night. Harry Bryant.
You break, you buy, brother.
JS sponsored, no problem.
That's a beautiful takeoff by Harry right there, just kind of lurching into that barrel, and then goes for the bunny hop at the end there.
Sharif just not making it through that one.
Things shut down on him pretty quick.
I was telling Sharif last night when he came to grab those boards, no problem. They work, they work. If they don't, you bring them back.
You break, you buy.
He's part of our JS team, and you know, what a great surfer he is, in addition to our Ohana. And he breaks. We got more on the way for him.
Hey.
Talking about boards and board shapes, how's Balaram winning on Kaimana Henry's hardboards last year? Talk about that story. Here, usually his shaping room was right here at the Volcom House on the other side of this wall. And
how long has Kai been shaping for?
He's only been shaping, I mean, on and off, I don't know, can't be more than 3 years.
So relatively.
COVID,
yeah.
Before, you know.
So relatively new shaper, and Balaram takes out one of his boards and wins the whole thing.
The technology is so good today too with the computers. They can get them pretty close. But to know what a board needs at Pipeline is massive when you are shaping them. Having the feedback of John for Paisel, or, you know, Tokoro all those years with Sonny and Jamie and myself and the Moniz boys, and Wade actually surfs out here. Wade charges Pipeline.
Oh yeah?
Yes, so he actually surfs really well. Chuck Andrus, my cousin Chuck, shapes amazing big wave boards. All those Randall Paulson waves he's got back in the day, those are all on Chuck Andrus boards. And Chuck used to surf out here. So having someone that has surfed
experience
out here,
in the water, riding the wave,
who actually knows how to surf, those boards usually tend to work a lot better. And not to mention, it's not the bow, it's the arrow kind of thing. Nowadays, the surfers are more dedicated to the sport, physically and mentally. The shapers and the industry are more dedicated to the technology.
Yeah.
So when that all meets up, fireworks. You get things, and just like we seen on screen earlier, was the ability to reinvent or create new things, and the possibilities of you know, something new that no one has seen will come out of events like this, because there is no a single elimination right off the bat. Surfers can surf through to the best of their ability and maybe even miss the barrel, but get the first 12 or 15 foot air we've ever seen on one of these waves. So
that'd be exciting.
I mean, 12 or 15 foot barrel.
Oh, look at this. Paddling. Everybody's scratching.
Oh my.
Wow.
That reminds me of the Seth Moniz
Kelly Heat.
Kelly Heat. That style he had right there in that backside. Unfortunate in that heat, it was a lot more bumpy, and that crosswind had those ribs coming across, because you see when the wave is perfectly smooth, how exact and how precise Seth Moniz's style is.
Like a little surgeon.
I mean, it's perfect. I mean, you don't want to have to, not much you can say about it besides it just looks good, you know what I mean? It's easy on the eye. Some guys surf and their backside stances, as we've seen earlier in the contest today. Beautiful waves, but not as gracious on the stance. And I mean, look at that. Back knee tucks, balance. I mean,
yeah,
solid as a rock. You see
graceful.
That? You know, kind of Andy-ish on that little over
very
the
casual
back knee and all that. It's
that did have a little AI flair.
Yeah, Seth always had it, that backside kind of AI-ish kind of thing going on. And 1 minute and 12 seconds to go. Not much in the way of super high scores in this heat.
Not much in the way of big sets in this heat, though. Like the heat before this had such a flurry, and then they haven't had as many opportunities, so it's probably reflecting a little bit in the scores right now.
Oh, yeah. 45 seconds to go. Harry Bryant in the lead. Seth Moniz in second. Eitan Osborne in third. And in red, Sharif fall, just 2 minimum scorers, and that's the beauty of this heat. He may have got 4th place in this heat, but he surfs again.
That's what I love about this format, because you might have a slow heat like this, and you go out, you get another chance, and your next heat is just firing.
It's the same shootout we use. It's the same
formula, I know.
Format that we use at the backdoor shootout.
I got to surf in it one time, brother, and it was one of the most amazing events I've ever done.
Yeah, it's amazing. Amazing event, and round 1, heat 8. It's just coming to the end with Seth Moniz in first, Harry Bryant in second. And that last wave was a 20-point ride.
Coming.
Harry Bryant. Sharif. Oh, just not being able to make down, all on the way in. Here is your super heat of Johns. This is John number 1, getting absolutely smoked. I wonder if his brother set him up for that because there were sets coming in the back and he knew he'd be too deep.
Look at the start of this heat. Remember I said every other heat, it just starts pumping?
Ivan Florence starting his heat in the barrel. Took off in the barrel.
If there's going to be a heat with slow waves, expect the next heat to be a cracker.
Whoa.
All right, and we're going to hand it back to Salema.
Mahalo nui loa, folks. We will be back in a second, but for me and Kiala Kidley, we are signing out to the 2 second handsomest guys on set. Salema Masakela and Cliff Capono, welcome to the booth.
Oliver.
Back in it after a quick lunch break. Wow, that was a
Kuakai comedian. That one's me.
Crazy start to the heat 9, round 1.
Oh, the many faces of Pipeline. As I'm adjusting my folks, there it is. You know, we like our settings. Whew.
Oh, maybe we have some action on the beach with.
This is the Hunger Games heat.
This is the Hunger Games. The brothers and the 3rd Florence from Tahiti, the Tahitian Florence.
The 4th by default for Emo Zermatt. Ah, what a wonderful day.
Wow, it seemed like it's now, if there's any worries that the midday might not be good.
Yeah. And also, too, we had the wind was predicted to go more awry, but it has seemed to chill.
This is the first heat. Who's this? John?
Right off the bat.
Wow,
is that John?
Yeah. Trying to pump into it.
No, it's John, and then
his brother Nathan. Look at a small board he's riding.
I'll go over the falls too with you. And then Ivan said, "Yo, yeah, watch this." Straight off the bat, the fullest sends, the fullest Florence sends. Florence sends. Say that quickly 3 times. That you could ask for.
Here we go.
Harry Bryant did a great job in that last heat. We'll be talking to him shortly. But have a look.
Oh.
Choosing to take the safe exit. I believe was Amos Zermatt. Nathan Florence, 29 years of age. John Florence, 31. And Ivan Florence, the youngling, at 27. The commonality that they share is that their last name and then they surf. But then the 3 of them couldn't be more different as individuals.
Yeah. Probably maybe deep down inside they are the same, but they express different.
Yes, they express differently. Speaking of someone who expresses differently, Harry Bryant, who is with Holly Wan. Hey, Holly.
Hello, guys. Yeah, I'm here with Harry Bryant, Hazza. A couple airs out there, particularly that pit to air little combo was pretty sweet. How's it going out there?
It was good. I actually found a found a little window out there. It's kind of been slow, like on and off all day, as you guys may have noticed, but there was a bit of a flurry in that heat, and I was kind of the only goofer footer in the lineup, so I was just trying to pick all the lefts I could. Luckily, there was kind of a few back-to-back, and felt a new board out there that felt really good, and we'd like to thank the lads at Takoro, and it's a bloody beautiful day down here. What do you reckon, Hol?
Yeah, it's premium, eh? Good to see you go for a few airs and actually just stay busy. A lot of the people have been kind of sitting and waiting. Obviously, it's been a bit slower, but good to see you just flare up and surf like you're in a free surf. Enjoy yourself?
Yeah, I was getting a little bit toey out there for sure. I was just trying to make the most of the having pipeline to yourself, really, or just with a few other friends out. And the wind, right as I was like paddling out, the trade wind was puffing into the left, and I was like, I'm going to try and find some ramps for sure. But no makes, but you got to be in it to win it. I'll try and stick one in the next heat.
You might even end up with a bag of cash. We got a bit of a big night on tonight, your premiere. Little warm up for that.
Yeah.
Excited?
Stoked. Good to get some waves under the belt before a few beers later, for sure. But no, it should be good. I'm like interested to see the reactions to the video in Hawaii. It's a very, I don't know, it's a fairly piss take of a surf movie, but it'll be cool. I'm really happy to be able to show the film here, and VANS have done a lot in the organisation for the premiere, and yeah, I'm looking forward to showing everyone the video and having a good night.
Beautiful. See you tonight. Well done.
Beauty. Cheers.
Cheers.
Thank you, Holly. Yeah, a lot of anticipation for Harry Bryant's film, 50 Minutes, a documentary of sorts. So much so that Rowan Zarilla decided to fly out all the way from Vista, California. He said, I got to be there. And we are joined by Rowan in the booth right now. 10 years skating for VANS?
Yeah, about 10 years now.
That's
well
awesome,
sponsored.
man.
I've been skating in VANS for a lot longer
A
than
lot
that.
longer. Well, we welcome you. I saw Curran Caples and some of the rest of the crew. What brings the skate team out
go ahead.
to the Northern Shore?
I mean, anytime we get the opportunity to come and watch stuff like this, it's pretty amazing. Like,
Oh, look at
who
that.
was that?
That
was Nate?
Nathan Florence.
Wow. But yeah, we had a demo down at Kailua Park down in town, and that was the last stop of our Impact tour. Wow, man, incredible. Yeah, then we just did a week-long skate trip, filming, taking some photos and stuff, and now we're ending it here, getting to watch this madness.
Getting to watch Backdoor literally go back to back to back with Nathan Florence, John Florence, and Amo Zermatt. That's the first back-to-back pack we've seen all day.
Yeah. The natural footers are coming in, making their presence known.
Rowan, you goofy or regular?
I'm goofy.
As you should be. You are from Vista.
I'm from Vista.
Which is like from a skateboarding perspective, like a unique space. Obviously, like H Street was born from there, and then you have this interesting sort of surfing center that's happening in Carlsbad and North County. What was your exposure to surf culture like in the midst of your skating?
Well, my dad taught me how to surf when I was pretty young, maybe like 8 or 9. And it was kind of always there. It was something I would do when I'd go to the beach with my family. Wow. Yeah.
Look at that. Ivan dragging that beard, stalling the beard in the face of that one. You were saying?
I was saying surfing was more of something I would do on occasion with my dad, with my family. And as I started to get better at skating and getting some sponsors and traveling, it kind of faded from my life. But maybe 5 or 6 years ago, I kind of fell back in love with it. Maybe after getting to live my skate dream for so long, just getting back into surfing has been really fun. I'm quite obsessed again.
Nice. So you'll be getting some while you're here, is what you're saying.
Let's hope.
All right, we'll fire
Nothing
you.
like this.
We'll fire you straight out of the pipe when the event's over.
So when it comes down to, from a professional skateboarder, in terms of the ability of someone like Ivan Florence on the skateboard, a lot of the surfers are extremely impressed by his ability to skate.
I'm impressed.
Also, John, yeah, what is that like? Like, do you think he could have if he wanted to, could he have a career in skateboarding?
Yeah, absolutely. I actually had an interview a few years back where they asked who you think the best skater on VANS that's a professional surfer was, And I said Ivan without question. Nate also. Nate is an incredible. Nate Fletcher is an incredible skater as well. He's got a mean frontside ollie.
And John doesn't skate as much, but when he was first coming up, he was sending lofty frontside airs of every variation over that hip locally.
Yeah, I definitely remember some photos of him in some swim trunks with a head-high frontside air.
Yeah. Thinking about also two surfer skaters, the late Kalani David.
Oh yeah,
definitely
peace,
someone in that category, just as proficient in the skate park as in.
And then when you have like best skaters that surf, for me it starts off with Chris Miller, the legend. But I would say that Curran Caples is probably the modern day Chris Miller when it comes to someone who can easily switch from skating to surfing, and you're like, wait, is that also what he does all the time?
Yeah, I think if you traded Ivan and Curran on a skate trip and a surf trip, no one would even notice.
I agree. We got some clips, I believe, from the demo that we're going to show at some point here in this little lull. Take us through.
Oh, cool. Elijah going up the rail. Big frontside air. Little squirrely ride out. Kyle Walker.
Which park was this?
I don't want to botch the pronunciation, but I believe it's Kailua Park.
You did it right. You're okay.
All right.
Oh, no way. The legend.
Yeah, Ray Barbie was with us the whole trip. He flew out yesterday. Here's Curran, classic style.
And what's the skate scene like here on Oahu?
Man, there was a ton of kids there. Everyone seemed pretty stoked to see everyone come out. You know, nowadays demos are a little different. Kids see incredible skating on Instagram every day and stuff, and maybe get a little bit less jazzed.
Wow.
Oh, not
man.
the 1 foot tripod.
I think that might have been a one-hand tripod. I'm not sure, but I think maybe both feet came off at some point. See the interesting scoring for that one. As you see, if this heat was just about the brothers, John would be winning this heat, but it is obviously against the field. So that 10 that you see there shows him in that top 10 spot overall of all the surfers. But a strong scene. And you were saying that the kids sort of, do they have like Instagram expectations because they're so used to seeing clips all day?
Maybe, but I was going to say that maybe since out here on the island they get less pro skaters coming through than somewhere, say, like New York or LA. They seem really excited to see all of us, which was a cool change, because sometimes you'll show up to an event in a city full of skaters and the kids don't seem that impressed, you know. That might be on us.
I would think that your theory of just the instant gratification of what they're used to seeing on their phones probably plays a part in it. But there's definitely, like you said, like pros aren't just around every corner here, skateboarding wise, and to skate here in Hawaii, you got to be passionate. It's not the first choice. You got a lot of other options.
So what's it like in the skate scene? Because I'm really naive to.
I mean, I'm on a surf contest and I know nothing about surfing. So.
But in terms of the media that you put out, where in surfing you used to save your best clips for an end of the year film, like maybe that Harry is putting out tonight. Whereas someone like Nathan now has put all his best A clips, they're almost instantaneously put onto the internet. In skateboarding, is there that similar diversity in culture, or is it pretty much get your best clip, save it, or do people just put out their best stuff instantly?
Yeah, there's definitely the whole spectrum of, there's guys who make a career just putting out Instagram clips, and that's cool too. You know, it kind of just, wherever you fit in the skate world and where you want to be, and wow, that was amazing recovery. But yeah, wherever you want to put yourself and whatever works for you, you can kind of make your way doing that. Personally, I kind of try to stick to the old way where you work on something for a long time, people might not know what you're up to, and then you put out a project that you're proud of instead of just trying to get the clicks.
Sure.
And instant gratification, like you said.
So we got Nathan coming up on the back door right. Is he going to get the gratification? I don't think so.
Looked like he was a little behind. Didn't get a chance for that pump on the takeoff, but
John, I think, went.
Yeah, I think that was John. A little split peak soup for the brothers. So where do you surf when you're not skating?
Well, the easiest place is normally just down in Huntington. Because I live in Echo Park, so no matter where I'm going to surf, it's quite a mission. You know, you're definitely committing. It's not just a quick check of the waves. But I'll go down to Huntington, sometimes Newport. Sometimes I'll go up to Malibu and surf there. I'm going to visit my parents in Vista in Christmas time. So I'll probably, depending on the waves, hopefully get some good ones around then, down in Oceanside, maybe Encinitas.
All right, shout out North County. That's where I'm from, Encinitas originally. Maybe see you at Swami's sometime.
Oh, whoa, no, don't say the secret spots.
Yeah, as if Swami's is a secret spot. Well, Rowan, thanks for stopping by, man. Enjoy the rest of your trip and hope that you get some waves too while you're here. Will we see you tonight at the premiere?
Yeah, absolutely.
Awesome.
Thanks for having me, guys.
Thanks, Rob.
Right,
See you soon.
Thanks for coming by. The Shep Dog. Shout out to the Shep Dogs. That is Rowan's crew. Love to see the way like pro skaters, snowboarders, supercross guys, basically, you know, across the landscape of action sports, this mutual respect and how curious they are and passionate about, you know, their fellow athletes that are doing it here in surfing.
Yeah, it's always interesting to see because you have these crossover athletes like Ivan, you know, that could exist in multiple spheres that are out here. You know, we only see them for the surfing, and then maybe the skate community sees them and is like, oh, that guy's a killer skater.
Yeah, and listen, for Rowan to say that Ivan could easily be a pro skater, this is a guy who's had not one but 2 covers of Thrasher. Like, he's had an incredible career over the last 15 years at making his way in skating. That's a big statement to say, like, no, that guy could easily, if he focused, be on our side of the fence. And it speaks to, like, that depth of talent amongst the entirety of the Florence clan.
Depth of that beard.
What's that?
The depth of that beard.
I feel like there's a beard competition overall that's happening.
Yeah, it's
in pro surfing. The beard is the new tattoo.
How's that crowd?
Yep. Where are we at the U.S. Open?
We were talking about Huntington.
Yeah, this is I mean, like we were talking about before, like crack of dawn, before the sun was up, there was no parking.
Well, looks like COVID is definitely gone. I mean, we had that weird period where people weren't coming out. I think we're starting to see the return of the tour ride.
To have this crowd, and you know, the crowd traditionally that comes here for the VANS Pipe Masters, they are a knowledgeable, passionate crowd. Like they know who they're here to cheer for, and they're so excited that they get to have these moments of being up close and interacting. You know, you don't get to most sporting events that you go to. There's this sort of the barrier between you and the athletes, and here, like they really, as it is throughout traditionally within pro surfing, but especially there's something about this arena, right? The closeness to the beach for the spectators to feel like, you know, when you're watching a wave at Pipeline or Backdoor, you feel like you're almost there. You can almost hear the rail and what it's doing in the water. Like it's an amphitheater.
Yeah.
And for the crowds, they know this is the best ticket in town today.
I mean, you can feel it. I mean, you can just being a surfer out there. I mean, just looking at in the valleys and seeing the ridge lines and this, again, this ahupua'a, this land division from the mountain to the sea, known as Pukukea. It's a very special place, and when you're able to see, you know, from the land to the ocean and really feel the connectivity between the two, there's no separation. And that's one of the most powerful things about being here on the North Shore, and particularly at this wave, at this area known as Ehukai.
Historically, when you look back, what was this area like traditionally?
So traditionally, these sand dunes, these were special and sacred places where a lot of the bones were buried. So I think it's something to recognize today still on these beaches, though the sand shifts, there's ancestry bones of the native people still in these sand dunes today, potentially under these houses, underneath these sands. So, you know, I think that's what maybe sometimes that level of intensity exists here on the North Shore, and it could be around this idea that the first inhabitants of this place have essentially ancestors right here on the shores. Imagine just as much people here, there's these bones that exist underneath this space. So we like to think about the respect and the humility that comes along with being in such a powerful place, not just the wave, but from the people who depend on this wave.
Yeah. And as a result, it's just a place that it demands respect. Just the awe and the power. When you come and you drive around into the bay and you step into this Ehukai region, it's just, it is a magical place. Who shaped the most VANS Pipe Masters surfboards? Look at that, number one. Tie between Paisel and Channel Islands. Then Mayhem and Matt Biolis, followed by JS and DHD, which you'd say, like, yeah, those traditionally have been the top four boards over the years.
Well,
I'm sure if it was 10 years from now, who knows what that might look like.
Yeah, in this heat alone.
Especially the way Sharp Eye is shaping these days.
Right. Hey, shout out. Looked like Seth was doing pretty good on his Sharp Eyes. This heat right here, I'm pretty sure we have 3 Paisel boards and Channel Islands in the mix.
So right there, just it literally proves the graphic right.
Surprising, I don't see Tokoro on this list, but is this particularly for this contest?
This particularly for the Pipe Masters.
This contest?
Yeah, for this contest, not Pipeline in general. And shapers these days, I mean, shapers who are building boards specifically for North Shore campaigns, this is the busiest time of the year for them, right? As they're making a bunch of batches of boards for around this time, and then we have the start of the 2024 WSL season in January. I was talking to Paisel, and I just casually threw out, like, hey, I might want to order. He's like, talk to me in February.
Oh, no.
Talk to me end of January. He's like, I'm buried.
Right here. Look, the brothers, they're all talking about little backdoor.
Oh, if they both came out, how sick would that be? Well,
seems like Ivan took the right approach on the left.
We'll take a look at what that looked like from the start. Ivan's had some clips. He had a backdoor wave this week. At the beginning of the week, I saw posted. Maybe you saw it. Had this crazy high line slide in over this ledge. Looked like he buried his beard in the face of the wave to stall.
Here we go.
Imo, I believe. Oh, look,
pumping
this
through.
Thing.
Came out the attempt to air, but it just seems like it clipped him in the beard. The right backdoor didn't quite make. Yeah, that was a hard one. I think that was out of seeing maybe Nathan might have got sold on something, but Ivan pumping smooth, coming out, and then again the beard just clipped him down into the white water. Thought
one of the things that makes this thing so fun as a specialty event, besides the leaderboard, as you see John, excuse me, climbing up into that 4th spot overall on the leaderboard, is that there's no priority.
Yeah.
You know, there's no priority, but also don't interfere.
Yeah.
So it's very much a gentleman's, gentlewoman's rule, as much as it would be just in a regular surf. Out, don't paddle under, don't paddle over, those type of things. But the dynamic between these 3 brothers who are used to surfing with each other and jockeying makes it even more interesting to watch.
I think too, I wonder if there's a bit of older brother, little brother, middle brother looking out for each other, where, you know, we've heard stories of previously, you know, some brothers wanting to see other ones succeed, claiming they're gonna fight it out, but at the end of the day, you know, sometimes the blood is thicker than water.
I think when you look at the Florence brothers, they have a wonderful support for each other. As we see Nathan scratching, GoPro rolling, stalls. Oh, and gonna get
that was just a
clippaged.
wave. Yeah,
as that thing got full at the end. But I love the way they support each other, almost kind of like in the old days of the Malloys, like all for one, one for all. The difference, though, in comparison to the Malloy 3-pack, is that you had John, who cover a Surfer magazine at 12, the chosen one. Is he the next Curran, Slater, as far as like Andy, like icons, right? And then full stardom, biggest paychecks ever, world championship. They easily could have become buried in the shadow.
Yeah.
But they didn't choose to chase John's path. And instead, they individually forged very unique paths. And now they've come into their own as individuals, and it makes them stronger in the way they are able to present themselves together.
Yeah. And again, we talked about this last year, where the character and, you know, this is what's being put out into the media that we consume. The surf industry, surf culture has these characters that people pick up or put out, and it seems that the characters that these brothers are putting out, they're comfortable with it. John is comfortable being elusive.
Yeah.
Nathan is comfortable being right there in it, and Ivan is comfortable being Mr. Cool. And then they even call him, oh, look, it's Mr. Cool. And it's funny how they kind of, you know, they all have that bit of joking mentality, and they you know, they poke fun at each other, and it's nice to see that.
The post where they have their, you know, who's got the best beard. I think they posted a few days ago. It's just, yeah, it's that individuality. But I especially kudos to Nathan and Ivan to be able to forge their own identity in the midst of it, and I'm sure that makes them stronger as a unit.
Totally. You got to start to ask yourself, is those high budget, high quality clips that John's saving for his edits, what does that exist to Nathan, who's putting out those GoPro clips of somewhere deep in Europe? Oh, here he goes, sending it on a long runner.
Yeah,
chooses to get out.
Expertly knife out the back of that thing, but he was hoping it was going to run off the wall and give opportunity. That's a skill in itself, the way people can just calmly sneak out the back of, you know, 8-footers without getting sucked over.
And if not, if he didn't, he has it rolling, and again, does that clip get more attention? Is it providing more to the industry that supports the paycheck than just another amazing barrel that he would have gotten? So again, it's this idea of what's the audience, what are you trying to do, how is your work, or is it art? You know, and John seems to be someone who sees his craft as from a very artistic lens, an artist himself, a photographer, very behind the scenes on his edits. Sailor, you know, he has the aesthetic, I think, is a priority for John. Whereas Nathan, it seems to be, it's high quality. The quality doesn't suffer in terms of the performance, but capturing it and getting it to the people, maybe that's where the integrity of his work is really fast paced. Let me get the clip, let me put it out into the world, let the people see it, and I'm going to go get them some more. It's
he's going to show you what it's like to get smoked at backdoor in real time with his GoPro, and give people a sense of like, this is what it's like between the waves. Well, here's a heat recap from the start, literally at the buzzer.
Yeah, just to get the chop was out.
Ivan and Amo all throwing themselves over the ledge, and then look at this thing.
Things turned around
for Nathan.
John coming out. The Tahitian Florence. Mako time.
Emo, who, by the way, I believe has a shoulder injury that he's nursing. Talk to him when he gets on the beach.
Ivan going through a nice dream. This was the tripod.
Right.
Oh, someone, John.
That's that guy. Oh my goodness, how's that? I'd give 5 points alone.
Something's gonna happen here.
What? 5 points alone for the cutback. And I love, you know what John's claim is? His no claim? It's the adjustment of the cuff on his vest.
Oh yeah.
Watch after this cutback. You'll see it.
He's gonna do some adjustment on his Rashi right now.
Yeah. You'll see on the Rashi, he does this little thing always where it's like, oh, let me just adjust my cuff real quick.
Yeah. Oh, there it is.
I just slayed. Is he all right, or what's going on? Oh, that's the way to end the heat. Somehow or another, just like that,
the heat's
it's
done?
a wrap. How's that? Wait, what? That was too fast.
That was fast. That was...
Ivan finds himself the brothers winner, if you will. Let's take a look at this wave. Watch this. Look at this. I mean, that's got to feel fantastic. Let me just adjust the cuff, show you guys. That would have been a nice way to end it. Look at that. Poise. Dreamsicle.
It's having that ability to stall while it's kind of slopier into it turning more square.
Yeah, he just got hit by that opposite foam ball when he landed around.
Oh, he's got his own beard going on too.
Yeah. I told you, it's a beard off. Brother's beard off. Loving the camo.
You know,
on that setup. Look at all the groms.
John used to have a dread, for those who don't know.
He had a little mono dread.
He had the
at
little,
a certain point.
yeah.
It was right out the back. I remember.
Yeah.
I wonder if his mom's got that saved in a shoebox somewhere.
We don't need to go back. We know we had some backlash for the white dread from last year. We won't go there this year.
I saved my dreads for a while. They literally were in a shoebox, and I was like, "What? Why? Let's go. These things are carrying too much energy." Yeah. John Florence on that last wave. That said, "Hey, Ivan, yeah, you were in the fourth spot, but I did that, so now I am number 2 overall, just behind Mikey February."
Wow.
I love that. Mikey February sitting at 55.30 and John at 54.80.
Wow. Benji and Seth rounding off the top 4. 2 pipeline specialists. Good friends. It's
yeah. Again, 2 more rounds. That's the other wonderful thing about this event. As you see our current leaderboard. 2 more rounds for these surfers. So anything is possible. But I love this setup. And this is fun. It's like a golf leaderboard almost in the day. So the 4 surfers that are in the water are competing not just against each other, but the entire field at the same time.
A little bit of a hard kick out, a little yank it into the backside. This is going to be a interesting heat here. We got everyone can ride the tube really well.
You think? Matahi Trole,
Baron, Mamiya,
Noadine, and the quiet, perhaps one of the most stylish individuals. How's that beard, Captain Cool?
That's.
I'm looking at our other monitor, but I was seeing a shot of Ivan Florence's beard. I didn't get to appreciate the strength of the chops. We'll see it. I'm sure they'll put it up on the screen. There it is. I mean, look at that. You know how much work it takes? That's commitment.
For my Street Fighter fans out there, there's a Russian character. Is this a Street Fighter?
Yeah. What was his name? What was
Zangief?
his name? Huh?
Zangief? No.
No. I'm sure the internet will light us up and let us know. But yeah, that's commitment.
Wow, Noah, here we go. I think there's going to be something to the air here.
Off something. Oh, maybe the wind took it. And Craig Anderson.
Greg.
Our South African and Australian I surfed with him last night at Rocky Point in the evening, and he's just he's sitting like, doesn't paddle out like to the top of left. He just like, let me just sit right here in the rip bowl. He's like, I just like to stay out of the way and get as many waves as possible. So I went down, we traded a couple waves together. He's really, really excited to be here. And he said last night in the water, he's like, it never stops being amazing to me that I'm going to get to be out at Pipeline with 3 other people 3 times.
Yeah.
He's like, you're nervous, but then it's hard to put aside the nerves, but you just realize you got to go out there and have as much fun as possible. But he said it's just a real gift to be able to have the opportunity.
Yeah, here on the replay, we got Noah looking, I think this is his first wave.
Yeah.
Little barrel off the top.
I like how he really gets over the front of his board like that. How's that adjusting? Sick.
Yeah, again, all forward on his board. Probably a lot of volume up in that front part that he's really leveraging to get through those foam balls.
A little bit under the chest, as they say. Can you make it with a little bit under the chest, please, sir? Which you need out here.
Right.
What's the difference when you think about traditional boards that people are used to, and then boards that are made specifically for a wave like Pipeline?
I think people have different variations of them, I'm sure, from where they're sitting, but that paddle power is definitely what people want. The paddle to the knife ratio.
Right, that paddle power coming.
Yeah, up in the front. You want to be able to get into those double up waves, The chip ins, there's no more forgiving opportunities, but when you really want to get under, I think you need that volume.
That drive. We are sitting in a bit of a lull here.
Oh, we got
we
the
will check
Team
in
Florence
with the Beard Brothers, with Mahina,
I do.
also of the Florence clan.
Yep, I do have the Beard Brothers down here. This was one of the most anticipated heats for good reason. Now, everyone says no one pushes you harder than your siblings. So was this strategic, and what was your plan for all of you to be in the same heat together?
Yeah, well, we saw that it was the same draw as last year. You draw a name and choose a heat, but that draw is random, and so I talked to my brothers before, and I said, what do you guys think? If we get a chance, should we all try to be in the same heat? And we all agreed that would be super fun. Because with this format, you surf 3 times, so why not be surfing with your brothers? And the way the draw worked, somehow it ended up that we were able to get all 3 of us in the same heat.
Yeah, I don't know. It's super fun with this format. You can do that, and it's not too much pressure during the heat because I'm not trying to beat them in the heat. Although Ivan got ahead, and I was.
How did you feel about that?
It's not a competition. It's just a regular day out at Pipe.
Ivan was paddling back out of his head, going, "Guys, better watch out."
Everyone says they want to mic you guys up. But on that topic, what boards did each of you ride out there?
I'm on my 6.4, just a thruster, my FCS signature fins, and yeah, it's a Paizel. That's what I would normally ride in conditions like this. So.
Yep, I'm on a 6.4 next step also. Pretty much the same setup.
Riding a 6.4 next step. So.
All the same board.
Oh, you're copying Ivan now.
Yeah.
You guys are all copying. So I want to do something a little different. I'm going to start with Nathan. Nathan, will you describe Ivan's surfing?
I would just have to say that Ivan got the style gene and best style out of all of us. They don't call him Mr. Cool for no reason.
Ivan, will you describe John's style surfing?
He's got the speed, he's got the power, he's got the flow.
Oh, and John, will you describe? You got it all. He says. Will you describe Nathan's style surfing?
Nate just is insane in these conditions. It's crazy. It's powerful big waves. There's no one can touch them. Seeing Nathan in those waves in Ireland and Jaws and Pipe and yeah, I don't know. It goes on waves that I definitely want nothing to do with.
So did this heat go the way you all 3 expected?
I think so. It was good vibes out there. Even with our friend Emio, we were just trading waves, and we all got to trade some like quality waves, which is what we could ask for. And the conditions were good. Some heats are on, some heats are off today, and our heat kind of turned on and had a couple of flurries, so it worked out perfect.
Well, we want to give a special shout out to Mama Alexandra Florence for breeding these three incredible athletes here. So we'll see you guys on the next rounds.
Can I have one question from the staff audience?
Thank you, Mahina.
That was absolutely outstanding, Mahina. Thank you. I mean, just an instant pro. Mahina Florence, of course, the other half of Nathan Florence. But everything that we were talking about before, about the way they have this appreciation for each other as individuals and are able to therefore be this collective, they just displayed and showed us in that interview.
Yeah. On the screen now we have Matei Drole from Tahiti Teaupo'o. I'm sure everyone's aware with the controversies going on with the potential Olympic tower proposed to be built on the reef, potentially affecting over 1,000 live coral reefs, specifically on the site of interest. He's been one of the Tahitians leading the charge.
Very outspoken, making pretty incredible posts that have gone viral, educating folks on what that impact is. Not just on that impact, but like we were talking about before with the history of Ehukai, the significance of that region and what makes it so special and why it needs to be preserved.
Yeah, I think there's a strong connection. Waves like Pipeline, waves like Teaupo'o, they have a very strong relationship to people, and it's beautiful to see people like the Drole family who step up and want to highlight and celebrate that relationship, and also bring attention when there's potential risks that are coming forth.
Yeah, it's forced a very large conversation, and it's been great to see the manner in which the entire surf community has rallied around. Jeremy Flores had a really powerful post the other day as well about using his voice with the French team in general. And Matahi, I mean, when you think about him, this is a guy who is, he's the guy at Te Hopo, like the crown prince, if you will. And the relationship that he has here at the North Shore, and it's just that sister city, if you will, between the Chopu and the North Shore. You know, he stays here with Baramamia for the last 7-8 years. It's like this inner island oneness.
Yeah. Which, I mean, and that's a great person to have. I think with Baron and Matei, to have both of them working with each other in a way that support each other from arguably two of the most impactful waves on the planet. That's great, you know, that they can push themselves. They also can help each other with little information, where to sit, where to go, how to read swells. So that's a really cool friendship to see between this island and Tahiti Island.
Yeah. And Baron, I mean, what an incredible run that he has had these last few years. You know, now his exciting entry into the WSL, making the CT, and some people questioning, oh well, I mean, he didn't qualify the normal way, and it's going to be a one-hit wonder, and here he is now entering into his third season. He has learned the humble lessons, as everyone does on tour, but managed to dig deep and find his center, and now is really taking advantage of all the lessons learned, and excited to have his third season.
Oh, Baron's the real deal. He goes out to pipe in the dark,
right?
5 a.m. with the bodyboarder. Shout out to all my sponging fam. They're the ones that go out in the dark, under moonlight or no moonlight. They're packing it. Baron's out there with them, no cameras, just putting in the time to know, okay, how am I going to get a wave when he was younger? And now he's there on that next generation of pipeline specialists, a World Championship Tour surfer, and invitee to the Eddie Aikau Big Wave Invitational.
I mean, that's the full money. Not to mention the those accolades, and then remember his Snap 4 part,
right,
where he was essentially voted the winner. But then, like, on a technicality, because some of the clips that weren't supposed to have been published ended up on Instagram, he didn't win, but he was the non-winner winner. So
I thought it was his choice of music.
But I mean, to be able to be that impactful in one of the most influential compilation movies of all time, the Snap series, right? Make the CT, be a Pipe Master invitee, the Eddie, and to be doing all this at 23 years of age.
Yeah. Well, I think
just getting started.
When you think about, I think now you look at the age before, that was actually the time when people were doing this, I think, generations before. But now you have people like Jamie O'Brien, you have people like Shane Dorian that have extended their careers much longer than traditionally they would have, which now we've been skewed on what age means. I think it's all about impact, but it is impressive to see someone who is young making that impact.
You talk about Barron being out there all the time. When the Kanehe Hunt's wave, which some are calling the best backdoor wave ever ridden, Kanehe said he went out because Barron had come in. He figured he might have a shot.
He had a chance
at getting a good one, and he got an iconic wave. As we sit here in this lull, we're going to take a quick break and come on back here for this second half of our Heat 10 here at the 2023 Volcom Pipe Masters.
VANS Pipe Masters.
Pipe Masters.
Pipe is, to me, a slab. I would put it on the plane of something like Chopes or R's or some ship's turns or something like. It's a heavy slab. Pipe, you have like this huge cement slab of the playing field. So the whole crowd is shifting.
Not to mention, everything has been categorized off pipe. It might not be the gnarliest wave in the world now, but it's like Mike Tyson or something, you know what I mean? It's
like 100%.
Like it's just the reigning champ. It started it. It is it. It's just that's what it is.
Yeah, welcome back to the VANS Pipe Masters. Somebody did too many years at also at the Volcom Pipe Pro, and we are in a lull. But someone who has not had a real lull all day today is the one and only Krista Funk, who I saw Krista this morning as she was setting up, gearing up to go and swim in some wild and woolly pipeline. And Krista, you've been shooting all day. Thanks for taking a break. Tell us what it's been like to weave through all of these conditions from sunrise this morning to now.
You know, it had a little bit more size on it this morning. It's still definitely contestable, but it was just, there's that sandbar that's right there and sand in the wrong places. And so it was just a fair bit of current going back and forth, trying to stay in the right spot and be in position for the waves.
Krista, when you're out there and you're trying to line yourself up, do you have markers yourself that you're lining up on, similar to how surfers have lineups?
I do. I have a couple markers, and then I have the oh shit marker. I need to get moving.
And is it, do you kind of find sometimes when you're out there, you in your spot, and you kind of see someone that maybe you shoot that you know's got their spot, is it almost like predestined? You're kind of like, okay, someone out there, or is it a kind of a random crapshoot, if you would?
I think it's a little bit of both. There's sometimes when, if you shoot consistently with someone, you get into their, like, I guess their rhythm, and so you kind of have a mind for what they're going to go for. And so it can happen that way, and then other times it can be very random. And it just depends on the day and the conditions. If it's one swell and it's consistently in one spot and it's a good direction, then that's one thing. But if it's all over the place and you're just trying to get into a spot where you can actually see a barrel, then it's a whole crapshoot.
Krista, how did you, in your photography, make the choice to be like, yeah, I want to swim the most dangerous wave in the world consistently. That's something that I want to do.
Pipeline's really addictive. Honestly, that's what happened to me. I shot it from the beach, and I saw guys out there with water housings, and I wanted to be out there. So I worked my way up with smaller waves, and from the first time I shot pipeline, I went, oh, this is going to change things. Because I just knew I'd want to keep being out there, and so I just worked my way up to bigger days, and man, it's fantastic. I love seeing it go.
Wow, incredible.
Can you share with us perhaps one of your most moments while swimming?
Gosh.
Which one?
There's a lot to choose from. I would just say, I think it was Tamega got this massive flared out barrel. It was that day, the swim out that day. I think I had to be on like 6 inches of water over at Gums, getting lit up like a Christmas tree and just getting so smoked. And it was a point where I went, okay, do I need to turn around and go back in, or do I need to just keep trying to push through? And I just was like, I'm too far gone. I just need to try and keep pushing through and go like focus on what's coming next and what's coming next. But I don't know. There's been that. There have been other days where it's just so fast and violent when anything goes down that, I don't know. I feel like there's a lot in the memory bank there. It's a lot to unpack with that question.
I feel like that's a metaphor for life. Being in that situation where you're like, do I just go forward or do I just let this take me back to the beach? And seeing your passion and your excitement, even this morning as we were watching you gear up, I'm like, there is a human being who doesn't want to be any other place than here at Pipeline, shooting what she loves. So thanks for taking the time. Keep on going. Keep that smile and energy going, and we are proud of the work that you do.
Right on. Thanks so much for the interview, and you guys have a great day.
All right. Stay hydrated and get some food in you.
All right. Sounds good, guys.
All right. Take care, Krista.
Yeah, the funk.
The funk.
The Instaclam funk.
I mean, that's really a life metaphor, what she's describing. You know, you have those moments where you're like, do you run or do you face it and see what's potentially joyfully on the other side?
All right, we got Hawaiian royalty, Coco Ho, coming out for her next heat out here. She'll be looking backdoor, I would assume, but don't count her out for the Pipeline.
I saw, why did my brain just go blank with the person who, I saw a bunch of the women in general that were up there talking amongst themselves, strategizing, and excited that they were going to get to run the day. Specifically, Carissa Moore, defending champ.
Right.
How about that backdoor wave she got last year?
Yeah. No, yeah, that
definitely one of the moments from Pipe Masters last year.
Craig looking. No, didn't want that. Yeah, it seems like a bit slow in this heat. It seems like the Florence brothers might have got a bit of the energy.
I loved how they were like, oh, it's not a competition.
And then they all start laughing.
John was like, yeah, what's that, Ivan's ahead?
Yeah.
It's all love, but watch this.
Yeah, I'm sure these guys out here in this heat, you want to see them in heavy barrels, because you know,
I mean,
they
Craig
have
Anderson on goose eggs with 9 to go. Come on, Mother Nature.
Yeah, all these surfers have a distinct style, you know, in ways of consequence, and you know, you want those opportunities to come to see the difference, you know, to see, you know, Noah is so unpredictable, Matahi is so much confidence in ways of consequence, similar to Barron, and you know, you have Craig that seems like he doesn't even care on waves that could kill you. Yeah. Hopefully these waves come their way so we can, selfishly, we can enjoy their risks.
As we see these guys, somebody having a scratch, maybe at a back door.
No one's the one staying busy. Big turn.
Smash.
Wow.
Ooh. That was gorgeous. Beautiful little berry of the rail and the throwing of the tail.
I thought I seen him on a Tokoro paddling out.
But yeah, if you would have said at the beginning of this heat that at this point that Barron wouldn't even have a wave. I would have been like, excuse me?
Yeah.
But it bees that way sometimes.
Well, even too at Makana, right? Makana's one of his crew, Noah Beshin, and there, you have Makana saying, yeah, I'm pretty sure local knowledge is going to help, and then you have a heat like this, and it doesn't seem to be helping. And maybe it's the patient game. Maybe maybe Barron has learned to be patient on the championship tour. We got Craig looking left, giving it a dig, getting into it, bottom turn. Trying to find something. Soul. Oh.
How was that one accidental 1 foot backside air kick out?
Yeah.
How just aesthetically pleasing is it just to watch him drive through a barrel? Like just that knock-kneed style, little wings spread out, and doesn't look like he's doing much, and then you just whoosh, whoosh.
I mean, and that's the question, the competitive side of things. Do you have to try to show that it's critical? Do you have to show how intense? But if it looks like you're just hanging out, taking a walk, casual stroll through this wave, I mean, there's people at home, they're like, oh, that looks so fun, I'd do that.
Yeah.
But the technicality of that, even that drop, deep at pipe, coming around to know not to just book it to the channel.
It's not going to be a high scorer, but he, would have wanted to have that thing set up from the beginning. But just gorgeous to watch. I mean, this is a guy who, let's not forget, rode a 5.5 in one of the biggest days.
Kandui.
At Kandui, yeah. I mean, on a 5.5, on that solid 10-foot Kandui.
Yeah.
Just looking like he was cruising.
I mean, this is, I think, the person who made Hypto-Crypto a worldwide phenomenon.
For sure. People started ordering those things up, being like, I want to look that cool. I think it's one of the best-selling surfboards, period, of all time.
No, I think so as well. About 5.6 for Craig on that last style ride. Trying to get busy. It seems the busyness of Noah is paying off in this heat. But again, that's another thing. It's not just about heats anymore. You got to think the entire field of competitors.
And I'm sure it's hard to get out of that mindset when you're so used to being in your heat being limited to the people that you're in the water with, as opposed to the overall field.
Like last year, things changed completely. We went up until right before finals day, and literally within the second half of right before the finals, the leaderboard changed.
Yeah. So for folks at home, take a snapshot of this leaderboard right now as we see February Florence, Benji, Brand, and Seth Moniz. If the event was, if we were heading into the final right now, that's where we'd be. Let's see what it looks like. Which one of those 4 names will be remaining at the end of that 3rd round?
Right. But Mikey February's scores are pretty high, near excellent. You can't go much higher than that.
And he's still got more to do.
So, I mean, ideally, you would want, if Mikey was to be in the finals, you'd want him number 4, just so, or he better himself,
right? Just
so we can see a bit more action.
I mean, when you just talk about overall performance today, he's a super standout as Baron Mamil. Oh, he wanted to come out over that foam ball. To get that first backdoor wave that he got, which was insane, and then get literally decimated by some of the biggest backdoor off the wall connectors. He's just getting pounded. Took like 4 or 5 on the head. Doesn't take the easy way around. Paddles back out, and then on the way out, the universe is like, and for your troubles, maybe you want to turn and go on this. He should be exhausted, and then gets the highest scoring wave of the day. That thing had like 4 incredible sections on it. We were just, the whole beach was losing it. But Mikey he's just in a nice zone. He's been here with his wife and his young son, and he's just looking like, hey, I'm just happy, grateful and happy to be here, and he's going to make the most of it.
Typical Feb's fashion. How was it? Yeah, it was fun. It's pretty fun out there.
Yeah, and he comes in, and you think that you'd be like, you should be more excited, and he's just like, yeah, that was cool.
Too good.
That does not say much on land.
Yeah,
but
says a lot
when he strokes in and lets that rail engage. He is loud and unique in a way that has become really iconic. That style is truly iconic, and I think before coming into the Pipe Masters last year, people didn't necessarily correlate that to being transferable here, and I think he was intent on showing last year, and now he's just like, yeah, you already know.
Yeah. Oh man, what do we got?
This is a bummer, this heat. From a nature perspective, you want these dudes to get maximum opportunity. We're happy for both Craig and Baron that they were able to get something on the board, but that's not what they wanted to leave with. But again, opportunities 2 and 3 still in the future for them, and we are very, very excited for the women to begin their campaign. As driving here, Baron gets a little cover up, and he's like, all right, that's going to be it for me.
Yeah, I think it's what's good about this format is from the surfer standpoint, they don't have to worry about getting eliminated. They still have another chance. From the viewership standpoint, we still get to see some great surfing by some of our favorites who we want to see in the contest. So again, a big shout out to VANS. Thanks for making a contest format similar and pulling from Backdoor Shootout. I think the Hui Backdoor Shootout, Eddie Rothman and the way they created that contest is a nice foundation for other contests like VANS, Pipe Masters to take from.
I'm sure we will have Uncle Eddie either in the booth or on the VIP headset at some point during the event. Shout out to Steve Van Doren, the heart and soul of VANS. That guy's 68, 69 years old, and he's still as excited and hyped up for an event, like whether it's a skate demo, whether it's VANS Pipe Masters. He's just fired up. Right now he's out there on the grill making some hamburgers and hot dogs for folks, and this is what he lives for.
I think I might go for number 2.
There he is. Look at him. Out there on the grill, doing his thing. First time I saw him on the grill was at a snowboard contest. There was a half pipe event at the VANS Den Triple Crown. Oh, Steve, come on! I'm trying to get you your moment here. We had gotten snow, had filled the pipe, and he ordered a grill and had them deliver it, and next thing you know, competitors were stoked. There was a DJ, and there was Steve Van Doren during the snow delay, making hot dogs and hamburgers for the whole field, and that began this tradition of him on the grill at every event he can. There's our current standings, and we are excited for the women to enter into the water. Mikey February, John Florence, and Benji Brand, followed by Seth Moniz, and the rest, all incredible names there in that top 10. And we're about to switch gears. Excited anticipation. Coco Ho and crew getting ready to go. I'm going to pass it over to KK and Makuakai as the women begin. Hey, Makua.
Feb, one of Salema's ultimate surfers in his lineup. What do you know? It's Makua Rothman, joined by the queen of big charging waves of consequence, Miss, the one and only Kealakin.
All right, so now we got the women hitting the water. This is exciting. Make me proud, ladies.
We have Laura Enever, Coco Ho, Frankie Herrera, and Evie Wong. Evie Wong. Coco Ho, daughter of legendary Michael Ho, sister to legendary Mason Ho, and the niece of the king of all kings, the first Hawaiian world champion, Mr. Derek Ho.
And I was reading some really interesting stuff about Evie Wong. She's completely fluent in Hawaiian, and she started her own charity for Native Hawaiian water sports athletes, which is really cool.
Aye.
Yeah.
You know, yes. Evie is fluent in Olelo Hawaii, as we say here in Hawaii. And her Olelo is just another step of the Hawaiian culture nowadays, taking a step forward and making sure that it is integrated into the school systems as a whole. A lot of these charter schools are popping up with the Olelo Hawaii, the language of our people of Hawaii. And Frankie Herrera, no stranger to Pipeline. I actually coached her to her first win ever, QS at Pipeline.
No kidding.
Yes, it
Man,
was.
she had a good coach.
Yeah, we had a good time. It was the first time I was ever stressed out in a contest. I think. That wasn't even surfing. But Frankie, yeah, she putting in the time, definitely surfs a lot of good waves, waves of consequence, the real charges. I mean, Coco Ho, what else can you say about her? I mean, she's beautiful, she rips. She comes from the long line of just ultimate waterman, and this is the perfect size for Coco, I think. The nice rights like that, she really likes when it lines up here.
Speaking of waves of consequence, you got Laura Enever, who
I was just getting there to
charge her.
It's almost like, in a way, reminds me of you, kind of, with this younger version. Like, she just charges.
Yeah, she loves it.
You know what I mean? Like, regardless
Some
of
people
what.
just
She's
love
petite.
it.
She's petite. She's
Yeah,
not
she's
like,
got a small frame
like
like
if you look
me.
at her, you're not going to say, like, oh my God, this is a big wave charger, right? And the next thing you know, you're like, you're paddling in or running away, and it's either you or her dropping in. You know what I mean? You guys are really unassuming, but that's what makes it.
One of the first thing people always say to me when they meet me is, "You're so little. I thought you were going to be like this." I don't know. They expect me to look like
I'm not little, I'm
Amazon
just
or
fun
something.
size.
Yeah,
Come
I'm
on.
just fun size.
Well, I
I'm bite
want to
size.
throw it down to the beach to Holly with Noah Dean if we could get be blessed with that interview.
Hello guys, yeah, Naza, how was it out there?
Looked like it was going to be cooking and then it kind of just stopped. We're a little bit tripping, but it's still so nice when you're out there with no one out. So stoked on that.
Sick, and that turn you did was pretty nice. You're looking strong and buff, and board's looking real good. So what have you been doing to train and stuff and stay in the zone for the contest?
I kind of just came a week early and there was a bit of a swell run and kind of surfed every day, a couple times a day. Oh, that one. No, that was crazy. Yeah, just like 3 surfs a day, and then last couple of days I've just been chilling. Did a tiny bit of stretching before my heat because I feel pretty stiff, but all good.
Sick. Are you looking forward to the next couple of heats?
Yeah, kind of just, I mean, the main goal is just to get one heat that's kind of cooking and maybe get 1 or 2. That's always nice. So sick to watch everyone else surf too. Exciting.
Beautiful. All right, thanks for coming.
Holly, can you ask
We got a
Noah
question.
real quick what the vibe is like over there at the Volcom House for us, being with Balaram and the defending champion? What's it like being in the same house and pumping each other up, or what's the vibe there competitive-wise to push each other to the next level?
No worries. He just wants to know what the vibe's like with Balaram and everyone at the Volcom House and defending champ. What's it been like hanging out with him?
Sick. It's always good hanging out with Balaram. I mean, last year when he won, I don't think I've ever seen anyone so fired up.
Yeah.
So I think he's put in like some of the most time out of anyone out here, so you kind of expect him to go nuts, but I'm sure he'll put on a performance.
Yeah.
So good vibes.
All right. Looking forward to seeing you in the next one. Cheers, Nuzzle. Thanks, guys.
Well, thank you very much, Holly and Noah Dean. There you see his board.
Well, I think I see some waves. I think I see some waves on the
sets out the
outside.
back. And guess what else we got for you? Kella, we welcome in Zoe McDougall, North Shore's own Mrs. Zoe McDougall here to call this heat for us. And Zoe, how's the conditions looking? And what is the vibe and energy like between the women right now that it's on?
Hi guys, yeah, it looks beautiful out there. It's really cleaned up from this morning, and I think the girls are all really excited to get in the water.
Beautiful. What size board are you riding? What is your equipment selection for the day?
I'm still kind of watching it, trying to decide if I want to ride my 6'2" or 6'4". Got a lot of really good boards this year from John Peisel, and yeah, just gonna keep an eye on it, and kind of seems like the swell's still like figuring itself out, so.
Definitely looks like it's going a little bit soft right now and going a little bit down.
That last heat was slow, but you know, if the pattern that we've been seeing all day continues, this heat has the potential to be one of those.
Well, that's
fire
exactly
heats.
what I was going to say about the equipment choice. Don't get fooled because the swell has a lull for a little while, because when it does pump and you want that 6'4" on a bigger bomb, you're going to love it. So,
yeah,
you know, just a little insight. I would think the board that catches waves better, because if you're not catching the waves, you're not surfing them. And right now it's a surf competition. You want to position yourself and make sure it's only, what, 2 inches?
Yeah.
If you could get one that has a little more foam, I think Pipeline really likes that, especially when you're driving through the barrel. You don't notice that sometimes on your free surfs. If you have a little longer board, you can pump through the barrel. When you hit those foam, the foam or the chandeliers, you go over it, right?
Yeah, definitely. We're not strangers to bigger boards growing up around here.
Oh, yeah. Well, so what's your preparation been like? Have you been before this event?
Yeah, I've been home for a little while, and we've gotten some really fun waves, like a lot of good backdoor days in the last couple weeks, and just been enjoying being out there again and watching winter wake up.
Talk a little bit about Kokoho. I know it's kind of been like a bigger sister to you, traveling all these years, and I've seen you guys travel in the past together and whatnot. What do you think, you know, watching Coco do her thing as you've grown up and whatnot, what would be, you know, going through her head right now as you've traveled with her a lot and competing with her right now?
Yeah, Coco's definitely shown me the ropes. We grew up next door together, as you know, because you're also one of our neighbors. But yeah, Coco has really shown me like every step of the way, just like how to do this, and like definitely even my first couple times out at backdoor has helped me a lot. So I've always looked up to her and her approach. I think she's really excited for today and just like being out there at such beautiful conditions with a couple of her really good friends, Laura and Frankie. We've all been hanging out at the house that they're staying at, a couple houses down. Definitely some good girl energy going down there.
That's what we need right now.
power.
Is good girl energy for the ocean. She is Mother Pipeline.
Yeah.
All of us refer to Pipeline as her. And right now, we are seeing some of the best women in the world actually up and riding. Your first action. It's Evie Wong. She looks like she's on a little bigger board as well. I'm not sure if she's going to opt to come to the beach to get another one. I think she might just be trying to paddle around and not get caught inside at back door.
Yeah, she might just be avoiding that nasty section.
A few times down there, and you're like, nah, that's not.
You're like, I'm good. I'll do the paddle around.
Yeah. Rain check.
It seems
it's always
like
so fun when you
around.
sneak it, though. You feel like you feel like such a winner when you.
It's kind of fun when you sneak anything. Right? You get for me down. Yeah, and that's having a little sneak around back door. As you can see, she's doing the famous end around paddle out the channel. Evie Wong on just a little, maybe get her feet in the wax. I'm really curious to see when the set starts coming in, who's gonna be whipping it and in position, because the swell definitely looks like it's on its way down a little.
Yeah, but it's been holding.
It's been holding. The only thing about swells on the way down is they turn more north as they go down.
Up.
It's gonna
who we got here?
Provide some good long lefts. I was gonna say for the girls.
Frankie.
That's Frankie.
All right.
That was sick.
Frankie on a nice little barrel. I just seen Frankie and her family, her daughter and her husband in a store the other day, and we were talking story, and actually stayed with them for a while. Started recording music when I first started back up on my album, and her mom Simone was so gracious to let us stay at the house, and just such an awesome family over there in the Hurricane camp as well.
Well, look at your tutelage at work right there. Your coaching at work.
Yeah. It's, you know, as coaches, you can only say so much. It's up to the individual to go out there and do it, and that's why I think the relationship between athlete and coach is so much more than people really think. I mean,
All
right
right,
here,
let's check the replay.
I'm sure
is
Reynolds Hayes is
Evie.
looking at this one very closely. Coach Reynolds of Billabong, and here we go, Frankie.
Nice bottom turn under the lip.
I mean, look at that, just doing Frankie. Little wiggle waggle at the end. But she's pretty used to doing these kind of barrels. Look like a little Zuma Beach one right there.
Right?
Little version of Zuma, yeah. Sandbar. Frankie is out the back. And what do you think, Kiala, right now it's going to take for women to really push the bar to the next level in big wave surfing, in waves of consequence? I know it's being done right now every day. But what do you think maybe might be a little adjustments that they could make to make it a little easier, or, you know, knowing that you've done it so much?
It's just opportunities like this. Like, this is an opportunity I never had, you know. I dreamed about being in the Pipe Masters all my life, and it's so great to finally see the women getting that chance. And I think the more opportunities they get like this, where they get to surf in a cleared lineup, just 3 of them in the water, where they can actually choose their waves and sit a little deeper. And
do you think that if there was that opportunity back in the day, that there were girls that were capable of doing it, like that many for a contest level? Because I remember that there was only a select few of you that actually wanted it. And this is just my observation. Nowadays, a lot of the girls, because they have had more opportunity and more possibilities, you know, presented to them, it seems like there's a lot more girls willing to do it. They get a lot more chances, and that just builds the sport a lot more than, like you said.
well, I know myself and Rochelle Ballard were just thirsty for it, you know. And I remember Claire Bevilacqua coming over from West Oz, and she'd stay at the Volcom house with all the boys all winter, super like rough.
She was always there.
She was out. We would call the West Bowl Bevo's Bowl, you know.
If Bevo's watching, we miss you.
Yeah, we miss you, Bevo. But there were, you know, there was a few women, and even prior to me, you know, women have been. When I started surfing pipeline with Rochelle, you know, I thought we were like the first ones, and there's actually like a history of women surfing pipeline that, you know, it's really hard to find. Like, you try and look it up online. I've tried to search for the history. It's, you know, it's really hard to find.
It was maybe Joyce Hoffman.
Joyce Hoffman, Jericho Poplar, I think Lynn Boyer.
I wonder if Auntie Rell's son got out this side.
Maybe Jody Cooper, Bonsai Betty. You know, there's been. Oh, we got up and riding.
Coco up and riding on probably not the best wave, but maybe just a positioning thing. Get your feet up, get around the edge, and get back out there. Because sometimes you sit too long. You know this, Zoe, right? You break this down for me. You sit there in the heat too long, you almost don't want to give up that one spot. You're like, if I go there, then it's going to come here. But if you kind of get a wave sometimes, especially like pipe, it doesn't take that long to get back out. So sometimes when you remove yourself from that stubborn position of I'm just going to wait, and you get back into the rhythm, it seems like sometimes that works out for the best.
Yeah, it's definitely all about finding that rhythm. I think surfing at heat out here is definitely really different than a free surf. Like, free surfs, I'll sit out here for hours and just wait and like hold my position, but still kind of bounce around the reef hunting. This is different. I mean, we don't have priority, but there's still like so much more opportunity to just like sit in your spot and get the wave, but you're also in a time frame, so you don't want to sit too long, and like you kind of want to just like adjust to the rhythm of the ocean, and you never know like what position taking a wave will put you in. Maybe it puts you back in the perfect spot for that next jam. Yeah.
Yes, the rhythm of the ocean is
and
the
looks
word
like
or the quote of the day.
Looks
to
like
be in rhythm
Frankie's
here.
score's coming in at a 17.5. All right.
17.5. Look at that.
Putting double digits on the board.
A little less than a 5 across the board, right? Frankie there with her. Talk flotation, talk safety with us. You coming from a generation of, we were wearing a tow vest just to do that. And one more time, speaking of flotation, she's got it on, she's prepared. Frankie, mother, a wife, and a very
And a
bad
barrel rider.
surfer. She's bad to the bone. And she'll charge this girl. And by the way, guess what? Speaking of safety, for those of you that are hungry and are in danger of starving, the young kids got the poke bowls out here for 15 bucks. We'll support the community. Little kids got the best poke in the world right here on Catonway Road. Go and get it out front. We very appreciate you supporting these young entrepreneurs out here on the North Shore. And but safety-wise, from what you got to experience and what you started with to someone like Zoe, who now has the float vest, the air vest, and all that other stuff, the evolution and just the mindset of, you know, starting with nothing and now knowing what these girls have and where they can take it with this equipment.
Well, let's look at this replay real quick. Just a quick in and out there.
Yep. Just getting the feet wet.
Yeah, when I started surfing waves of consequence, you didn't have any safety equipment whatsoever, you know? I remember surfing chopes for the first time and almost dying. I had no like flotation suit, no nothing.
And now, like you said, there are, as we're seeing on screen, the helmets being worn by Laura, the float vests being worn by Frankie.
All that stuff is just smart, you know? The vests make you a little bit more buoyant, you know, and also provide cushioning for when you get slammed on the reef.
Oh, we always love that when you hit the reef.
When you
With
hit
your
the-
stuff on, you have a nice barrier of
Cushion.
high density foam.
Little cushion for the pushing.
Oh, hey.
But yeah, that can save your rib.
It'll definitely save your rib. But anyways, going back to that, Zoe, what do you think? Has it given you confidence? Have you used any of these new technologies that are available to push your surfing to another level?
Yeah, I mean, growing up here on the North Shore, I've been around, like, I've seen every bad injury that's gone down out here, which I feel like sometimes I wish I had a little more of the, like, not knowing that some people who fly over have. Because
Ignorance is bliss, huh?
Sometimes ignorance is bliss for sure, but it's good to know, and I think it's made me a lot more cautious and calculated out here, and I've learned to adjust to wearing the helmet. It was tricky for me at first because it's so unnatural feeling, but I think that just like it gives me a little more peace of mind, especially after watching so many of the boys, and especially the boys in my age group, like suffer
Head injuries.
Well, I mean,
head injuries
it's
in the last
very
couple years.
unnatural to feel your head with a huge golf ball sized lump on it.
I know, I have a helmet.
So it's like the helmet really, that little unnatural feeling, if you can get used to it.
If you can get used to it, yeah.
I have a helmet. I should wear it more. It's so uncomfortable. It feels so unnatural, but I really want to start wearing it more.
It was hard for me at first, but now I think it feels almost more unnatural for me to paddle out here without it.
Without it,
'cause
you
I'm
feel
just like-
naked.
yeah, I'm like, oh, I think I want that. I popped my earpieces out of mine, which I don't know if you're supposed to do.
Easy,
or
because it
not,
doesn't, sometimes the water gets stuck.
Yeah.
You have to, like those Simba helmets.
That was the hardest part for me, was just the
neoprene
knot here.
inside.
Yeah.
You gotta take the stuff out. If not, it like sucks into your ear.
Oh, here we got a paddle.
Coco
Here's
hole
Coco.
in the
Oh.
barrel. Let's go, girl.
Sick one.
Do the hula.
Oh.
Oof. Couple of ummies. Way and slide right out of that barrel, but unfortunately she comes unstuck for our Kanaka wahine. Mana wahine.
We got Bethany down there on the beach.
Bethany Hammerton.
Hammer.
She is the all-time hammer. We love Bethany. Stands up for what she believes in, and is
Whoa, Frankie.
watching
Frankie.
another mama. This is like baby mama drama right now. We got baby mamas pulling in, baby mamas paddling out. I mean, look at these women.
The two
But
most barreled moms
it's just
in the
a
world.
testament to the fact of how
Strong.
powerful they are. They can,
Yeah.
you know, they have children. They're awesome moms, and they're also incredible athletes at the same time. Juggling that type of livelihood, you know, with the family, with the kids, and then still having enough time to put enough time into being an, you know, elite athlete.
I want to see that
It's
replay of
amazing.
Frankie. I want to see that drop.
Yeah, me too.
I want to see it as well. Our good fellas in the back will be pulling us up a replay of Frankie Herrera's just pretty much soul arch. So it's like Jerry Lopez-ish kind of feel to that bottom turn stand there. Here it is.
Yeah, let's check it out.
Replay, Kiala.
Yeah, she kind of sold our shit with a little hair flick. She gave it her own little flair.
If she could have stalled, but this was just so smooth.
I mean, she stood proud in that thing. That was beautiful.
I would have to say she's doing the best surfing so far on the women's side as far as wave selection wise. Really catching the waves that are wide open and bigger as more of the rights are kind of smaller and shutting down. Frankie's just kind of, I mean, look at that.
That was awesome.
She stood
Smooth
tall
as
for
silk.
sure.
And I know Mama Simone is out there watching her baby surf. Mama, we love you. And Look at these girls having a good time. It's what it's all about. Competition, family,
camaraderie.
I would say brotherhood, but sisterhood.
Sisterhood, yeah.
Yes. And it really is, because you want to compete. Everybody wants to win. Waves of consequences. Stuff happens. As much as you want to win, as much as you want to take this guy out and all these things, or girl out, whatever it may be, you also want to come in and watch them enjoy their friends and family at the end of the day. And there's only so many of us that actually do this type of, dangerous sports. And in any sport that has, a sport of consequence, there's that camaraderie between the athletes, whether it's team or individual.
Because we know what each other goes through.
It's kill or be killed when it's on, but at the same time, should anybody fall victim to something, you're right there, and
100%.
You're gonna put yourself on the line as well for your friends out there. And Zoe, any moments that stand out to you? Wise talking about that whole sisterhood type of thing on the North Shore? Anything go down in the water, or are the girls participating in? I know there's the brag, the big wave risk assessment, the waterman classes. Are any of you folks looking into that kind of stuff for the safety aspect of women's big wave surfing?
Yeah, I mean, I myself have done a few safety courses and apnea classes, and then my filmer actually, Jess Jennings, she's one of the only female videographers out here, but she just went to the brag course last weekend, and she loved it. So I think it's good. Like, a lot of the girls are getting involved and like learning the safety. I had quite a few friends who went to the brag, and yeah, I think it's great.
Very good idea. Speaking of sisterhood, to get
Looks like
the sisters
Frankie
together.
put another 17 point something on the board.
17. 17's a good number. That's the day I was born on, the 17th.
Me too.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Speaking of 17, she has a pair of 17s on the board. In second, Coco Ho with a 7 and a 1.5. Evie Wong, a 3.6 and a 2.8. And Laura Enever with a lone 5-point ride. Anything can happen at any time in any one of these heats. These women are so good. They're invited to this contest for a reason, to become a Pipeline Masters champion.
Oh yeah. We got about 6 minutes left in this heat. So
Looks
a
like
little
we got
bit of
a little
time.
bit of action.
Got some action right here. No.
It's tricky in there on those little ones, because that back door, the deeper backdoor ones, more towards the pipe channel, they'll pinch. There's a little boil in there. There's little deep spots. When it hits it, it looks all nice, and it'll have like this weird in the middle, and just so it's really tricky when the waves come down. You got to watch that. You don't want to take the ones too far towards pipe side if they're inside, because they'll hit that funny section. There's no harm in just waiting. You're not going to win this contest without good scores on the board. So there's no reason to catch a wave if you're not going to get a good score on it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Well, that's what's so cool about this format, is that you're not going to go looking for those garbage waves just because you need a score because time's running out and I need to advance.
I mean, I've seen a few waves taking off on that. I kind of scratch my head, but I guess I mean, you look at the waves like Pipe Masters. This one's not doing it for sure. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So like, maybe it's a theory of
maybe they're just trying to stay warm.
Paddle around, stay warm,
Yeah,
whatever it is.
They're just trying to stay loose.
Oh, they're gonna loose all right. They're gonna be
spelling.
loosing all right.
Different spelling.
And I think we got some stats coming up for you folks here. What fin setups are the VANS Pipe Masters riding? We have a stat of 78% thruster. Thruster meaning 2 side fins, 1 trailer fin in the back, 3 fin setup. Quad would be 4 fins, obviously, 2 on each side, with no trailer fin in the back. And other means you could put fins from the nose to the tail. You can put fins on the top. You can put fins on and try and stand up. It probably wouldn't work too good. So I think you might want to stick with the thruster or quad. But you want to bust out that lie and go finless, you can do that too.
So I don't know. What do you think for fin setups? For me, I've always kind of gone thrusters. I've experimented a little bit with quad setups. But I came from thrusters, so what do you think, Zoe?
I've mainly been riding thrusters, but I have a couple boards in my quiver right now that are quads. I haven't gotten to ride them too much yet, so I'll be riding thrusters today. But
I just think traditionally we've all been on thrusters for so long that you really have to be committed to the forefin and learning what it feels like. But at the end of the day, it's never the bow, it's never the arrow. It's always the archer.
Yep.
And, you know, oh, my fins weren't this, my whatever it was. It's whatever makes you feel confident, whatever you feel like you can give your best performance on. I think to each, you know, and everyone, they have their own. You might have quads, but big ones, small ones, you know, different types of quad setups. There's bigger side fin, smaller trailer fin.
Sometimes you can just get way too confused about what to use.
Yeah, I mean, I've seen a lot of confused people out there using a lot of different things, but, you know, maybe they got it right, and the traditional way isn't the way. Like I said, it's all up to you. Whatever gets you from that lineup to those jet skis in the barrel and blown out is the best setup.
That's the best setup, yeah. No, I hear quads are like, can be a little bit faster, but every time I've ridden a quad, I find it a little squirrelier, and it's harder to do a full off the bottom turn. Like
talking about faster, let's watch these girls rip through these barrels. Frankie Herrera, I would say she was on a 3-fin, but
Frankie really dominating this heat so far.
Oh yes, beautiful surfing Coco. Look at that barrel.
That would have been a big score if she would have come out of that one, and then this one.
And Frankie is just really dominating this heat. She's just positioning-wise, riding a spot, right boards, acting up.
I love that little head
so
flick.
large.
Yeah, that was cool.
Oh yeah. Laura Enever, I just wait to see a big set coming, because you know she's either going to be pulling in or flying through the air down the face. One of the two. But I guarantee
it's going to be exciting, though. It's going to be exciting.
I mean, she's going to charge regardless. You know, there's men out here that wouldn't even dare do that. And there she is. And thank you so much, Zoe, for walking us through this heat. We have 1 minute and 30 seconds left to you. Is there anything else you want to give? Anything else you want to say? Insight? Now's the time.
Insight, shout outs.
Yeah, just thank you, Vans, for putting on such a great event. And if anyone's bored, I just put out a new video part, so that's on Stab Premium.
Where can we see it?
Stab Premium for the next 2 weeks, and then it'll be on YouTube.
And it's called?
It's called I Love You.
I Love You.
Yeah.
Beautiful.
Yeah, so go check it out.
Zoe McDougall spreading the love with I Love You, her newest edit out right now. And thank you so very much, sister, for being here with us.
Yeah, thanks,
we wish
you guys.
You good luck in your heat.
Great to see you both.
And please come back and join us again. We'd love to hear insight and what it takes to grow up here on the North Shore and put your time in. So thank you so much for being with us, Zoe.
Thanks, you guys.
43 seconds left in Heat Run Round 1 of your Vans Pipe Masters Women's Edition here 2023. And myself, Makua Kai Rothman, and my sister KK Kiala Kinley, we are bringing to you live 23 version of Vans Pipe Masters. We have a lot more coming your way, a lot more interesting characters on the way to the booth. As we end this heat, we will be bringing another heat in, and another special guest will be gracing us here. Kiala, count us down in this last heat, please.
Oh, we got 4, 3, 2, 1. That's it for the first heat of the women's round.
Frankie Herrera, the star of that show, as Rocky the beach announcer says. And we are back in 3, 2, e kahi. And mai kai e velua wang. Congratulations to each and every woman that was out there charging. And we are into heat number 2 with Bethany Hamilton, Annie Dos Santos, Gabriella Bryan, and Bella Kenworthy. And speaking of awesomeness, specialness, and heats, we have one of Vans' most prestigious surfers, one of my brother's best friends, someone who grew up right at my house, someone that I think is the most improved surfer and put the most time in, and it shows. One of my favorite surfers on planet Earth, hands down. in any surf. Turns, airs, barrels, it doesn't matter. Mr. Nathan Florence, welcome to the booth.
Thank you, Maku. That was quite an intro. Thank you for the kind words. Good to be here. Hi, Kayla.
Hey, what's up? So tell us about that. That was a cracker of a heat with you and your brothers. Like, that was probably one of the most exciting heats of the day, I think.
Well, these heats have been on and off, and then the heat
It was
before
on.
we saw slow, and we were like, "Oh, come on, please do that thing," like turn on, and then it flurried.
Right
and
at the beginning.
Next thing you know, we're just going back to back.
I mean,
got it right.
2 seconds in, you guys were already in the barrel. It was crazy.
I kicked that out right. John's on the one behind. Ivan's going left. I'm like, oh God, here we go. battle. Oh, get out the back. It was a good time.
The best when you kick out, you see your brothers dropping on the next bomb. You're like, ah.
Yep. I was like, fall.
You're like naked, but your hands are behind.
yeah,
One of these behind your back. Get them.
Yeah.
Well, how was it out there? Tell us. I mean, 3 brothers. And Emil, right?
Yep.
He is just an absolute beast in
Yep.
waves like this. So to have you 3 out there, tell me the 5. What was the ambiance? What was the feel of you 3 guys competing together? And have you guys done it before?
We have done it in the shootout, and it just went so well. We have us 3 brothers and one of our friends, and it just flows, right? We're competitive, but we know how to take turns and when it matters, and that's how it was out there. We were just taking turns. We had that mindset. The vibe was good. You go, I go kind of thing, and it just worked because the waves flurry, and as competitive as we all want the good one. We are looking for slightly different ways. Me and John might be looking for a similar way, but Ivan wants that big double up left. He's willing to go right, but he's a goofy foot. And so we had our eyes a little more on backdoor, and that's kind of how it worked. We both got rights, me and John, and then Ivan got that smoker high score of the heat left. And Emio, wild card in our heat. I've known Emio for a while from Tahiti, like you said, absolute charger, incredible backhand barrel rider.
I was saying he's got to be hands down at the top of the list, if not 1 or 2 out at chokes. I mean,
I agree.
That backside riding, I mean, I see everything go down. The stuff that he does backside on that wave, even frontside, backside, whatever, you've gotten one of the most memorable paddle waves of all time there.
Yeah.
To watch him, what he's doing to push the level, it must have been special to share that heat with him as well and have that energy.
It is. I was definitely excited because I know if a wave comes and Emio's up, he's going to perform on that wave and he's probably going to make it. And if not make it, there's a difference between hanging on for dear life at pipe and surfing pipe where you're stalling or maneuvering or no hand pumping on your backhand. You're positioning different. I want to get deeper. I want to go faster. There's a big difference, and guys like Emio, they know how to surf. So a heat like that, we were real excited for it and hoping to put on a good show.
We're going to come back to questions for you in a minute. I want to throw it down to Holly and Mrs. Frankie Herrera down there on the beach.
Hello, guys.
Give it to us.
Hello there. Yeah, Frankie. How'd you get from growing up in Malibu with mushy rides to liking getting pitted in lefts?
There's some good closeouts to practice on. Zuma Beach, great pipeline training.
You guys are staying just up here, kind of backdoor, right in front of it. Been watching for days, weeks, and hanging out with the family. How's that been?
Hanging with the fam. I have been spectating a lot from the water. Very low wave count the last week, so it was nice to be out there with no one out.
Sick. And boards. What size board are you riding?
Riding a 6'3" Hayden shape. Nice and thick. I was kind of debating between a 6'8" and a 6'3". And yeah, I went with a 6'3" because I've caught more waves on it in the last couple days, so that was my deciding factor.
Beautiful. Well, it's nice to watch you, and I look forward to watching the rest, eh?
Thanks. I want to say, Lion Heron, I love you so much, and yeah.
Beautiful. Thanks, Frank.
Thank you so very much, Holly. And yes, Lion Heron, we send our love to you, one of the strongest warriors I know, a dear friend of mine going through some things. And all of us here in the surf world in Hawaii, period, want to send our love to you. And back to Nathan, give us a little bit of insight on how it would start. Big sets coming, you 3 are out there, nobody's caught a wave yet. Who's going first?
Yeah,
That's what I want to know.
Yeah. It's as you can imagine. I mean, you're looking at Ivan with those big chops, and he's got his mean face on. At one point, he even yelled to me and John, "You guys better watch out for me." After he got his good one, me and John are looking, we're like, bro, it's just us out here. Like, you talking to us? Like, and he's just like in the mode, you know, he's loving it. But yeah, like that preheat, no priority set. No one's speaking, but we're hassling. Definitely hassling.
Well, because we always talk about that brotherly camaraderie. Yes, it's so cool to surf with my brothers, but when that set's coming and there's 3 of you out there, it's almost like,
it's unspoken.
This guy,
it's unspoken. Guys are bumping rails. Like
exactly.
Right when the heat started, John and Ivan jet to get deep position for the left. I hold back thinking, I'm going to get a right. I'll be deeper than them if that right comes early. Little lull to start the heat. We just started crisscrossing out the back, like looking, trying to read who's going to read the ocean best, see the indicator, what's coming in. Is it a right or a left?
We actually have some footage, and I would like you to walk us through these GoPro clips that we got of you folks. If you could take us through these clips, Nate, tell us what it is about this and how this GoPro really changed your career as well of capturing content.
Yep. Oh yeah, this is my first right.
Vision.
Came out so clean. I love that. No water drops on the lens.
No water?
Oh, yes.
So how does that feel right there? All the people out there don't know. Here's your brother's wave. Walk us through this thing.
So I haven't got this wave as I'm on the way back out, and the classic.
What about those bumps?
Insane. Insane small technical maneuvering in the barrel. Foam ball positioned himself just right.
Talk us through some pumping, Nathan. What is it like to pump? What does it mean, and how do you do that on a surfboard?
Well, you want to get your rail in the water, and you want to use your fins to propel yourself down the face. You know, you pump when you see that wall stretch out, and you think, I'm not where I need to be right now. I need to prepare for where I need to be in 5 foot or 10 foot. And so that's when you step on the gas, is what we call it. Maneuvering your fins and your board and your body to propel yourself forward. Ivan's great at that, and he does it with such great style, like he just did in that clip. That clip, that was perfect. That's so fun with GoPro, right? I used it so much over the years. People were like, why you like surfing with that thing in your mouth? I'm like, man, I've learned so much about my own barrel riding from watching my clips back. Waves I didn't make, I go back and I examine, and I'm like, right there, I see exactly why I didn't make it. My nose drifted too low. I was way too close to the impact. I could change that.
Speaking about that stuff and watching yourself, how important is it for the next generation to watch themselves surf and not just post the best clips of themselves, but actually, talk about watching themselves surf. Nice. Blue here is going to be able to watch herself in that barrel, but how is that going to help, or how does that help the next generation of kids, not just watching their best waves, but watching their mistakes as well, because I think that's where they're going to learn the most, is from the mistake part, to see what they can do next time they're in that situation. And that GoPro and that insight, real close, POV kind of angle really gets you the small details that you sometimes miss from cameras on the beach, right?
I think you're so right, Makua, and I think it's very easy to ignore the waves that you don't perform well on, right? Just send me that highlight reel, I'll get it up on Instagram, on to the next session. You start examining when things went wrong. Finally, you can critically look at yourself and say, I need to change. It's not the board, or it's not this, and it's easy to blame other things. Look at the footage. Nope, that was all me. I got to change that. I got to get better, and those cameras are great for that.
I think that's one of the hardest things to do in life, is go, no, that was me. That was me.
Yeah,
I need to make the change.
Definitely.
Right? Ego comes in.
It takes a long time.
For performance, emotion and ego will always be a really hindering factor, because if you can't get past that to perform and understand constructive criticism, the stuff that you folks do right now, and I've just seen it through your surfing, is why I say it so much, is I've watched you from young till now, and I can tell through that footage. I mean, I'm one of your biggest fans, if you can't tell.
I'm a fan of you too.
And I'm just being straight up, because you have a beautiful story of how these kids can become some of the best in the world by actually, like you said, learning by not just their highlight reels, but going through the footage with a coach or whoever it is, those minor details, that little nose on the bottom, the pump, when to slow down, when to speed up, when to step on the gas, waves always moving. So, that's beautiful insight. Thank you for that and sharing that with us. I'm sure the surf world always loves to know more than just the superficial part of surfing.
It's not all highlight reels.
Me and my brothers are having a good time after the heat.
Yes, exactly.
But yeah, what's up with Ivan's choppers and Nate's big beard? Is there like a Florence thing, a beard thing? Or give us a little bit about that.
It was a rivalry between John and I of who could grow the worst beard, and Ivan looked at us, who will shave and have 12 o'clock shadow like an hour later, and he just goes, watch this. Just screw that thing out, shave the middle, rock the chops. We were like, bro, there's no competition anymore. We can't battle this.
I swear, you would think Ivan would come out like a full biker voice and everything, and he's just the sweetest, coolest guy in the world, but I think that's what makes him extra gnarly.
Yep.
Is because he has that super gnarly look and vibe.
Totally.
But he's the sweetest person, but then he gets in the water and he is that super gnarly biker guy in the ocean. Once he hits the ocean, he turns into something else.
One of the events him and John had, it was last year, I think, they competed, and Ivan goes, oh, let's share some waves in this heat, and John goes, you're just a body in a jersey now. And Ivan just flipped switch, he just saw, oh yeah,
Did
watch
he get with that
this.
heat?
Yeah. It was in the regional event.
Yeah,
it wasn't live, but it was a great event. And I was all, watch what I can do. John's classic.
So like we said, brotherly love in competition is a tricky situation.
Such a motivator.
And talk about motivation. How is the motivation of Bethany Hamilton and her story, Nate? I mean, to go through what she's gone through, to get to where she's at, to inspire so many millions of children to be such a powerful mom and an advocate for women. I mean, Bethany Hamilton is the total package, right?
I am such a fan of Bethany. I'm a fan of her surfing and her push-it mentality, and I've shared sessions with her over the years. I remember paddling 10-foot chopes, and Bethany shows up and she's like, I want one. Last year at the pipe event, she charged that crazy one. She was a little too deep, but she fully sent it on it.
She packed it, though.
And I'm like, she's out here against all the odds, putting everything on the line and loving surfing after it all. And I'm like, it's just such an inspiring story.
And the kind of surfing that she chooses to do, like she will throw herself out there in waves of consequence.
That's right, yeah.
Paddling with one arm. Like I'm out there scratching with two arms, like not thinking I'm gonna get in, and Bethany's just one arming it, like
Yep, and like you said, she could be on a longboard somewhere just enjoying
just
Waikiki,
cruising.
but she's like, no, I want to get a huge barrel.
Yeah,
and she pushes it, and that inspires the younger girls.
That inspires every human.
Yes,
just sharing her story and being real and showing through adversity what positivity and how
I agree.
That self-confidence that she has is just through the roof, and commemorate her big time. As for the other surfers in this heat, Bella Kenworthy is only 16 years of age.
Wow.
Her dad,
Jason
Kenworthy, has documented and been part of our surfing careers for so long. He's taken me on boat trips to Indonesia. Mr. Jason Kenworthy, I'm sure you're watching out there. We want to throw you a big shaka and walk us through this wave, Kiala. What happened there?
Thing just kind of clamped. She pulled into it. She kind of like tripped up a little bit, and then it didn't really look like it had to exit anyways.
How do you feel this event, Nate, helps, especially in the state that the surf world is in today, between the content creation side of things and how people build careers, the event side of how people, oh look, her helmet came off.
Oh, wow.
I wonder if...
Did she see it?
I'm sure she sees it, but it's probably not an option right now.
Go on
she's
without
just gonna
it.
leave it. Might have broke.
Maybe the strap
Speaking
broke.
of helmet coming off, I got sucked over the falls at the shootout, blew my knee out, and my helmet went like 15 feet in the air.
That's crazy.
I blew my helmet
right
off at
my head.
Chopes, never found it.
I came up and I was feeling my head, and I was like, my helmet's gone. I was like, what? They thought I was by my helmet.
Oh,
Because
God.
it went to my helmet instead of me, because my helmet was floating.
Floating.
Gosh,
Yeah.
how gnarly
They're like,
is
he's
that?
unconscious.
Yeah, it was so nuts, because I was like, the jet skis were by my helmet.
Heading
and
for
I'm
the
like,
helmet, thinking your head down.
what the heck?
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
They're like,
And
this is critical.
And I took my leash off because my knee was ripping my knee, right? My back leg. And yeah, it's just helmet's definitely a good thing to wear. Talking about safety, you guys at home stay safe. We will be right back to bring you more action from the VANS Pipe Masters 2023. We're in round 1, heat 2 of the women's. Don't go away.
チューブの後はガッツポーズします。初めてパイプラインでサーフィンした時は12歳の時です。伊藤レアルです。年齢は12歳です。じゃなくてカット。 20歳でした。
Welcome back once again. Aloha from the North Shore of Oahu. We are here at Pipeline. We have Bethany Hamilton on your screen putting her helmet back on, and we left you talking about safety, helmets, and the importance that they play in these lineups here and in these surfing. And what do you think about all the safety technology, vest, helmets, blow-up suits? Are you a fan of all that stuff, or how do you view that in surfing?
I am a fan of it in the form of what I'm doing. I would like to push harder, and in order to push harder and not die, the gear helps me, you know. It has that side effect of maybe people that shouldn't be out there are now wearing it and thinking they can be. They just have to realize there's a lot more years in preparation that we all learned to get to the point we are in, say, big waves and slabs and all that type of stuff. For me, it's such a great help. I love the impact suits. I don't want to hurt myself. I want to keep going. I want to keep pushing. I want to be on every swell. So if something keeps me safer, I wear it. Something like the helmet, it's a rough one for me. I feel it throws off my senses. You know,
I feel the same way. I want to wear it. I own one.
Yeah.
I never use it. I want to use it.
The clamping on my head, it's enough to throw off my senses to where, is it going to cause a wipeout for me? But it's that I consider it all the time, right? People are like, hey, you're going to wait till it happens to start wearing one like most? And I'm like, well, what if I put it on and it causes one? You know, your neck can still break and stuff. So it is a balance, and is it up to everyone to personally choose that decision for themselves, I think.
I feel like the duck diving with the helmet on is really rough.
And if you jump head first, more surface area.
Yeah, and it like the
neck.
water catches in it, and it like the chin strap like pulls your neck.
Speaking of helmets, they use helmets in skateboarding as well. Not just skateboarding. This kid absolutely rips in surfing as well. I want to throw it down to our VIP headset with Kern Caples now.
What's up? Thanks, guys. How's it going?
Good. How are you, brother? How's the view down there? How's the action? And what can you tell us the vibe is like down in the VIP area?
Yeah, it's been good. I've been here for a few hours watching heats. Yeah, it's been pretty sick to do this. I don't really get to watch surf contests like this too often, so it's a treat for sure.
Yeah, it seems like one of these days, like they used to have the surfer cross, we should have the skater cross with surfing and skateboarding. Do a surf event across the street.
Yep, and then go over the Bonsai Park.
Skate event at Bonsai Park, a surf event here, and I think that would be absolutely amazing, and I think that you would definitely have a chance to take something like that out. Tell us about skating and surfing. What have you been up to lately?
Yeah, I've been definitely skating a lot more than I have been surfing. I'm slowly starting to get back into surfing. But yeah, right now I'm like so out of tune surfing, it feels like, but it's been fun. Ordered a bunch of boards the other day, so I'm waiting for those. So I'm hyped. Yeah.
Beautiful. Any new projects we should be looking for coming out? Any content you're gonna put out there, and anything you wanna let the people know that we can check you out on?
Not anything like too major. Coming out pretty quick. I don't know. Just been filming and trying to stack footage for. You never know when you're gonna have to put a part together. So that's basically what I've been focusing on lately. Yeah, just trying to get as much footage as possible.
You never know when you're going to have to absolutely set the world on fire, Mr. Caples.
We got a paddle here.
Thank you so very much
Who's
for
this?
joining us. Yeah, it's enjoy yourself down there. Have a good time, and hopefully we can talk to you soon. If there's anything else, coming up, let us know. And thank you very much for joining us today.
Yeah, for sure. Thanks for having me.
I appreciate you, brother. Back to the water. We had a ride, a little up and down just there.
Annie Dos Santos, I think.
Annie Dos Santos, nothing too major. But it's kind of slowing down, honey. Tell us about rhythm. We're talking about being in rhythm. Everybody has their theory about how to surf Pipeline, how the waves come to them. Is it the harder you work, the luckier you get? Is it putting in your time out here? Like, what is it about Pipeline, that X factor that you think that you have when you surf there that maybe others don't?
I think it has a lot to do with time put in, as on days like this especially. Like this morning heat with Makana, right? He got waves right away, and he got a lot of waves off the bat, and that just shows like him having put in those time on the tricky days. I see a lot of the younger generation, sometimes they're only surfing it on the very best days, and I'm like, hey, we grew up surfing it every time it broke. We want to learn every single face of it, and so on days when it's funky and weird, we were out there because it's just the chance of getting one without like you and Jamie and you're there, and like you might not be out there like because you guys put all that time in already, and we were like, let's go, like. And so because of doing that, and you did the same thing with the generation above you, you surf it sometimes when it's not the best, it's too big and rolling in, and you're like, I'm out there, I'm gonna learn pipe and get one, just a chance of getting one. But it causes you to learn different faces, and I feel like it's easier sometimes to click into that rhythm when you've had all that past experience out there.
I love it. Experience, time put in, commitment to the sport, commitment to the spot sounds like really the X factor for you. And I remember your brother, John, would really, really surf it when nobody else would surf it. Like me and Kala or me and Braden Diaz, or the boys would be sitting on the porch back in the day, and we're like, John's out there, little blonde hair, paddling along the waves. We're just like, oh my God, who would be surfing today? And I mean, it just goes to show he knows every single face of the wave. You and your brother Ivan, you guys know every face of the wave, and I think that's what it takes to be great at something or some spot. You can be good a lot of other places. It's like, yeah, pipeline is just somewhere you have to. You know where else you have to put in your time if you want to be good? Sunset.
Yes.
It's kind of like that, right?
100%.
It is Kelly Slater won every single place in the world. There's no place he hasn't won, only Sunset Beach.
Sunset is hard to master.
It's just commitment, man. Everything at the end of the day. You want to be a high-level athlete. You want to surf.
You know, there's something about like staying on too in heavy water, and Hawaii we have this off season, right? But traveling around and surfing, just water that's violent and fast and bigger waves, and staying real on. Coming back to a place like Pipe, you can feel that rhythm. You don't have that reset first month butterflies first swell. You don't have that anymore when you're kind of staying consistent. Something like I saw, like Ann DeSantos might just feel a little more comfortable, you know, because she chased some swells this summer. She was at Shipstern, she was at Chopes, and getting good waves, and at Chopes really putting an effort into paddle. And I'm like, hey, that's gonna pay off. Like, look at Moana.
That is so true.
Moana, you just see her reading the lineup. She has such skill out at Pipe. What did she do different than every other girl? She puts so much time in out there.
God.
She
So many
spent
reps.
hours and hours
So
and hours.
many
I was
reps.
so impressed. A few of the winners just looking in and seeing her in there with the rest of the grums, her age, doing the same thing. And I'm like, that's
You're
gonna
right.
pay off.
Definitely. I remember traveling to all those late season Indo swells.
Yep.
And just Desert Point backside riding for hours, and you come back to Pipeline, and it's just like any foam ball or funky move. You just
Exactly. You
one
had all
with
that
the wave,
time.
and you're just standing up, letting go, grabbing, whatever. It feels like you can do anything. We got some stats coming up for you folks here in a second. You know, we've really tried to scour through the internet, scour through the archives to bring you some actual factual numbers and who's running headgear. 94% of women's competitors and 35% of the men competitors have a helmet ready for use in the VANS Pipe Master. That's a funky fact. They have a helmet ready.
Yeah.
At least they have it ready. I want to see how many actually wear them. It looks kind of 50-50 right now with the women. But
backside
Gabriella
grabbing
Bryan
around.
is going to hammer this lip. Yep, she's just on the edge of finding a really good barrel.
Those were
Nonetheless,
some
this young woman
interesting
from Kauai
stats for
absolutely rips.
women having a lot more helmets on than the men. But I guess there is more men competitors, so it might even out. I mean, it just comes down to who's comfortable with it on, right? Can you surf the same as you surfed before with that helmet clamping on your ears or your head? And if you can, perfect.
And you know what it's going to take, like you said, time in the water with it on. If
that is true.
It's something that you're going through,
Yep.
you know, confidence-wise, and you want something to build that confidence, just start taking your helmet out on any day.
Yep.
And it'll definitely work out.
You will
Here's
adapt.
Gabriella Bryant missing the barrel on that one. Bring down a beautiful wrap. I don't think that wave is going to factor in any which way in this event. But nonetheless, beautiful style. I love the way she does her turns, by the way. I mean, she's got so much power when she surfs. Front side or backside. She's like, she reminds me like the women version of Sunny or something. Just goes up and absolutely just hammers the lip.
A lot of spray.
And Gabby, look at her scores. She's got a couple of scores up there right now. Nothing real substantial as far as a single wave score. right now it looks like Frankie Herrera is absolutely on a tear in front of everybody else.
She had such a strong heat.
I mean, she loves this wave. Like I said, when we were coaching, I was coaching her on that for that win here at Pipe. You could just see in that girl's eyes that she doesn't mind surfing these kinds of waves. She actually likes it.
Comfortability.
You see how comfortable she was when she bottom turned on that one. She stood there, looked up at the roof, like she's not like holding on. Like Nate said, there's hanging on for your life, and then there's surfing pipeline.
Yep.
She was actually surfing pipeline, where you see some other competitors might be a little more apprehensive, or they freeze up a little bit more when they're grabbing rail. It looks real stiff.
No, the masters, they do it casually, and they make it.
Crisscross, right, left, maybe.
Look at this peak.
Is that Bella?
I think this is Bella Kenworthy on this one, huh?
Bella Kenworthy up and riding.
Her first wave.
A skater chick. She kills it on a skateboard.
I mean, looks like she kills it on a surfboard, too. She's out here at the Pipe Masters, and I think that'd be pretty cool, something for Vans to do a skate surf instead of a motocross surf.
Bella would crush it if they did it.
You bring like a Sky Brown in, you bring some
Ivan
of
would
these
crush
girls.
that. He's
Ivan,
at the
that's
park
what I mean.
every afternoon. Surfs big pipe straight to the park.
There's so many guys that can skate and surf. It'd be cool to see a little crossover thing. We get like some of the best surfers in the world and some of the best skaters in the world, so they're both good at their sport. And let's see how it translates over to the other side.
That would be super fun.
And, you could always run it here when it's a smaller day. But right now, Vans, of course, obviously known for making some of the best footwear on planet Earth for skating or for surfers alike. What's your favorite Vans shoe? I know you've been all over. I know you helped bring out their cross-country runner. I mean, what's up with innovation-wise, and what is your favorite Vans sneaker?
I got the Crocs on right now, or the ones that look like Crocs.
He's
the
got
Trek.
the Crocs on.
They're called the
says.
Trek, and these were funny at first when they came out. It's something like, I don't know if I would. I took them to Mexico, couldn't take them off because you just wash them out. They don't smell. You run down the hot sand, drop them on the side of the beach, run back up.
They look very comfortable.
These are my favorite, but they're just easy to wear. You know, like something you slip on.
I mean, they look just like the best-selling shoe. It's just rubber, right? And airy, and it's perfect alternative for a slip or a flip-flop, they would call it here.
Because they're breathable.
Slide your feet in.
Their boots, though, like their boots, the ultra-range boots that they've been making, have been for what I'm doing, where I'm going, the places I'm traveling. Something that's just gonna, hey, my feet aren't gonna get wet. They're gonna be warm if they need to be warm. But they made this new boot that's a little bit breathable too. It's a kind of a middle ground.
And it's comfortable.
Comfortable, and you just
your feet aren't sore.
I don't want to have to think about not having the right footwear, right? No. And I want to be on a trip for a month and be worried and something's gonna happen. I'm just like, I can bring these boots. I trust them. They're gonna work. All range conditions, water, desert.
Your feet have to be in pristine shape to do this. Traveling, walking all those miles, flying, whatever it may be.
Especially our feet. And
you gotta jump
living
on the board.
in Hawaii, our feet are wide.
Oh yeah, our feet are wide.
And so they like the sand slippers. Yeah, prefer the slippers.
The little hobbits over here.
No more slipper.
Yeah.
Oh man. Well, yeah, it's a treat to be here in the studio with you today, Nate.
Anna up and riding. Oh, just jumping
Anna
off
dos
that
Santos. But like I was saying earlier, ladies and gentlemen, out there in the webland, if you don't know who this man is, you're probably hiding under a rock. This is one of the best to ever do it, and one of the best who will ever do it. Mr. Nathan Florence in the commentary with us today. We have Gabriella Bryant up and riding.
Looks like stalling for something.
Yep. This is definitely not a trespass contest, and you want to catch the waves that barrel.
Looked like she was looking for the barrel, but then I thought maybe she should do a turn, and then
it has that fullness in it right now.
Just pipeline, you cannot be looking for the barrel at pipeline.
Yeah, yeah.
The barrel's there. You just got to be on that one.
What did they say?
Right?
The barrel is the safest place to be.
The barrel is the safest place to be, unless it's pointing at you.
When the wave, when the wave breaks here, don't be there.
Yeah, I mean, look at that. Look at how much sand's in the channel right now, Nate.
Ton right now. It's causing that fullness on the reef for sure.
That heat is officially done. We are officially done for these heats. Nathan Florence.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you so much.
Good to hang with you, Makua.
And you, Kayla.
And like I said, once again, we will be handing over the headsets to two second most good-looking people in here, Sal Masakela and my brother, Cliff Capono. Cliff, if there's one thing I know that I would like to hear as well, because I don't have the facts like you do, some cultural facts on Hi'inalu and surfing would be awesome in the next one. Appreciate that. Aloha, you guys. Enjoy yourself.
All right. And heat number 3 is on. Heat number 4 to check in.
Yes, indeed. Salema, Masakela, and one Mr. Clifford Kapono, excuse me, Dr. Clifford Kapono with you here in Heat 3. For the women.
Oh, we got past champions.
Yeah, this is a stacked heat. We've got Molly Picklum, who is the first athlete today who'll be wearing a water microphone. Very excited to get that perspective of what it might be like to be in this lineup. Betty Sakura Johnson, Carissa Moore, who was in the final last year, almost champion, and Kira Pinkerton as well. How you feeling today, huh? We've been at it all day. We started at the crack this morning, but you know what the beautiful thing about surfing is, all you have to do is stay fired up all day. The performances that we've seen today, Molly Picklum, our defending champ, who really counts her win here at the VANS Pipe Masters as a definitive moment that helped her to get back, not just to get back on tour, but to feel the confidence to win events. And it was really the shift that winning this Pipe Masters gave her the confidence to really dig deep. And stoked.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to be this is a pretty stacked heat right here, especially, you know, I think in terms of the Hawaiians here that feel comfortable out in backdoor.
Yeah, I mean, the three finalists from last year in Molly as our defending champ, Betty Sakura Johnson, and Carissa Moore.
Yeah, and I think Kira had a bit of a moment this morning prior to the contest.
Yeah,
she said she got rattled.
She was stuck, couldn't get out, just getting demolished by 10-footers at the end of back door off the wall there. What is that situation like? What does that do to your head when you have one of those, like, oh, this could be it moments? She said she was under for getting smoked by like 5 or 6 waves.
Resetting is kind of the Betty almost a barrel into a turn, going for maneuvers.
Make do with what you got. Nice little smash there.
Seems like she's turning that big board well, yeah. Fresh support.
But you were saying,
yeah, you're getting out and you get these moments that you really feel like, oh, okay, got to reset. But if you don't have the opportunity to reset, if you're just getting pummeled, it takes a lot of, like you're asking, what's that mental, physical relationship like to get out in the water and to execute what you have to do? Yeah, I mean, something like that. If you don't have that moment to recalibrate, and if you're just getting recalibrated for you, it can be hard to get over that mental step.
Is there also a bit of like, well, it can't get any worse than that?
I would hope.
I think that's it always can. I imagine.
But I think again, it comes down to the individual. What is their mental like? You know, do they do enough mental training alongside their physical training? Here's a set out the back. No one wants a piece of this pipeline wave.
Nice to see Betty Sakura Johnson back in the mix. Of course, had a shoulder injury.
Yeah,
that she got at Jeffreys Bay, had to actually have surgery.
Yeah. Yeah, shoulder injuries. I mean, that can be a
shoulders and knees.
Reoccurring, yeah, shoulders and knees, reoccurring injuries. You know, again, these, whether or not the women out here get good waves or not, they have an opportunity to experience the lineup unhindered by the crowds.
And this is a progress moment, an opportunity for progress in these type of conditions, and that's a great point, unhindered, because we were talking earlier in the day about the unseen politics of a lineup like Pipeline on a non-contest day. So maybe put into context what it's like just trying to get waves out here if you're on the hierarchy, on the upper end of the hierarchy.
So I'm speaking from my experience, very low tier out there. Even as a Hawaiian, I'm coming from another island, and I don't spend every swell out. You know, when these types of events happen, I'm pre-contest experience or after. But in the evening, that's when the photo incentives come in. So everyone kind of likes that evening color. It's kind of been pushed that evening golden emerald light is kind of the time where you're going to have the most competition. Least competition, you're having it early morning before the sun. Yeah, where there's not a lot of photographers. You can't get that image. I think the image kind of incentivizes the crowd. So when it's uncrowded, relatively uncrowded, you're then having to figure out why. It's because either you can't see or the waves aren't that good. And it's not that hard to get a wave, but the quality of waves that you're getting are lower. But you learn quickly if you put the time in to know what's a good wave, what's not a good wave. And then you just hope, I guess, in terms of if the wave comes to you, if you're in that moment, you've had enough practice on bad waves to be able to know what to do on a good wave.
And you don't really have the option to necessarily not go if others are saying, go.
Yeah, I've even had experiences out there where I was a little bit on the shoulder, and there's been people that have been in the spot and they call me off and they don't go, and just their face, you can see they just are not only embarrassed but understand they have been relegated to now even below the situation. For the most part, for the visitors here. The locals, there's a whole nother hierarchy within it, and it's 10 deep. You know, it's some of the best of the best.
Yeah, so I mean, just like we saw the level rise last year in the performances of the women here at Pipeline, and in turn barrel riding in general the last year, this is another opportunity for the collective of women surfing to move forward in experiencing new types of conditions. And you know, who can forget Carissa Moore's backdoor performance yesterday? That one that she literally drops out of the sky. I think you and I ended up going semi-surf viral just for our holding each other response of what that moment was, and we hope that we can have some more. I just accidentally punched.
Like, okay, that was definitely some of that training power I just got. A little bit of action from the
just reenacting our moment from last year. Sorry about that, Cliff.
No, you're okay.
And we are welcoming some North Shore royalty into the booth with us right now. The one and only Coco Ho. First of all, quick transition. Very impressive.
Yeah, I got the text before the heat. Can you be here?
Right
like,
after.
wait, I need to catch a wave.
Nice. How are you? And describe what that first heat was like for you.
It's such a picture-perfect Pipeline day. I was getting a little nostalgic almost, like seeing the crowd on the beach. It was like those days you skip school and want to come watch all your favorite surfers. So, yeah, it's beautiful out there. The scene is set and the waves are good. Everyone's figuring it out, finding their waves, and yeah, it's fun.
Does it seem like a little more, is it still kind of on the back door, or does it seem more Pipeline?
I mean, Mason, Mikey Feb, and Noah got the best rights. I was getting so excited, maybe too excited, put my wetsuit on really early. And then it does seem like it's almost shifting, and it was hard to find a right, actually. But I had Frankie in my heat, who is a dear friend and a goofy footer, so we were like, go, have them all.
What were you riding out there? What was I seen Mason, he kind of said, I'm going to ride a 7.6, and then he ran down the beach, and it was like 6.10.
Yeah, I think it was on a 6.7 maybe. Oh. And then I was on a 6.3.
Nice.
Yeah.
Is that big for you, or is that small for you?
Pretty up there. Maybe my top 5 biggest board.
Wow.
Yeah. But no, it was nice. It's nice to have the paddle power. Even my right was pretty small or whatever, but you still need that much board in the barrel, like to even get as far as I did. I was like, thank the maker I had the 6.3.
As we see, having a scratch. Seems like
How was the feeling in your heat with the women? And I seen you had Frankie. Frankie had an incredible heat. You had some waves too. What was the dynamic like? Where you were saying people were figuring it out, or what's it like now to kind of have none
no
of
one
just
out?
no one out.
No buoys?
Yeah, right.
No, it's really funny out there by ourselves, especially us, like just starting to have the opportunity, and for Laura and the girls, like to get to paddle out and have free pick at a wave. She's like, is this a good one? I'm like, I don't know really, but so we're all definitely trying to help each other out. You don't want to like send someone on a bad wave, and our heat was sick because it's actually we tried to plan it and it worked out. So that was me, Laura, Frankie are that's my best friends, and then we had Eve, and we're like, we couldn't be more grateful. We have the most respectful up and comer, and she was just stoked to be there, and yeah, we had fun for sure.
How does how's the wind and the conditions in terms of, there's a bit of sand, there seemed to be a little bit of onshore earlier, but then it seemed to groom out for your folks' heat, or is it just perfect out there?
Yeah, it's almost so perfect that the wind does like fluff up, and you're like, yeah, it can't be that perfect. But no, it was really nice, and I don't know if you've seen it yesterday. Did you see it yesterday? It was just the most immaculate, like beautiful sandbar day, and we're like, wait, it's gonna be 8 foot tomorrow? But yeah, the conditions are kind of mint. They're like same as yesterday, just
a lot bigger.
Yeah.
It was pedestrian yesterday, but definitely not today.
Yeah, that was one of the prettier days on the North Shore I've seen in a long time.
And last night, as the swell actually started to come up during the sunset, this whole place just looked, it was postcard festival.
Yeah.
But we were talking right before you came on camera about how you have this opportunity where you as a collective, as women, get to have this unfettered time at Pipe. What does that do for the performance for women surfing moving forward, to be able to have these moments to just negotiate the lineup and get the opportunity to perform?
Yeah, absolutely. That's the point, is like, we can watch this real quick.
Maybe hold that thought.
Kira?
Yeah, I think the best part about this truly is all the girls could paddle out on any given day, and you sit out there and you get comfortable. But to drop in and get a wave like that, you know.
Molly, let's go!
To get to go on a lot of waves, I think, is the best part about it. Is like Molly gets to try that 10 times in the next 30 minutes, you know.
Right.
And then now that she has the feeling, you know, you get more psyched, more comfortable, and
like, oh, I know what that feels like now, and that gives the confidence to be able to go out and do it again, and to do it in a crowded lineup.
Exactly. Good point. Yeah.
Like kind of that backdoor wave you got, was it a couple winters ago or a few winters ago, that really kind of set you on like, okay, now I know these are the ones, like
that's
it looks
what
like
I
it close out.
Yeah. Exactly. And the feeling, you just remember it. That one was 2018. And I still remember what it looked like when I paddled in, and the feeling inside. So I'm just like looking for those. That's where
I remember your
sitting
face
today.
when you came out of that thing. You have this moment of realization as we see. How about this technique from Molly Picklum?
Amazing.
And ends it with the big turn.
It's a huge score.
I mean, it's in terms of boards, so the physiology of a woman is different from a man. How does that translate into the boards? Because so often we hear so much about, oh, this board is good, more foam up front for the male, and knifier rails. Like, what's it like from your perspective on your boards? What allows maybe Molly, or maybe she's fine-tuning it to be able to pull in and then maneuver? Because that seems like a really long board for not a very big person to be able to still maneuver after coming out of that.
I think women actually have been a little ahead of the game in a sense that we've had more foam up front for a long time. If your shaper really honed in on that, like this is for a girl. So that's key, obviously, and then that gives you paddle power. And then nowadays, I think they've such beautiful outlines, like pulling in the tail and allowing her to like still step on the tail and turn it like a shortboard.
Another one back to back right after the paddling out. Molly Picklum, our defending champ. picking up where she left off.
Exactly.
I mean, her technique backhand is so impressive.
It really
That
is.
stall. Coach Mike Rohal is somewhere smiling. Look at that knifing. Almost went over the bars there and said, I got this.
Yeah, it's nice to be able to see that. It's easy when you want to kind of keep holding that rail from the bottom turn, and a lot of times without the experience, you go up into the lip, and then it kind of takes you over, where having that discipline to think, okay, I got to stop yanking that rail, and now I have to start focusing on the exit strategy.
Yeah, this generation, her and her peers are some of the best backside barrel riders I've seen. Like Katie Simmers, that chopes wave was phenomenal this year. Like, honestly, mind-blowing. And then I have seen a couple sneaky Molly clips from chopes that no one's seen yet that I was just, my head like exploded. I was like, wait, what? So they've been giving it. Like, they've been practicing, they've been sending. So yeah, it's nice to see.
Does that get you fired up?
It does, but I'm also like, do I have to do that? I'm not going to the Olympics or. But no, it's very inspiring. I think I'm just enjoying the tunnel vision front side back door.
Right.
I like looking at cutting a point.
Yeah, right.
Well, just like that, Molly Picklum is at the front of the house with that total score from just 2 waves of 45.
45.
And she is mic'd up courtesy of Red Bull. Maybe we'll be able to get a listen in at some point.
You can see the story time going.
Just baffled, has no words after those waves.
No, she's probably actually telling Riz about him. Riz is hating it.
She was saying that because it's so adventurous and you can't really predict what happens, that you kind of let pipeline happen to you. Like once you're out there, overthinking is not the thing. As we see a little what looked like was going to be a potential split peak for Betty Lou Sakura Johnson, but she was aiming for some backdoor. But that again, like you kind of just have to let it come to you while you're out there. What happens when you overthink?
Yeah, I like that theory of just less is more upstairs. Even watching it, you know, that this is one of those ways where it's weird if you sit there and watch too long. It gets a little eerie, and yeah, it's almost like Uncle Derek's theory was truly like just rock up and paddle out. Like that, he never sat around the house and watched. Never, ever.
How did he choose boards then? If it was it just like he's like, I'm riding this, and if his junk come in switch, or? Probably.
I've never tapped in that hard to ask him, like, but then how this? But no, you know him. He'd ride anything, actually.
Yeah.
But yeah, you'd kind of just glance at it to see what board you want.
Oh, Carissa.
Yeah, Riz.
A little stuffed. Still a lot of sand there on that inside, huh? Still filling up. But that's an interesting take, because there's really no other place like Hawaii that will make you walk back to the car. Like you can get so what? Oh, Betty Lou looked like she was gonna backdoor.
Right.
These are all good learning opportunities, knowing, okay, maybe not those ones.
It does feel like the rights after that men's heat 7 or something, just feels like the rights are like clamping now. Like even if you identified a good one, it was like they're pretty, you got a bulldog out of it. It
Yeah.
was hard. I saw it just clamping in front of me. Like,
Can you feel, though, are there out there those ones that are really pulling off the reef where you feel like I'm not going to get in it, you know, or are they kind of?
yeah, there's not many of those. I feel like there were earlier,
Mhm.
like even John's heat. And,
Betty Lou's opting to take the tour.
Yeah, round trip.
oh yeah,
Smart.
I do that every time.
Me too.
Don't try to be a hero.
No.
I mean, how about Mikey February today? That guy gets an insane backdoor wave, gets absolutely smoked by 5 or 6 of the biggest waves of the day. Somehow his board doesn't break. Chooses not to take the escalator back out and around. Paddles back out and then gets the wave of the day while he's paddling back out.
Yeah.
And wasn't exhausted. And speaking of which, that performance, Holly is with Mikey as we speak.
Yeah, congratulations to Mikey Febb on a beautiful wave out back there. Currently the highest score on the leaderboard. How was? And we got some cash for you and 12 beers. And we're having a drink. Cheers. How you feeling going into the next couple of days?
Yeah, no, stoked about today. I mean, it was just a fun day, and it's nice to get some waves out of pipe and backdoor and that, and yeah, just being around good people and friends and family, and yeah, thanks for the cash. I'm pretty hyped on that. Not a bad day. I mean, it was already a good day this morning, and yeah, can't complain. Just stoked, and yeah, I'm excited. Hopefully we get some more fun waves, and I'm just really happy that you get another 2 heats with 3 other people out at pipe, so that's rad, and honestly can't complain. Yeah.
Yeah, sweet. Perfect. Thanks to Fat Tire for the bar in the competitors area. Cheers.
Thanks, Holly. And it's funny because coming out of that heat, Mikey was just as casual as he is right now.
Absolutely.
Like you might have thought like, oh, he's got to be amped up after that. He just came up like, yeah. So
yeah, it's fun.
Yeah.
Fun.
It's good. An opportunity to do that again. His surfing is so loud though that you don't have to say much.
I heard he was riding a twin fin.
That one he was riding a thruster, he said, but
okay.
everyone thought he broke his board. And he would have had to ride the twin fin.
Whoever his lead sponsor is.
Yeah.
Whoever his lead
It's a
sponsor
single fin.
is should be stoked. That was a performance as Molly Picklum switching from pipe, getting a glimpse at backdoor, almost sneaks out of that thing. What I love about her style is the aggression. There's no crocodile arms. She's going, she makes her choice, and she seems super present in the moment to go for it.
Yeah, she brings it for sure.
Yeah, with the one of the few competitors that runs the leggings.
I know. I don't even know if those are on the market.
Yeah,
I've seen them.
Seen them?
I guess if you're getting sunburned,
right?
It's not a problem that I have. So
I wonder if it's sun protection or reef protection.
Could be a combo bladder. A little 2-for-1.
Yeah, when we surf like restaurants or Cloud Break or here, my dad's always like, put on your armor.
yeah, right.
But I don't have the leggings. I need the leggings.
Is that the next signature welcome collection?
Totally.
Is the Coco Hut leggings?
A full suit.
The thin suit, full thin suit coming for 2025. And remember that it was born here with 7 minutes and change to go here in this sort of stop-start heat 3, but still more waves than I think that we saw in the last heat. Molly Picklum on fire and in charge of the day so far.
We were talking earlier about when you get to the level of competitive like you have at the highest level, does it calm the nerves a bit when you're reaching down on a few minutes where it's like 4 minutes left, 3 minutes left? Or does that still get to you a bit where you're stressing and the anxiety, oh no? Or have you've been in those situations, or have you had buzzer beaters in your career? Do you have the ability to keep those nerves down, or do you see maybe some of the less experienced competitors maybe are freaking out a bit and then potentially going on junk ones?
That's a good question. I think that whatever mood you're in on that 4 minutes, 3 minutes, whatever like strength you have to like wait and be like, I got this if it comes, is really like reflective of your mentality on that day. Like, is everything good? Are you chilling? Like, is everything feel right in your life at the time? Like, you can tell.
What did you bring with you into the water?
Exactly. Like, that's how I feel it for me, because there'll be days where it's like 6 minutes and I'm just so negative and like, I'm done. And then it's like, what? 6 minutes is an eternity. Yeah. So then on a good day, you're like, 10 seconds, give it to me. Like, it's really a mental wherever you are mentally is how you handle that timer. And yeah, I was pretty positive out there. It was so pretty and all my friends were out. I'm like, there has to be one more.
Yeah.
We were talking earlier about how Molly is the first athlete who decided to take the Red Bull microphone. So we're going to have a listen in on this last wave of a replay Just listen to Molly mic'd up.
The last one was like pocket riding. First one was a better one, but it was kind of like, you know, when you can't at the end and then it spits and it's not actually like funneling. Just do it. Go, go. Wow. Oh my gosh.
4 minutes, 50 seconds. 4:53.
I love that you get to see, you get her perspective of what she's doing when she's on that wave, giving some feedback on her wave, and then her calling in Betty Lou.
Yeah, that was sick. That was actually super sick. We might need to mic up Laura, actually, for our next heat. She was the ultimate supporter out there. Like, she was holding it down for our heat.
That's awesome.
She was good.
4 minutes and just a bit of change as we're sitting in some lull. A lot more conversations that take place here at this VANS Pipe Masters in the water than at the traditional events where it's like, you're going to send me home. But because you have this opportunity to surf 3 times, there's just, what's that energy like as opposed to traditional heats?
Well, the jersey isn't as heavy. It's longer, but it's not heavier. It's just, there's such a lightness to knowing you get to surf 3 times and you're not going to lose.
Carissa, late drop, pulling in. Wow.
Almost a carbon replay from last year and then sticks to exclamation point. How was that?
Yeah,
Every time
this is that we were talking about, that level of nerves, that how do you hold that in at 3-4 minutes? You're like, okay, I'll just wait, I'm good. But also the format too allows you to not maybe feel so pressured, because you're going to surf again,
Totally.
no matter what.
And Riz, yeah, she has the composure. She surfs out here almost more than any girl in this draw. And she can pick them. She knows.
That was literally last year, as nuts as last year. Look at this.
Late drop.
That was very similar, actually.
Yeah, a little smaller wave,
Yeah.
I think. But I mean, again, that memory that you're talking about, Coco, like,
and that
knowing what to
hammer
do
at the end.
She spun like late too. Almost.
Yeah,
Molly was like,
late
okay,
drop,
do
and
your
then
thing, girl.
held on it, trusting that equipment.
Almost a little harder to navigate maybe than that. Like,
Yeah.
that was super technical.
Yeah.
It's crumbly on the right at the end.
Look at this thing. That's
Yeah. Wow. Great wave.
Hammer. Outstanding.
This angle always looks nuts when you're seeing it from behind.
I mean, look how steep it was. Just leans back enough.
Oh, pulls in on that, kind of rides that foam ball up, spits, and gets out without any chandelier. And then big turn. Yeah, she's stoked for sure.
For such a smiley person, man, when it's time for her to lay into a situation, that joy face just turns into just.
That's the champion in her.
Yeah,
right.
When she switches into that gear.
Who is this? Kira?
Wow, I think.
Wow, holding on to it.
Hey, Kira's been kind of quiet in this heat. She charges. She has great.
Molly?
That was Molly.
Yeah, I'm sure the rest of the women from the channel are trying to see too, okay, which ones are which. I'm sure you hear the screaming, right? When someone takes off, you don't know what's going on, and then especially a backdoor one, it just looks like a closeout, and then you hear the beach erupt. You're like, oh, that was what it looked like again. Oh, winding down, end of the heat.
50 seconds remaining.
Wow, one more opportunity maybe.
Second score of Carissa Moore, the macro weight.
That score for Carissa Moore, 27.80 out of a possible 30. Huge scores across the board there.
Yeah,
The
Carissa
mix of,
pulling her all the way up into third place overall.
yeah, probably a 9 in there somewhere. or two.
Is Kira trying to better her last waves?
So frustrating.
Thank you, Coco, for being with us.
As we say goodbye to Coco, she's going to go fuel up. So gracious of her to come through, especially right after her heat. And that is it for heat number 3. And big fireworks at the end from the runner-up Carissa Moore, who, as Coco said, has probably more experience and surfs out here more than any other of the competitors, and it showed. I mean, the tenacity in that choice to go on that back row wave, and just reaping big results. And Molly Picklum,
trying to get that.
I mean, her technique. This is a person who fell off a tour in 2021, comes here, wins in 2022, and the level in a year. I mean, she is on all sorts of a rise at just 20 years of age. Nothing but possibility in the bank for her.
Yeah, it's wild to think. 20 years, I fell off tour, and then all this drama and all this, like this. 20 years old.
Outstanding.
Next heat coming up.
Her peeps. Her peeps in the central coast of New South Wales. As it's probably morning time that side, they are stoked.
Yeah, the camaraderie there. It's great to see.
Oh my God,
Yeah, nice having her.
Yeah.
Have her mic'd up and actually see that it's actual genuine camaraderie and not just for show.
Yeah.
A full beach today at the VANS Pipe Masters. I mean, all day long, from the crack of dawn, the crowds were here early, and folks really knowing that to have pipeline like this with these conditions, it's a treat. This isn't how it is every day.
No. Yeah, I think people, when they see the contest, they see the social media, they assume that this is just how it is. The best waves of the day are every waves, but that's not necessarily the case when you have, really that's why they're so special. Unfortunately, we're inundated with so much information. We see a lot of the best, and we get desensitized to how good it really is. And when you're here and you experience it firsthand, you know there's a lot of terrible waves. There's a lot of, maybe not terrible, but I mean, they're not the waves that you want to catch. And then you have waves that you want to catch. It just makes that almost sweeter when it's a bit bitter.
And also, on an exposed island like this, like all of the variables that it takes to have swell, good conditions, winds, all of these variables to make a day like this all day.
Yeah, people, this is an isolated landmass. This isn't like a continent. So if you think about it, a tiny little dot in the middle of the entire ocean needs to have the right conditions to create this experience. And when you think about it, that this is just one location on a giant ocean, it really can blow your mind to think, wow, this tiny little place in the middle of this ocean was so perfect for a moment to capture that experience. It's a beautiful thing.
We value it immensely, and how lucky do we get to sit side by side and just talk story about what we're seeing.
Right.
And this very, very special moment in the sport, especially right now for women surfing. And to look up to the north. I mean, it's just relentlessly beautiful is how I describe the North Shore to friends. Like, you just want to wake up every day and have your mind blown.
Right.
It is magic. As speaking of magic, right out the gate, we will check in with Holly, who is with Molly. It's a band, Holly and Molly.
Yeah, Holly and Molly down here. How was it being mic'd up out there, Molly?
Yeah, I did wear a mic out there, and it was sweet. It was on my back. I couldn't really feel it, didn't notice, and hopefully I didn't ramble too much for you guys. But yeah, no, it's sometimes your thoughts might come out, so yeah, you never know how it's going to sound.
and we could hear you hooting at people into waves. That's really nice to hear a bit of a genuine camaraderie and encouragement.
Yeah, it's so hard. It's like for the women, and when we're out there and when there's barrels, you just forget that it's a comp. You're just so psyched to see women getting barreled, and yeah, but then you think it's a comp, and like, I don't know, I struggle a little bit to just snake people, hassle, and be like, oh no, don't go that wave, because at the end of the day, I hate seeing waves not being ridden. So yeah, I mean, it's just cool to see people getting barreled.
Backside tube stance is looking real good. Probably the best I've seen in the women's field ever. How's your year been working on that? You've been putting in heaps of time?
Thank you, firstly. Wow, I'll take that. And yeah, I've actually struggled a lot with it. I feel like I have the commitment to just get under the lip, but technically I can be a lot better with just like the fine details of riding a barrel, and I've definitely been working on it. I've been watching all the guys trying to figure it out, and yeah, Benji Brand, I've been trying to watch a bunch of his clips as well, and I don't know, it's a fun game to play, try and backside tube ride.
Yeah, nice one, Molly. Look forward to watching you again.
Thanks so much.
Cheers.
Thank you, Holly, and thank you, Molly. I'm sure Benji Brand will be stoked to know that he's influencing those stees, and we've got another clip loaded up from that exclusive Red Bull mic'd up from Molly that we'll give you right here.
No way. Oh my god, was she like... She was kind of like in front, like... Matched to the section, or was like just in the pocket? Okay. The crowd kind of like waited a little bit and then went, whoa! So I think she might have went missing, you know? Yeah. But who knows? The crowd frothed out on anything. You go. Oh. Oh my god, you're right, we're so sick! No! Oh my god! No! Well done. I know it's just an average day for you, but you still fought about it. You're gonna go left or right? I don't know.
Congratulations on the question, left or right? Wow.
I love like fierce competitor and then super cheerleader at the same time.
Yeah.
Like bigging up Carissa that heavy, giving her the lovely water splash as Mahina Maeda going on that pipe wave, helmeted up for safety. And let's talk about this heat 4. I mean, this is a stacked group. We've got young Sierra Kerr, who somehow only just 16 years of age, despite just performance after performance, whether it's competitively, whether it's via clips and video. We know that she's been working on a movie that is heavily anticipated. Also, don't mess with her on the golf course. She's a scratch golfer, rugby player, you name it. Mahina Maeda from here on the North Shore, but representing Japan. As we have another look here.
Oh, wow, who's that? Is that Aaron? No.
Oh. Well, this was during the interview with Molly Picklum. That was epic. Dang. Outstanding. That was Aaron Brooks. Young Aaron Brooks saying, I have something very much to say.
Oh, Sierra looking back door, looks like.
Aaron Brooks, also 16 years of age.
Yeah, it seems like these two are going to be a problem.
You could just dub these two the future.
Yeah. I mean, from the aerial, they're tapping into that barrel riding game.
Yeah, I mean, for context, when it comes to her barrel riding, makes the final at Padang Padang at the Rip Curl Cup in Bali and beats out Shane Dorian, Mason Ho, Nick Von Rep, and Ian Crane to be in the final at 15.
Yeah.
Just for a little context.
Yeah. I mean, too, her backdoor slash off the wall wave last year was
nuts.
A nuts one because of the technicality. Unfortunately, was unable to advance into the finals. But yeah, that definitely putting in a lot of work.
Such an interesting story for her. Born in Texas, raised here on the North Shore, but has Canadian roots. She may try to compete for Canada at the Olympics. And she really credits Shane Betchen and Shane Dorian, Kahea Hart, Miles Padaka, you know, the legends who have really helped her. And she's benefited from their tutelage and clearly applying the lessons learned. Not to mention also winning Stab High in Costa Rica. I mean, it's a lot of life lived at 16.
Right? Yeah, it'll be interesting to see, you know, again, when we see these phenoms, right, coming into light, and as they develop and how they have the ability to really shift and push the industry into a certain way, or the culture for women into a certain way, how they take on those roles, whether it's purely competitiveness or advancing the progression, or does it become a bit of a, does it have a social component as well?
And you know, there's a lot there. You know, that pressure of gaining such international attention at a young age. And if you look at like Sierra Kerr, already transcending the sport, where yes, you're popular in surfing, but the rest of the world is paying attention to you as like a future iconic athlete. You know, following in the steps of Steph and Carissa Moore, who've been able to transcend the sport. There's an immense amount of pressure that comes with that, and you can see, you know, with in Sierra's case, her and her family deciding we're going to be patient, not jump on the tour just yet, and really try to get the best out of these years. We're going to take a little break here, but we will be back. Oh wait, maybe we'll wait and see if this wave comes through. No, we will take a little break here with 18 minutes to go here at the VANS Pipe Masters Women's Heat 4.
My dad and Uncle Derek raised us as surfers in the best way possible. There's absolutely no expectations or pressure from their accomplishments. If anything, there's a ton of inspiration, because me and Mason had to look at the trophies our whole life. So we're like, yeah, I want that one, I want that one. Winning the VANS Pipe Masters would mean everything to me. I know my dad would cry. Not that you want your dad to cry, but these are good tears.
Big thanks to VANS for continuing to support such an iconic and legendary event in the Pipe Masters. And one of our favorite things about this event is not only the evolving format in the leaderboard, but the fact that, like, hey, do a rad thing and you'll be rewarded separately. A bag will be filled with bills of different denominations, and cash will be handed to you. Right. Random bags of cash. We saw Mikey February just get one for his outstanding performance today that has him in the lead on the men's side. We'll stand by to see who next. Who next will randomly. Do you have any bags of cash yet?
I got a bag of salad. Another type of greens, the hearty greens I got.
Yeah, got handed a lunch and a pat on the back. But we'll take it. We'll gladly take it.
Yeah, you know, it's interesting to see how culturally there's this kind of, we need to have this renaissance or resurgence of women in surf. But in reality, in this place in Hawaii, the women were celebrated as the most proficient and iconic surfers in our histories. Hawaiian people, we have many legendary stories of amazing surfers, but one most notably is this legend of Hi'iaka, who is Pele's sister, Apele, the fire goddess, and her sister goes on this big saga across the Hawaiian Islands, and on her path, surfing was a huge component to her adventure and her journey, and she was celebrated as being this surfer that you don't mess with, but she would always come in very unassuming. She'd come into a region and ask, hey, can I come and surf? And it was sometimes a dude that'd be like, what, you challenging me to surf? You cannot surf here, I'm a chief. And she would say, okay, and instead of saying I'm a goddess, she would say, hey, let's just do a little battle. Like, well, you go, best surfer wins, loser dies. And if you look at a lot of the rock,
no stakes.
Yeah, the
Super low
stakes
stakes.
and a lot of times these chiefly men took the bait. And when she revealed that she was such an amazing surfer, they were in a lot of trouble. So it's just interesting in Hawaii that it's not necessarily a changing of anything. Maybe it's this remembering, like, of the women's role in surfing here in the islands.
Yeah, and it's beautiful that Pipeline is the place that is helping to move the sport so far forward, as the women are really able to showcase the depth of that power. As we are going to shift on over, I believe that there's some cash about to be handed out. Holly's got a bag. Who's she going to hand it to?
Yeah, I do have another bag of cash and another 12-pack of beer, and I'm gonna give it to Mikey Wright. There you go, bro.
Thanks, Holly.
Got anything to say?
Oh, bag of cash, pretty mental. Can't complain about that. But fuck, no, pretty sick to just be surfing pipe and backdoor with no one out. So, you know. Also, Mickey Nelson was like, he's like, don't come out of the barrel and just pull off. Like, do something, do a hack. So I was like, all right, I'll go and do it. So that one's for Mickey Nelson. So.
Beautiful. You did your job and you got $500.
Yeah.
Beauty.
Yeah, good.
Enjoy your other.
Cheers, Holly.
What are you going to spend it on?
Lele's.
Yeah, there you go. Lele's coming at you.
All right, Lele's tonight on Mikey Wright. Let's go, North Shore. See
Just going to surprisingly show up at Lele's. Be like, oh, hey, Mikey, what's up? I'm at the bar. Didn't I transfer you my tab? As
Aaron
we saw, I
Brooks.
think that was Aaron Brooks who got the. That's what happens when you come up just a little too high there in the barrel. What happens there?
Yeah, getting sucked up into that energy on the top of the wave. It's hard to navigate. You know you get into these moments where on the wave can I get maximum energy to get me out, but not being in the wrong direction. And that's kind of what looked like what happened on her as she came up. She rode a bit too high. And she got into that moment of getting lipped in the head.
Yeah, you literally saw her head in the lip getting pulled over. Wise choice to be making the helmet part of her equipment overall, and that's never a good. It's never a good feeling when that happens, because you know what's coming. It's just like everything was all good a second ago, and then up and over. But that is how you learn and how you grow.
Yeah, I think there was. We're looking at how many of the women versus men are opting to use safety protection, head protection. Seems like a majority of the women are opting in, while fewer from the men's.
Yeah, 94% of the women choosing to wear helmets in the field, as opposed to 35%. And it's all choice. You know,
Yeah.
For some people, it makes them feel more comfortable. Some people say the helmet throws off their equilibrium, or they don't feel like they have the same balance. Helmets, of course, have evolved, and then you see certain people who have really made it like almost like a style part of their deal. Look at Cor Smith, you know, like the way he's adopted it. So
Landa McNamara, Kainehe Hunt just got an insane. It doesn't seem to.
JOB now making the choice after
Right.
years not doing so.
Right. I think it's here we have Moana and Maluhia, Kinimaka. I think they're coming up in the next round. Two Native Hawaiian indigenous peoples. Maluhia, daughter of legendary waterman Titus Kinimaka, was unable to participate last year because of an injury. Hoping to make her Pipe Masters debut this year and come away with some high scores. It almost seems like her and Moana are trying to do a bit of the KK Rochelle sort of potential backdoor pipeline duo. We'll see if it plays out.
Looked like they were having a little spiritual moment. They're preparing to get into the lineup.
Yeah, it's going to be
joined there by Sophie Bell, who was in the foreground from South Africa.
Yeah, she's been charging too.
Yeah,
she had a crazy showing last year.
Fellow South African, so of course I get a little extra fired up. And she's such a sweet charger. This morning, when it was a little bit unruly, she's like, I gotta go out and get a couple of practice waves, but I do not want to go out there. But you know what? I gotta do it.
Yeah.
Went out and was able to navigate, but she's got a great attitude, and it's just been so cool to see the way her performance last year has in another one for whom it put her on the map, and folks are paying attention.
Yeah, I'm trying to look and see if the women are looking back at landmarks, if they're are they just using each other, because it would almost seem, instead of using each other, to start using the land.
So describe what it is to pick a landmark, because it's not just one point, right, in order to make your landmark and keep your position in the lineup.
Right, because the waves are essentially, the reef is static and it's going to allow certain things to happen in certain places. This is Brianna Cope from Kauai.
Yeah, I'm going to look there.
That doesn't seem like a good wave. And because the reef, there's certain, what we're finding as we're studying the reef, scientists that is, out there.
That was a flex. And I appreciate you reminding us that you are a learned, studied doctor of science. Please continue.
I'm a part of a community of scientists who are studying reefs around the world, and there are certain features that they are identifying that correlate to different wave features, like barrels, good barrels, bad barrels.
Like type of reef.
Types of reef and reef
configurations.
Configurations, yes. So with that in place, we can't really see them very well on the surface, right? And it's what, even depending on the turbidity of the water, we're not going to see. Who's this? No one. You can't see where these reef structures are. So one way to get around that is you can start georeferencing your location based upon landmarks. And you're not just doing landmarks in terms of, I'm going to sit right in front of the Volcom House.
Right.
There's typically how geospatial recognition happens is you need to have things in front, between you, and from your point or perspective. So a lot of times people will say, this coconut tree behind this house.
Right.
Or this point alongside that ridge. And you start to use different landmarks together to triangulate where you know this is where the best part of the reef is to get the best part of the wave on the good days, and that changes depending. So the data that has been collected by the users, which are the surfers, the Uncle Derek's, the Uncle Mike's, the Uncle Jerry's.
Talk about it.
They're the ones who say, hey, you line up here, this is the best spot. And it's through a lot of, Pipeline has been surfed 50 plus years. So you have all those years of data, and then now the knowledge and the sharing and the passing of this knowledge is really valued and guarded. It's protected. People know.
You don't just hand that out on a flyer to people as they're rocking up.
No, and that's something where you don't really ask questions too. You look at Coco, she was just in here and she said, oh yeah, Uncle Derek was like, just go out. Oh, what did you ever ask him? She's like, I don't really ask questions. And that's kind of the old way here, to just be observant, and you will be told, but not maybe with words, but with being shown where to sit. And then, Uncle Derek's sitting in a place. He catches a wave, you just paddle over it, look around, paddle away. Like when he comes back, you're not in his zone, or, and Kala Grace is good about that. He has a spot out there, and it's not an easy spot to sit at, but he's there, ready to go if that wave comes in that he wants to catch.
That's awesome. Also, thank you for the use of a word I haven't heard in a long time, turbidity.
Turbidity.
That's a
Don't make me nerd out up in here.
That's a great word, turbidity. You know, you said because of the turbidity in the ocean. I'm taking that, putting it in my pocket, and I'm going to find a way to use it. Thank you. Aaron Brooks, having a look at a little closeout there. Yeah, that was some. Thank you for blessing us with the science.
Hey, yeah.
Everyone at home, you just got a free semester in your ocean science course. Count it as a credit.
Yeah.
With 5 minutes and 30 seconds to go. I am so lucky, as someone with only a high school education, to sit next to a learned doctor, Dr. Clifford. Thank you, sir.
Oh, thank you.
And thank you for your passion for the oceans and for the reef and for the reefs globally, and for being, you're a unique ambassador in that you're not just a voice telling people about the science. They're able actually to see you, Cliff Kapono, taking action, playing in the ocean at the highest level. So then when you start to talk science, folks don't have a choice but to be like, oh, I can pay attention a little bit more to that because he's an active participant. It's a beautiful thing, sir. And I mean, we are grateful for you.
I'm one of there's a community, a growing community.
Scientists are so modest. Scientists are so beautifully modest.
No, I mean, you look at Maluhia Kinimaka,
Yeah.
Stanford graduate, now pursuing her graduate degree here, University of Hawaii, while pursuing a career in professional surfing. I mean,
Also credits you as an influence.
she's got her own thing going. I'm trying to stay on the train because I'm getting pushed I'm in the caboose about to get thrown out the back. So I'm happy to see that there's a safe space in surfing, competitive surfing, in lifestyle surfing, free surfing, influencer surfing, whatever. In the culture, there's a space for caring about the environment. There's a space for being able to articulate the way you feel and think, and it's not seen as less than someone, just going out for the sheer athleticism.
I think it's beautiful, and it's got to be inspiring. Having a look.
Wow, good effort on that with the drop. Who was that?
Maeda? You only caught the tail end of the takeoff, so that was Sierra. Young Sierra Kerr, who's very much out there. But I say all that to say, like, it's got to feel good to see this next generation and other surfers also choosing that same path choice, because for a community that spends so much time in the ocean, I'm sure when you talk to the folks at Surfrider, they tell you how they find themselves pulling their hair out trying to get that same community that spends so much time in the ocean engaged and actually caring and realizing that they can play a part in being a part of that community to raise awareness.
Right. And I think that's a test. Well, it's a challenge. I wouldn't say it's a testament. It's a challenge to the industry within our culture to be able to reward those sorts of individuals. I know there are organizations and brands that are out there supporting that messaging. And when we see that's on par to simply going out and just catching an amazing ride or performing, when you're showing you perform on a high level and you care about the place that's offering you that opportunity to perform, and it's one and the same, then we're really going to see some big changes and towards a positive movement where it doesn't become based on like some sort of greenwashing or do good because you have to, like a feeling of guilt. It's coming from a place of excellence and accomplishment and purpose. Purpose-driven surfing beyond a simple type, not beyond a title. We need our champions, and the titles are important. Having that title in addition to having a purpose, that's going to be the future of surfing. And the women, I really believe, are going to be the ones to lead that charge.
Fantastic. With 1 minute and 37 seconds to go here, it has been in this heat, the Aaron Brooks show, early, making that charge.
Again, is this Aaron having a look?
Yeah, some of those just looks like a little fatness.
Yeah.
On the left, on the pipe waves.
We got a bit of scramble here. Who's going to want it?
Oh. Brooks again staying super busy.
It's going to be interesting to see how the women begin to navigate the waves that land on your head, because that's something too that by being out there, knowing that there are certain waves that are okay, you'll be okay. You can. Oh, Aaron going for some rip turns. There's a certain level of security in knowing what sort of wave breaking outside you're going to be okay. You might get washed in, but you're not going to get. You're relatively safe.
Right. The difference between the ones that are going to wash over you,
yeah,
and the ones that are going to pin you.
Yeah. Right. So being able to see that, I think that's something too that you can see the women field. There's going to be a learned curve that's going to be saying, oh, okay, I can sit on the inside here, right, and I can take these on the head. It's not a big deal.
Yeah.
You know, you see guys like Sethi and Josh and Benji, Kaulana, they wait inside, and they take some on their head, but they also get rewarded with those double ups.
And that will do it here for Heat 4. A little bit slower on the back end, but Erin Brooks, again, a strong enough performance that puts her in that top 4 spot for now, followed by Sierra Kerr, Mahina Maeda, and Brianna Cope. But it is Erin Brooks from that heat who moves into that top 10 position. Sierra Kerr there at the just
beautiful
at the bottom.
day.
But 2 more opportunities.
I mean, look at the scenery. It's not. Not
just
a bad day to be sitting out at Pipeline.
Me? In fact, we're about to go outside and take some of that in, as we are about to pass it off for the final 2 heats of the day to Keala Kennelly and Makuakai Rothman, 2 complete just champions, you know.
Synonymous with Pipeline.
Huh?
2 names that are synonymous with Pipeline.
On a million different levels. Keala, of course, being the super pioneer of the possibility that we see the women having. And we will pass it over.
Incredible.
Right now to the experts. Take it. Sure. Makua is right here to my right.
All right, guys, we're back. Final heat of the day here at the VANS Pipe Masters.
Thank you. Inspire me to keep my 5 foot on the I learned something.
So in this heat, we have the queen of Pipeline herself, Moana Wong. Moana Jones Wong.
Queen Bee is out there. Once again, Moana Jones Wong, Sophie Bell.
Zoe McDougall, who we had in the booth earlier.
And my niece, Maine Kirimaka. Or is Maluhia?
That's Titus's daughter, yeah?
Yes, Maluhia's out there, I'm pretty sure. Yes, Maluhia. Maluhia is actually a Stanford graduate, if I'm not mistaken.
I've been reading the stats on some of these girls. There's some impressive ladies out here.
That's what they call them, Mana Wahine.
Wahine, that's right.
Right now, Maluhia is in that crew of Mana Wahine, leading the charge of what is possible. Once upon a time, it was said what isn't possible for women to do, and we have changed that to what is possible. These women all around the world are shaping and reshaping what it is to be a Mana Wahine and dominate in their fields respectively. Out here right now, the girls are dominating at Pipeline.
That's right.
We actually got a few stats coming up here. VANS Pipe Masters best surfer stat. According to our 2023 VANS Pipe Masters competitors, the best female surfer ever at Pipeline is Moana Jones Wong.
No surprise there.
Carissa Moore, Bethany Hamilton. I'm gonna have to put Keala Kinley in that.
I'm gonna have to put Rochelle Ballard in that.
Right. Oh yeah, Rochelle. For sure.
Some of the waves that she's gotten at backdoor and like her pig dogging at pipe.
That was definitely a pig dog. She was ready to just grab rail and pull in.
She would grab rail and she would grab rail and pump grabbing rail.
That kawaii style. Kawaii, that's why they say.
Like a little pit bull punching through barrels on her backhand.
In Kauai, they tell is how they would say it. And so much talent off of that island. I mean, you yourself, Keala, you know, once upon a time at Pipeline, there was a very, very, very strong Kauai movement with the boys of the Wolf Pack and the Pipeline Posse and the whole Welcome House days. And it was, you know, so many.
And Brado and...
From, speaking of Kauai, Kauai Roots herself, one of the, if not the most beautiful Hawaiian manawahine of our time, Mrs. Mahina Florence, is downstairs with a guest.
Aw, Makua Kai, making me blush down here. I'm here with Erin Brooks. So last year you were too young to do the comp. This year you're in it. What was your strategy and how did you train for this very moment?
Well, just spending time out here at Pipe and Backdoor, trying to get waves against the crowd, but being out there with just 3 other girls, I was just trying to take advantage of it.
Now, you are so committed to this sport. Anyone who knows you put in the time and the effort. So what is your goal for this season?
This season is, well, hopefully I can qualify for the championship tour. I'm on the Challenger Series again, which was so much fun getting to compete a lot last year. But this winter, I'm just gonna try to spend more time out here and at Sunset and Haleiwa, because those are like the 3 main ways you have to get good at. So hopefully I can.
And is there anyone that you're looking up to in women's surfing or men's?
Well, Bethany going out there showing us that anything is possible, and also like Carissa and Molly pushing the limits, going on big wave and getting excellent rides.
Amazing. And what size board did you ride out there today?
I rode a 510 Whiplash shaped by Matt Biolas, and it's working pretty good.
Okay, amazing. Well, we look forward to continuing to watch you. Thank you, Erin.
Thank you.
We got some action on the back. I see some lines, Makua.
Such a special young woman right there in her own right. And in every generation, there's these athletes that really have the commitment that it takes to be maybe one of the greatest of all time. And since she was a really little girl, I've watched Erin Brooks grow up, and that little girl has the fire in her eyes. And it seems to me she is one of the next generation that could change this sport single-handedly. And like Mahina was saying, her commitment level and just her understanding what waves she needs to get better at. I mean, the sky is the limit for her, and we wish her the best in her career and her life. And Erin, if you do watch this later, Uncle's so proud of you, and I wish you the best, and I really see that you could be the one soon. So lots of young manawahine coming out of Hawaii as well, and right there, little Erin Brooks is one of them.
So cute.
22 minutes on the clock. Sophie Bell in the lead. Moana Jones-Wong still waiting to open her account here at the VANS Pipe Masters. Zoe McDougall is also waiting, and she looks like she's ready, waiting on the rights. So is Maluhia Kinimaka, daughter of the legendary Titus Kinimaka. Once again, Kauai boy.
Kauai is why.
Kauai as why. Keep it Kauai. Don't say too much. And Kauai boys, you know, jamming music. And Uncle Titus was a major inspiration in my life.
Oh, yeah?
Doing the surfing and music. You know, he used to live with us. Him and Uncle Ali Kai, his brother, and watching him surf and do the music thing and that whole thing. Uncle Titus really inspired me a long time. Traveled together with him. And such a great waterman, great kanaka, and up and riding. Let's see, is she going on this wave?
It looks like a split peak.
Bell on the right.
Sophie Bell on the right.
Oh, that's a very technical place to eject there, because this is what happens on the next one on top of your head. And looks like she's managed it pretty well, but as calm as it looks, you can duck dive straight into the reef right there.
Oh yeah.
It is so shallow that you go to duck dive and it's just straight
and your board
rocks.
hits the reef.
Your fingers are torn up.
Yeah.
Your board has holes in it.
Nobody,
that is
nobody
one of the
wants
most,
to be in that little spot right there. Look,
no,
you can see the
and
rock.
then there's
you can
rocks
see the rock.
popping up like that.
Right when we said it. Cue the
Exactly.
rock.
It looks like the tide is going down. You can tell by the motion in the ocean. I'd like to see that left. Wave didn't look that critical, period, as a wave
Let's
as
see
a
the
whole,
replay
but
right
we go
here.
with the replay. And take us through this Moana left. KK.
Moana. Just a quick one. Nice roundhouse cut back. Ooh.
You know what I think? She knows that she's just going to paddle out back to her spot at the peak, and that nobody's really searching for those waves that she's looking for.
That was a
So
nice rebound off the...
That was a beautiful turn off of the whitewash. I've seen a few of them. John had a mean torque on his. Brought a Harry Bryant earlier. Nice
Oh,
whip
yeah.
on his.
Yeah, I liked his.
And yeah.
Looks like Sophie
Jones
Bell
well.
was just like trying to stall as hard as she could to get under that curtain, but just couldn't quite get underneath it. A little too far in front of it. Couldn't slow down in time.
Yep, looking a little like she needs to warm up a little bit right there, and she does it. And we got Maluhia here on this one.
Throwing some turns.
And some turns through the inside.
Like
really looking
Zoe
for the
out
barrel.
the back.
And
Stalling.
we got Zoe, a little shampoo there on the helmet. Little helmet shine going on with that one. And yeah, she's back out looking for more, and looks like the girls are all four.
Yeah, everybody's got a wave.
Tapping into that helmet.
Yeah.
And that safety aspect
Yeah,
of using a helmet nowadays. You got the queen wearing hers, and you got everybody else following.
That's
you know,
right.
so very good role model as well, safety-wise, is Moana Jones-Wong. Takes everything very seriously. And talk about Manawahine. That's one more.
Looks like Moana got a 9 on that first opening ride.
And when we mean 9, we mean 3 judges giving a 3-point score across the board, equaling 9. Different criteria for those of you who may have tuned in at the end of the day. Non-elimination format, everybody surfs multiple times. Best scores at the end of the competition win. Top 4 go into a finals, which is traditional elimination style surfing out here, 4-man heat. One thing about this event that is amazing, there is no priority. And when they say there's too much hassling priority, I beg to differ, because you watch these folks surf and you haven't seen any hassling battling going on.
No, not
There's
really.
no priority.
Not really.
At pipeline and waves of consequence like that, it's really not necessary, because you know, it's gonna do what it's gonna do. And I really think it's just more of a kind of, they don't want to have to surf too hard or try too hard or have to go through a battle where it's like my wave, my positioning and all that kind of stuff. I really think it takes away the competition aspect.
Well,
of
and how many
surfing we
times
take
have you
out.
been sitting out the lineup and you don't have priority, and a perfect wave comes and you know you can't go?
What about they talk all about dropping in and surfing, you know, snaking waves and dropping in on people, but come a heat, you're taking off on a 12-foot bomb and somebody can drop right in on your head just because they have priority.
Yeah.
And I guess that's how we felt once upon a time. You know, we had priority and it was our turn, and we might have dropped in on a few guys, but it made for good TV. And back then, you know, it was the reality show era. You know, Jersey Shores was popping. We had a TV show called The 808, and it was, ooh, if you ever want to go look on YouTube and look at The 808, once upon a time we had a show here. And the show does go on now, round 1, heat 5 of the VANS Pipe Masters 2023 edition. In white, Sophie Bell; in red, Moana Jones-Wong; Zoe McDougall in blue; and Maluhia Kinimaka in black. All girls on the board looking to better those scores. What do you see out the back? Anything coming, KK? Any predicament, any predictions of how this heat's going to play out? Who's going to get the next good one?
I think there's going to be a flurry.
We need to put something out there, so we got something on the line here. I say
I think it's going to have a pulse before this heat is over. I think we're going to see some incredible waves.
I say we're going to have some incredible rides. I see all the girls are hungry. It's the last heat of the day. They want to make an impact. They want to move up the leaderboard. Speaking of leaderboard, we will have that leaderboard up for you shortly and kind of take you through that as we have a little bit of lull in the action and break down some scores for you in a second here. But nonetheless, it's been a great day, Keala. Thank you for being my partner today on the set. I appreciate it. Thank you to everyone out there. And speaking of thanks, thank you guys for tuning in. We will be right back with the VANS Pike Masters 20.
But yeah, hitting big sections is terrifying. You know, you kind of pay with it with your body. You know, when it doesn't work out, you know, there's a good chance you're going to hurt yourself.
If you get a good 6 to 8 to 10 foot day at pipe, like some of the sections that are going to be coming through are going to be so crazy, and some of the lunatics that are going to be out there hitting them.
Errors and turns could be excellent scores over an excellent barrel. Depends how gnarly you want to get and how big of a section you want to attack or boost.
Someone's mind's going to be blown. If their mind's not going to be blown, their knee or their ankle's probably going to be blown. So there's going to be action.
For sure. I think pipe would definitely have to be up there with one of the best airwaves in the world.
And welcome back. As you just seen some GoPro action, we had some awesome rides going down with surfers using the GoPros. We got to talk to Nathan Florence, get some insight into what it is about that camera and what you can use it for as well to elevate your surfing. We're back. Round 1, Heat 5, VANS right here at the fabled Bonsai Pipeline, North Shore of Oahu in Hawaii. Here are your current top 10 rankings coming up now.
All right, so head of the leaderboard right now is Molly Picklum. Second right now is Frankie Hare, followed by Carissa Moore, Aaron Brooks.
And we got Sakura Johnson, Gabriella Bryan, Annie Dos Santos, Bethany Hamilton, Sophie Bear, and Kira Pinkerton to round out that top 10. Everybody looking for that coveted 4 spots, 1, 2, 3, 4 at the end of these first preliminary rounds. We'll be moving on to a final. That final, for those of you that don't know, will be single elimination style, traditional heat, placing first, second, third, and fourth respectively, and of course taking out the coveted Pipe Masters title, Keala.
Man, the ocean's just kind of turned off right now.
It's just waiting for Makua Kai, the father of the sea, to finish work and get into the water, and it's gonna start pumping.
Yeah, during the break you ran home and got aboard, Makua.
Yeah, I got back.
Right on time.
30 seconds left. That's the beauty of living right down the street. I could pop over and get my board real quick, and I haven't really been surfing much. Thank you to Dr. Mossy Reynolds, if he's out there in Webland, for doing my knee. And you know, it's been 2 surgeries and almost a year later. The last big session I surfed out here was when I heard it at the backdoor shootout, going into Waimea, surfing the Eddie Aikau 4 days later with the blown out ligaments.
I can't believe you did that.
For those of you that don't know, Keala invented a harness to put a leash on if you don't want it to pull on your legs, and she brought it over to me. Unfortunately, I was a little bit out of shape and overweight. And,
well,
it didn't
I gave
fit
you one
me.
of my harnesses, and I'm tiny. So,
anyways, she came up with an ingenious idea.
it was a necessity because I destroyed my labrum and I couldn't have my leash pull my leg anymore.
But those are the times that, you know, great ideas come out.
That's
and out of necessity.
It's a mother of all invention,
the
honey.
need arises, and you invent something. We have a split peak
here we go.
Beautiful, right?
Sophie Bell on the right. I think that was Moana Jones on the left.
Long on the left. It looks like the second one could be better.
Don't you hate that when you take the first one, you kick out, and you see the second one was much better?
We're just hearing Nate Florence talk about his 2 brothers getting waves behind him. And you know what I love so much is his honesty, because we're always like, the brothers want to surf together and it's so great. It's
And he's like, oh no.
When that
he
horn
was mad,
blows,
dog. You're just a body in a jersey.
like John said, you're just another body in a jersey. You are not even my brother. Thou shalt not be kin.
Damn.
As you put on the jersey.
That's cold.
Well, competition is cold. I don't think there's ever been someone that's given a basket or a wave away and won that way. So I don't think it's going to start now. But the level of competition that gets pushed and the things that, you know, people have to overcome when it's a brother, really set you on a path to great things as well. And
All right, we
here
got somebody
have a
paddling.
paddler.
No.
Oh, no paddler there. Was Zoe McDougal.
She's
Look at her
gotten a
helmet
couple waves so
shining.
far.
I told you it was a helmet shine. Look at that thing all shining in the sun. And we got 10 minutes left today. Thank you all for tuning in. What a beautiful day. We have so much more days of action coming. Thank you for being here with us today. 10 more minutes to go, and we have a replay of that split peak. Go ahead, KK.
I think that was Sophie Bell. Get another back door. And I think that was Moana on the left.
MJW.
Nice little cover up.
Little head dip.
Another cutty.
Yep. I mean, if she's taking off on those inside ones, there must not be any big bombs right now, because there was, she'd be on them, and I think she just wants to ride. Should that bomb come in the next 10 minutes, she doesn't want it to be her first wave of the heat.
Yeah.
She wants to have her feet in the wax and have the board going down the line. Looks like she's opting for a much bigger board. I mean, I'd be surprised and want to know what size that board is.
Yeah.
But it seems like a 6'6", 6'8" for sure.
She usually rides a much smaller board, huh? That would be.
Yep, but I mean, like you said, it's a contest. You catch the wave. You're not catching them. You're not riding them. And with the northerly direction, it's a little easier to get in.
Yeah.
It kind of makes the wave a little more almond shape. And what I mean by almond is just the wave is not so wide and
Top to
super
bottom.
barreling.
Yeah.
It's more, you know, kind of a softer barrel, as you would say. Nothing really soft about Pipeline.
Ever.
Just figuratively speaking. And I actually want to apologize to Pipeline for saying that, because I'm going to go out.
Because you're going to go out now. I take it back. I take it all back.
I'm sorry. But look at that score line right there. Moana Jones-Wong, even with those two inside waves, is in 5th place on the leaderboard. And a 9-point ride and a 12-point ride. That's a 3 and a 4, pretty much, across the board. Different style here for some of those of you who may not know. Different type of scoring here at the VANS Pipe Masters. As you can see, 48 points is a combination of 3 waves, judged by 3 judges. All judges' scores
Sophie
count.
Bell on the back door again. She just.
That wave will not be a good score for sure. Was a very good attempt. She was actually charging that wave. And
She's gotten herself in a little rhythm. She's got her spot picked out there. She's got
all
like
she
3 or 4
really
waves
needs is
now.
one to open up for
Yeah,
her.
she just needs.
You know, she's in rhythm, she's getting waves, she's confident, she's charging.
She's playing the odds.
Sometimes you just need Mother Nature to just
cooperate.
Just
yeah. Give you a little blow.
Right out. And some beautiful rides today by the women, beautiful rides by the men. Oh man, it's it never gets old looking at that view right there, especially on these screens, how beautiful it is. Welcome everybody, welcome all to Hawaii Nei. We are here on the North Shore of Oahu in the state of Hawaii, the nation of Hawaii. And there is our Hawaiian Water Patrol, headed up by none other than one of, if not the greatest, waterman on planet Earth, Mr. Terrence Terry Ahue. Like a second father to me as well. Raised me a lot of the time growing up. Me and his son Kamalani were best friends growing up, and to see what was once the Hui Water Patrol and you know how it started from guys paddling surfboards They used to be on surfboards doing rescues for the women's, for the men's, and it must have been a trip out there. You know, you had your surfer that you were designated, and you'd paddle out and you'd make sure that they got in. There was no jet ski, there was no vest, there was no fins. You just went out there and had to make sure whatever wahine you had
eyes on was coming to the beach.
Was coming back, and you know when
Terry's pulled my butt off the reef many a time.
Oh yes.
Yeah.
You're definitely no stranger to you know, Ariel's grotto.
What does that mean?
We've all been down there before. Just the reef at the bottom of the sea.
Oh, kissing the reef.
Spent a lot of time under the sea. But what a great place
down
it is
there
to
finding
be.
Nemo.
Yeah, we look for Nemo. Oh man, we're looking for Nemo, but somehow we get Lilo and Stitch down there.
Man, big lull right now.
It has just been too long without a good wave, and it just
I feel like the
seems to
swell is just kind of on the way out. And
kind of done its thing. I'm sure
is it
before
you think
dark
the tide
it's
is affecting it at all right now?
The tide is dropping. It's going low, so that could have an effect on it. As the water's pulling out, it kind of takes the tide back. Takes that hour to kind of balance out, and you can see some heats like this or lully has a lot to do with the tide, especially at this spot. Pipeline, it's really has its moods. The early morning, not too good. The sun hits it, bang, it turns on. The tide does its thing, kind of mellows out. But you notice a lot of surf spots around the world, right before dark, that hour, hour and a half, it just somehow just a light switch goes off, and it's just like magic. Desert Point. I mean, you
Puerto
name it.
Escondido.
Puerto Escondido,
Puerto Escondido.
Neos. I mean,
Can be
anywhere.
onshore all
Could be
day.
coming onshore
right
because
before
the land heats up.
Yep.
Right before dark, it has its moment. Pipeline is no stranger to moments.
Pipeline's
After
so
this,
beautiful.
we will bring you some of the most memorable moments of the day with our post-show with all four of your favorite commentary. Myself, Keala Kennelly, Salema Masakela, and Cliff Capono, we will all be back here in the booth at the end of this event to bring you all the action, play-by-play, and today's most memorable moments.
Only about 4 minutes left in the last heat of the day. Hoping we could get one more big set before this thing's over.
Looks like the ocean is just doing its thing. I love to see all the comments coming in as well. I went down to go eat lunch at Legend and Mano's house just down next to Volcom House here, and it's amazing to see all the people engaging in this webcast. Keep your comments coming. We love them all. There is no wrong comment. Bring
I
it
don't know
on.
about that. Keep it nice.
Yeah, it's just good to see people actually engaging and really, you know, diving into our sport. And thank you guys very much for all the views out there, for your continued support over the years, and all of those of you who do support surfing into the future. Thank you guys very, very much from our Hawaiian Ohana and our ancestors that created the sport surfing. To all of you out there, my name is Makua Kai Rothman. My sister KK Kennelly right next to me, and we are just here enjoying the day together. Me and KK have been on so many missions together throughout the years. I used to stay at her house when I was just a little Grom surfing, Grom competitions in Kauai, and you know, this is my sister, and will always be. Thank you so much for sharing the day with me. I love you too, sis.
Well,
and here we go.
the day's not over. Stick around because we're going to have a bunch of highlights and we're going to talk about the best moments of the day coming up after this last heat.
Yeah, I mean, the ocean is just kind of saying, aloha oi, my boy. See you guys tomorrow. Ahui ho, until we meet again. I'm not sure what's going on out there, but it looks like the ocean says...
We're done.
Were you not entertained? No, we are not. We want 2 more minutes of fury. Pipeline looks like she may have some few tricks up her sleeve out the back. But nonetheless, everybody putting on great performances today. And the best thing about it, all of your favorite surfers will be coming back. One of the greatest things about this format, surfers do not lose in this preliminary round. You can follow your surfer round by round. We're checking back in at vans.com. And here we go with some action out in the water. Looks like a whole lot of looking.
That looked like it was going to be something.
Looks can be deceiving, they say.
Boy, they can.
But hey,
just a little over 1 minute to go. Come on.
Come on.
We've
1
all had
minute
that
left.
heat. We've all had that heat where we've just been sitting there watching the clock.
I mean, guess what? We're still having that heat in this booth going, come on, like we're out there in the lineup or something. We're sitting here.
One more,
we're
one
feeling
more.
like they're feeling like even though we don't get to catch it, we want to at least
We
see
still
it.
want to
So it's
see
like,
it.
Come on.
45 seconds.
Once a competitor, always a competitor at heart. You will never lose that in your mind. Sometimes people just get a little older and the body doesn't react as quickly as the mind would like it to. But I'll tell you what, that feeling that you have as a competitor with 30 seconds left and a set on the horizon is one that only a surfer can give you. And right now, stay tuned. Don't go away. We only have 20 seconds left. Big bombs on the way. Who's going to get it? We have Moana
Looks like
Jones
Moana
one scratching. Is she going to be able to get in it?
Scrapping.
She gets in it.
Yeah. That's what we wanted to see.
That was...
And behind. I think Sophie went backdoor behind.
Oh, Sophie Bell on the right. Moana Jones wrong on the left.
How is that buzzer beater right there?
What about milking it to the beach? I wonder if there's some points for this. Remember back in the day it was 3 to the beach?
Oh my God, we would sit there.
Remember that? All the way, the Huntington hop. We thought we had to wiggle in the shore break.
Like it really made a difference.
That was your heat and your competition. First day of the VANS Pipe Masters 2023 in the history books. Ladies and gentlemen, that woman right there is the queen of pipeline. She will be coming up soon. And we will be having the post-show in just a few minutes, walking up the beach right there. Moana Jones Wong. Here is your replay kicking.
Buzzer beater. There was like 20 seconds left when she got that. She scratched into that thing so hard. Beautiful barrel.
That little chandelier made it so she had to go around right here. Instead of grabbing and being able to get in right there, she like kind of did that little funky thing. She had to go around it for a second.
No, she judged it good though.
Yeah, right. See,
right there, yeah.
Yeah. That's what I'm talking about. This wave is literally a game,
There
not
was
even a...
There was the backdoor one by Sophie. Kind of a frothy one.
Yeah, it looks kind of fluffy right now out there.
Well, Moana's got to be stoked that wave came
is
through.
Stoked, guaranteed. She's always stoked. That girl has such an awesome vibe. I mean, look at the fans down there. Sophie Bell. All the Groms with their jerseys on. He got his Italo Ferreira header shirt. Once again, my two favorite Mana Wahine down on the beach. Mahina Florence with Moana Jones Wong. Mahina, take it away.
I'm with Moana. Well, that was exciting because in the beginning it was a little slow, a little crazy. You were still hanging on. Tell us how that felt.
I was like sitting out there and I was like so bummed because I wasn't really getting barreled and I just wanted to get barreled. And I was like praying like, please, just one wave. And I didn't know there was 17 seconds left. And then there were like 17 seconds. I was like, woo, and I like just started paddling as fast as I could. And I caught it. Whew. Yeah, it really was. Answer to my prayers. So happy.
And I love the competitiveness in you though, because what did you tell me right when you came up?
I should have been deeper. Because I could have totally been way deeper, but I wanted to make that wave. I was like, I need to make this wave. And this board is going so fast. I wasn't used to like getting I haven't gotten barreled like in a really long time. All those other days at pipe, I never caught a wave. So that was like my first pipe wave I caught. All winter, I mean like this whole season.
So can you break down why you haven't gotten a wave?
I haven't gotten a wave because like I think everyone's been so aggressive out there and I just kind of wanted to like let them go first, all the boys. And I'm like, I'll just wait.
Look, it came to you. But we love to see your approach. What was your approach noticing that, okay, it's not firing right now for my heat?
I made the mistake last year of like not getting any backup scores. So today I was like, well, this wave doesn't look that good, but I'm just gonna go to like warm up and try to get a score on the board. So thankfully I did, because I think it's our top 2 best waves. Yeah, so I was like, I got one little backup wave, and I think I got one pretty decent score, so hope I can make it to finals day.
And what do you think the rest of the week is gonna look like for the holding period?
It doesn't look so great, but one of the days the wind's supposed to be pretty strong, but when the wind's strong, pipe's usually still good. So we might score another day.
There you go. There you have it from Moana. Thank you for taking time to talk to us and finishing off the day like that.
Thank you, Mahina.
Back to you folks in the commentating booth.
Thank you so much, Mahina. And it's almost like we're watching Moana of Motunui. The water seems to have chosen this queen of pipeline. She's out there and she's usually in the right spot, showing her local knowledge and wisdom of the spot, getting that last buzzer beater. I want to welcome back into the booth my brother Salema Masakela and brother Kif Kaplan.
Yeah, I mean, how about just the relentless positivity that Moana kind of radiates? You know, it makes you understand how she had that same attitude in the water to get that little cliffhanger at the end, and just like beaming with optimism. Even when she was talking about, you know, the forecast and bad wind, she's like, well, actually,
when it's windy, it's still good.
Half full, half full, half full.
We were talking about that earlier, how no matter what, she just radiates aloha, that girl, you know what I mean? And that positive vibe really shows in the ocean that she really attracts waves, and that's why I said she reminds me of Moana Motunui, the movie, because it's just something that is kind of chosen in the ocean. I feel those waves comes from thousands of miles away. They take who knows how long to get here, and you just happen to be in that right spot at the right time. There's got to be some kind of synergy with the water.
Can you believe that this day is somehow wrapped? It really feels in some ways like it was 5 minutes ago that we got here this morning at dawn, excited to see if the swell had really arrived. But the amount of surfing that has taken place today, and just incredible overall performances. We're going to get into all of that on the post show, but I'm wondering right off the bat, like a quick highlight for each person before we get into the day.
God, I love the Florence heat. It was just fireworks the whole way through. Yeah, that was amazing.
I mean, I'm going to have to say definitely that last heat, buzzer beating Moana's late drop into that. I mean, like Makua was saying, it's just all the factors have to come, and to be under. We were talking earlier today about the seasoned veterans understand you can wait until the last minute to get that moment. And for Moana, really just at the kind of seemingly start of her career, has that
she's got that seasoned veteran energy.
Yeah.
Well, let's get into maybe a controversial topic today. There were some questions about when is a make on the waves. There was the Kaulana Apo wave this morning.
Kaulana Apo, yes.
I mean, like just big old monstrous pipe. And he kind of looks like he's in the flats and gets clipped at the end. Some people were saying that's not a make. I'll throw it out to the panel. Your thoughts? Because he got the score here.
No, that's a.
Oh, he came out of the barrel for sure.
He came out of the barrel and then he got
lipped after, yeah.
But he was out.
Yeah, that was my thought.
There's a similar, Joel Centeo had something similar quite a years ago, that he got guillotined after too.
All right, so here's.
That's definitely not a make.
Yeah, Kala falls at the end after he got out of the barrel, but
as he was coming out, he gets clipped.
Right.
See right here, he gets hit as he was coming out and falls. Had he come out and then he, gets clipped after he came out of that barrel, once you exit the barrel, you exit the barrel. It's kind of funny because surfing is very subjective, and it's up to the individual who's giving the score.
Yeah.
So whatever we say really doesn't matter if we think it's a make or not. It's all up to the judges, right?
He was still on his feet though when he came out.
Yeah,
like he got clipped. He came out. He was still on his feet, and then he tipped back.
That one for me is clearly.
I just think the action of the ball was coming out before he went to the ground.
Football analogy.
You know what I mean? It's not like he hit the ground
I like it.
and the ball popped out.
Is a catch a catch?
You know what I mean? Yeah. You made an effort, a move. Kalana did a move to fade out of the barrel.
Yeah.
And it wasn't like he was stuck in there and just, as he was coming out, got lipped. He came out. The section through pipeline throws sometimes 5 to 10 feet in front of you. There's
and then
nothing
he
you
just
can
got
happen.
caught at the end.
He had nowhere to go.
I mean, Kelly Slater in the backdoor shootout one time had one of the most controversial makes ever.
Right.
I mean, he fell off his board in the barrel at one of these contests, got back on and came out. He made the wave. He didn't, but because he touched the board. So
I love the football reference because it's literally like the referees analyzing and the folks pontificating, is it a catch, not a catch? And some folks will go on thinking that it wasn't a catch. And in this case, I'm sure there's some keyboard warriors at home where it's like, I don't, but we're calling both of those that we agree with both calls.
We want all of your thoughts. Every single one of you out there, engage with us. Let us know what you think. We'd love to have a civil conversation about it.
Next up is we use the term morning sickness, right? Like, oh, pipeline needs some sunshine on it. There were some great performances that went down in the early morning heats, but interestingly enough, those weren't necessarily the waves that stood, because once the sun got on it, and my boy from South Africa, Mikey February, got out there. This was in the 7th heat. Some incredible, the best waves ridden were really during the day today.
Yeah, I mean, Noah Beshan, he's no stranger to the barrel down there on that section. And then you got
Mason Howell,
one of the greatest performers on a surfboard.
Yeah, I mean, the best scores really happened from about 11 o'clock this morning. How about Mason with that board choice? Oh, do I go 7.6? Ends up going with the 6.7. And what a day for him. And Mikey February, I mean, this wave right here, this was right after he'd gotten absolutely demolished after his first backdoor wave. He was getting pounded at backdoor off the wall. Didn't decide to take the easy route in. He's paddling back out, and on the way out that thing turned around and just gifted.
Sometimes you got to put your money in the machine before, so that kind of pounding was maybe, you know, his little donation. Sometimes you donate a little skin to the reef or something, then it gives you back.
Pay the price and pipeline.
It's
thank you for the tips. Here's your reward. Kala said that her favorite, your favorite heat was the Florence heat.
Trio.
We're calling it the sibling synergy, because not only did they make it into that heat together, but they were the only heat in which the three of them find themselves in the top 10 at the end of the day.
Not surprising at all.
And right off the bat, they just were like, we're going for it.
It was like the horn blew, and it was just non-stop action, barrel after barrel.
I mean, guys are taking off in the barrel. That's how confident they are at this wave. And we had Nathan in here, you know, telling us a little bit about waves like this and watching his brother. He turns around, his brother's just getting drained. I mean, the synergy is there, but the competition, the competitiveness, I think, is their
driving force.
Very prevalent. I mean, they had someone else that's pushing the limits in the slabbiest waves on earth, as in Emil, and you know, Nathan told us. Ivan told John, you got to watch out for me too, huh? And he goes, you're just another body in a jersey. So, you know, that's the kind of stuff we like to hear, you know, from the surfers. I mean, look at these guys. They're just trading back and forth. I mean, here you go.
Little split peak.
Oh, that was a sick one. I remember Ivan got,
Mr. Cool.
That heat was just non-stop excitement.
And then John on the way back out, 4 seconds to go. Oh, what's that? Ivan's in first? Let me take care of that.
Real quick.
He's so cool, they named him twice.
I mean, that roundhouse cutback. I love the adjust. Let me adjust my vest claim.
Yep.
And the bearded brothers, all in a really nice place. The brothers beard. Yeah, that was awesome. I mean, my brain is so fried from talking all day that I literally just forgot what I was going to talk about. But our last, let me go actually to the sheet. Our last one is the sleeper agents. And I love this topic because if you look at the end of the day last year, in the first spot was Balaram Stack. he ends up winning the event.
The surfers have to
At the end of the day, we have
they must.
we wonder, like, all right, who's it going to be from today? Obviously, Colin Apple was in that final last year.
Did he get a score for this wave?
What's that?
I
He
remember
did.
we went
He got a
over it.
score for
He
that
got the
wave.
score
Yeah.
for it, okay.
Yeah.
Perfect.
But Billy Kemper, Mikey Wright, Kalana Apple, they're all outside of the top 10, but they all have one big singular score. A lot of the people that are ahead of them are folks that have
multiple scores.
Multiple mediocre scores. So they're in a better position for that leaderboard to change. You know, Mikey February's in that first spot with big scores, similar to Balaram Stack last year. So you wonder, like, how is it going to shake out? Because that leaderboard at the end of the day, the only thing that stayed the same was that first place person ended up in the final.
And you know what's crazy about that, Salama, is this contest structure is so unique that all of these scores that we've seen today could be absolutely gone in our next rounds.
Right.
You know, somebody can come up with 310s and win this whole contest right at the end. So it's really pacing yourself. You know, you got one today, maybe you get two tomorrow, and then you get another one the next day that's better than your first one. So building that house, just knowing you have that foundation of that higher, good quality, you know, more of the excellent range score is enough to make you sleep good at night, knowing that
Like
I'm
Billy
in a good
Kemper
position for
paddles
tomorrow.
out, gets one wave. It was like the highest score at that point, and one of the highest scores of the day.
He said that, well, he also, like, he can't really afford to ride that many waves with a broken foot.
Yeah, but he's got a broken foot, so he's got to be selective.
He's being forced into a one wave at a time situation. So we'll see how that go. The women, we've talked so much about how this event is such a wonderful platform, and we're watching that progression in motion.
Real time, yeah.
But we're the peer pressure, the pressure of Pipeline, just making complete
As smooth
diamonds.
as that looks,
What's that?
I would not be surprised if Frankie Herrera wins this contest if it stays big open lefts like that. Her style and her comfort level right now in that wave just makes me think a few more good waves come to her. They're going to have a hard time beating that.
How about
this girl
Holly Picklam's backhand
definitely
attack?
surprised me today.
She said
I
that
was
she
watching this and I was baffled. I was like, this girl
And then she
is so
paddled back
hungry.
out and got an almost identical one immediately.
And she said it, but she said in the last year she's been studying Benji Brand videos so she could learn how to adjust her backhand attack, because she was literally like, I'm not making any progress. And
Progress was made.
progress was more than made. She had this great battle. She paddle battled Carissa into this wave, right? And then we catch her on the mic where she's literally like being like, that was amazing, Carissa. So she has this energy where she's, you know, she's obviously battling and super competitive, but then she has this little bit of Laura Enever in her where she's cheering everybody on and into waves, and just being like that person who's like, yeah, we're in this all together.
Speaking of that paddle battle,
the format, you know, is what makes that possible, I think.
was that a 27.80, that last right from Carissa?
What's that?
That last right we seen on TV?
Carissa?
That last right she just had?
Yeah.
That was a 27.80?
Yeah.
Okay.
Big one.
Big one. Yeah.
Big score.
Your thoughts, Doctor?
Yeah, like I said, when we were watching it in real time, and I think Keala can maybe speak more on this than I can, this idea of just getting out there without being unhindered by all the pipeline crowd and being able to make those small adjustments, whether it's like, okay, I thought this was my spot that I have to sit when it's crowded. Now I have an opportunity to explore a new spot. Now there's an opportunity. I mean, what's that like for a contest versus being in a pack? I mean,
Well, when you're out there in a pack, I mean, I'd be looking for scraps. Like, you're used to sitting in a place where you're just looking for the ones that, you know, Makua's going to miss.
those are rare.
But yeah, super rare.
We'll be back in shape
Super
again one
rare.
day, and you trust me, I'm not going to miss the waves. Y'all had it to yourselves long enough.
But you know what I mean? You're not going to want to sit in that spot when Makua's not there. You're going to want to sit where Makua is. So when you're out in a heat, it's a different game, and yeah, it takes a little getting used to, especially for these women that haven't had that opportunity before.
Well, it's interesting, like when you don't have some of the veteran, seasoned competitors within your heat, that's almost a benefit where you think, oh, I don't want to heat with someone who knows the lineup really well, like Moana. Actually, when she catches a wave,
You can get the next one.
you just go to where she was
at.
and even just check it out and maybe be like, hey, this is a killer spot. This is
Yeah.
where I got to be. Okay, I know for the next heat.
Put it in the bank.
Or you get
saw it with
hungry and you go and sit deeper than her,
Yeah.
just a little bit, and you take that good wave that comes.
Yeah.
Well, you saw it with the Florence brothers. I mean, they, know this wave so well, and they were just on fire, just taking turns like this.
Maybe we'll see that more in the coming days.
I love that taking turns also meant firing themselves in the closeouts, if that's what it meant, and them believing like, oh, there's possibility in here, so I can go. And
But there's always a possibility with them. I've seen them pull the rabbit out of so many hats that, like, there's nothing they can take off on where I'm like, nah, they're not going to make it. I'm always
It was
I'm
crazy
always
to see.
surprised when they don't make it, to be honest.
It was crazy to see the insight Nate had, because that whole sharing thing and taking turns is a good theory, but I don't really think it happens that way. I think it just kind of happens how regular he
looks
does.
that way to the
because when I was
audience.
hearing what he was saying and the look in his eye when he was telling it to me, they ain't sharing nothing.
We're brothers and all, but one of us would like to be the winner. Let's take a look at the women's standings as we are through here in day one. Molly Picklum with that, again, incredible backhand attack that had Makua baffled with that 48.90. Still has room to get another big third wave. Followed by Moana Jones Wong, who also has plenty of room. Frankie Herr, 2 solids. And Carissa Moore, who's got all the room in the world. That big single score of 27.80, the highest single wave score for the women. As we switch over to the men, Mikey February. We lost the scores there for a second, but Mikey had a big, that big single wave score. He still has plenty of room with 2 middle scores, followed by John Florence, Benji Brand, Seth Moniz, and you see both Florence brothers in there in that top 10. And again, they've got plenty of room to move.
They know how to move, especially in the barrel. Whether a lot of room or not, those guys are going to come flying out of these barrels. They have a lot more opportunity, like you said. They will be growing. Those scores, for sure, I mean, some of the best competitors, not just surfers, they know how to compete out here at Pipeline.
Yeah. I like how what you're saying is don't let the friendliness fool you. This
Yeah.
is still a competition.
I don't think there's ever been a friendly champion ever. I mean, maybe, hey, take all the waves. No worries, go ahead. Yeah, I'll sit right here.
No problem.
But you ain't gonna win.
All right, final thoughts. I'll start with you, Dr. Kopono. Final thoughts on day one.
Yeah, I mean, insane day. Excited to see where everyone's going to take it these next few days. I think that this is just getting warmed up. I think we haven't even seen anything yet.
Kala?
I mean, it was an incredible day from start to finish. Like, the weather was picture perfect. The conditions stayed clean all day long. Like, you got a few lulls in the heats and, some moments where the wind got a little funky, but consistently, like, clean and nice and great performances in every heat. It was a great day.
Yeah, beautiful day. Stoked everybody gets to go home to their families. Pipeline is no wave to be played with. And just stoked to see the level of surfing getting pushed higher and higher and higher. Every heat, every wave, every score. And I just can't wait to see the next few days play out. I'm ready to come back.
Yeah, I agree. My thought is this. We saw a bevy of conditions today, especially with a rising swell that had just arrived this morning, and real consistency because of the weather, as you mentioned, Keala. It's going to be interesting to see what different versions of pipe we get moving forward, especially with wind variations and questionable weather calls, and who's got the ability and has the depth to respond to whatever conditions are given to make it to that final session after we've had such about as good as you can ask for a first day one.
Yeah, it's going to all come down to, if it don't mind, it don't matter. You're going to get out there and perform regardless of the conditions. There will be challenging times in this event to get to the top, and I think that you know, whoever's ready to put it all on the line and make no excuses is going to be right there to take out this title.
We're going to end with that hammer of a line.
Yeah.
Don't mind, don't matter. And that is a wrap for day one here at the VANS Pipe Pro. Thank you, Makua, Keala, Dr. Kupono, Holly, Mahina, our entire staff and crew behind the scenes, making things happen. Stay tuned for the call tomorrow. Fingers crossed we'll get to run again. Thank you for all of you around the world who tuned in and watched. Aloha to all of you guys. Have a great evening. We will see you on day 2, whenever that is.